Chapter 1. Game Start Pudong, Shanghai. At an abandoned building, there were many people gathered there. About 1,000 people gathered. The 1,000 people belonged to two groups of triads, Dragon Wing and Hawk Talon. These two triads were the ones who ruled over Shanghai's underworld. The boss of Dragon Wing and the boss of Hawk Talon came up to an agreement to determine the true ruler of Shanghai's underworld tonight. Tonight, they decided to fight a bloody battle. The loser would get the territory annexed and got their triad destroyed. It was a life and death battle for both triads. Dragon Wing boss, Liu Gang brought 500 elites with him. He chose the best of Dragon Wing members. The same for Hawk Talon boss. Pan Weian also brought 500 elites of Hawk Talon members. Amongst the 500 elites of Dragon Wing, there was a person brought 5 pipes on his back. Even though it was only a mere pipe, but the elites of Dragon Wing respected this person. Tang Shaoyang. He did not have a high status in Dragon Wing. He was just a mere thug responsible for one district, Youyouliucun district. It could be said he was at the bottom rank in Dragon Wing. However, even though Tang Shaoyang was at the bottom rank, Dragon Wing's elites respected him. They called him Brother Tang. Tang Shaoyang gained these people's respect through his prowess. When it came to fighting, people called him Berserker Tang from Youyouliucun. Just like a madman, he charged forward to the enemy and went berserk. That was how Tang Shaoyang's way of fighting. Whether he faced 10 enemies, dozens, or even 100, he was fearless. This was how he gained the title Berserker Tang from Youyouliucun. With a pipe in his hand, he was invincible. This was not the first time Dragon Wing had a big battle like this. However, since the first day he joined Dragon Wing, Tang Shaoyang never absent from the battle. Tonight was the same as usual. Tang Shaoyang responded to his boss' call. Even Liu Gang, boss of Dragon Wing, fond of Tang Shaoyang. If not for Tang Shaoyang rejected Liu Gang's promotion. Maybe Tang Shaoyang might be Liu Gang's right hand today. Tang Shaoyang approached Liu Gang under the gaze of Dragon Wing members. "Boss!" Liu Gang turned toward the voice and grinned. "Oh, you have come!" Liu Gang approached Tang Shaoyang and gave him a bear hug. Liu Gang was taller than Tang Shaoyang, 2 meters height, and his body was filled with muscle. After giving a bear hug, Liu Gang turned toward the Hawk Talon group. "How is it? Do you think we can win tonight?" Liu Gang offered cigarettes as he spoke to Tang Shaoyang. Tang Shaoyang refused the cigarettes, even though he was a street thug. He did not have a habit of smoking as the other thugs. Tang Shaoyang directed his sharp eyes toward Hawk Talon, who was 20 meters apart from where he stood. Not long after, Tang Shaoyang smirked. "Don't worry, boss. I will bring that bastard Pan's body to you." Tang Shaoyang declared confidently. He was not overconfident, but this was him. He believed himself Hawk Talon was just the same as the beforehand force he against. He would crush them with the pipe in his hand. The dark smirk became more obvious as his sharp and bloodlust eyes eyeing the prey, Hawk Talon. Even Liu Gang himself somewhat scared of Tang Shaoyang. If not because of Tang Shaoyang showed a lack of ambition, Liu Gang would try to finish Tang Shaoyang off earlier. Tang Shaoyang was like a double-edged sword. But it was fortunate Tang Shaoyang was loyal and lack of ambition. Every promotion he offered was rejected by Tang Shaoyang. Tang Shaoyang would rather manage a small district, Youyouliucun. Liu Gang still clearly remembered Tang Shaoyang's rejection. "Boss, my nickname is Berserker Tang from Youyouliucun, and I quite like this name, so I will just stay at Youyouliucun. Don't bother me with another territory." Now Liu Gang trusted Tang Shaoyang because of his lack of ambition. He also liked Tang Shaoyang's answer. Each time before going to battle, Liu Gang always asked the same question. He also always got the same answer. Not only that, Liu Gang always kept his words and presented the enemy's boss to him. So hearing Tang Shaoyang's answer relieved his tension. Liu Gang tapped Tang Shaoyang's shoulder. "Good, I will leave bastard Pan for you." Even though they were triads, they always kept their words. The agreement said the battle started at 2 a.m., Then both sides really wait until 2 a.m. to start the battle, even though all members were here. It was still half an hour before the battle started, but the atmosphere already intense. Tension from both sides almost reached the peak. There were some people nervous and anxious. There were some people impatient. There were some people disdained their opponent. Amidst these people, there was someone always staring at the opponent, just like a predator watching his prey. Tang Shaoyang sat at the front line of Dragon Wing, and his blood-red eyes never left Hawk Talon. Tick, 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 bang! Right at 2 a.m., the sound of metal getting hit resounded. That sound was the sign that the battle started. Tang Shaoyang immediately shot up and dashed toward Hawk Talon with a pipe in his right and 4 pipes on his back. Tang Shaoyang's cry reverberating throughout. The cry shocked the Hawk Talon. They did not expect that there would be someone dared to charge at the crowd of 500 people alone. Moreover, with only a mere pipe. Ah! He is Berserker Tang from Youyouliucun. He is Berserker Tang! A panicked voice resounded from Hawk Talon. Berserker Tang from Youyouliucun. It was a famous legend in the underworld. Except one was newbie. Everyone in the underworld already heard the infamous Berserker Tang from Youyouliucun, the madman who never lost in the fighting, with 21 killing records. 4 out of 21 were a triad boss. Killing or to be killed was a natural matter in the underworld, but killing 4 triad bosses was another matter. Each boss would have their personal guard, the best out of the best of their men. However, this Berserker Tang still managed to kill the triad boss. Hawk Talon grew restless when this madman now became their opponent. Don't be afraid, he is alone and we have 500 people with us. What are you afraid of? As the boss of Hawk Talon, Pan Weiyan opened his mouth. Actually, he himself was scared of this Berserker Tang from Youyouliucun. However, as a leader, he could not show it. He had to hide his fear and rally his men's morale. Just as he thought his words worked, another cry, which was louder than Tang Shaoyang's, resounded. Dragon Wing's men followed Tang Shaoyang. He let out the same war cry as Tang Shaoyang in unison. The result was effective. The war cry intimidated Hawk Talon. With the war cry, the battle to determine the Lord of Shanghai's underworld started. The brawl lasted 3 hours. Right at 5 a.m., the battle was over with Dragon Wing as the winner. Tang Shaoyang was the first one charged at the enemy's line, and he was also the last one who was still standing. The other members of Dragon Wing were sprawled on the ground in exhaustion. Shrek! 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 Tang Shaoyang dragged a body with him. He was walking toward Lu Gang, who was still in the back line. He was dragged Pan Weiyan over, just like he said before the battle. He would bring Pan Weiyan body to Lu Gang. Bug! Tang Shaoyang threw Pan Weiyan before Lu Gang. Boss! I bring you, bastard Pan. Lu Gang stared blankly at Tang Shaoyang. Just looking at Tang Shaoyang already made his body shuddered voluntarily. The blue shirt and jean Tang Shaoyang had on his body turned red. Blood moistened his face and clothes. Lu Gang did not know it was Tang Shaoyang's blood or his opponent. However, he could see a few cut wounds on his arms. He immediately looked away and set his eyes at the unconscious Bastard Pan. With just one look, Lu Gang could see Bastard Pan's 4 limbs were broke. Berserker Tang from Youyouliucun really gave no mercy to his enemy. Good job. You can go to Old Man Dong to treat your wound. Even though this subordinate of his somewhat scary, but it was also a relief to have a reliable subordinate as Tang Shaoyang. Old Man Dong was a doctor Lu Gang hired. Each time they had a war, Old Man Dong would always wait for them outside of the battlefield. Actually, Old Man Dong had a small clinic, but he earned a little from the clinic. This was the reason why Old Man Dong was willing to work with Dragon Wing to earn extra cash. Upon seeing Tang Shaoyang's condition, Old Man Dong was shocked on the spot. Don't worry, Old Man Dong, this is not my blood. You only need to stop the bleeding in my hand and my back. Tang Shaoyang grinned. Tang Shaoyang and Old Man Dong was an old acquaintance. After all, Old Man Dong's clinic was in Youyouliucun district. Old Man Dong could only shake his head and began his work. Even though Tang Shaoyang was part of Triad and often involved in fighting between Triads. Old Man Dong still thought Tang Shaoyang was a fine man. Tang Shaoyang was often helping the people in Youyouliucun district. Old Man Dong was one of the most often got help from Tang Shaoyang. Old Man Dong focused on his work while Tang Shaoyang did not say anything. The van fell into silence as Old Man Dong stitched Tang Shaoyang's wound. After dressing the wound, Lu Gang ordered his driver to send Tang Shaoyang back. The battle was over. Lu Gang felt Tang Shaoyang already contributed enough, so he did not get Tang Shaoyang to take care of the aftermath. seizing the enemy's territory or taking care of Hawk Talon's remnant, etc. 6 a.m. Tang Shaoyang reached his home. His home was at the end of Youyouliucun district. When he reached home, he immediately lied down on his bed. He did not care if the blood on his body had not dried up yet. Tang Shaoyang just wanted to get rest as soon as possible. The bedsheet turned red as soon as his body landed on the bed. Tang Shaoyang, however, did not care. As soon as his body touched the bed, he fell asleep. Tang Shaoyang did not know how long he had been sleeping. However, he was awakened by a strange robotic voice. The voice was unclear and annoying. It kept buzzing, and Tang Shaoyang was forced to wake up. Game start. Step 1. Survival for the fittest. It was what Tang Shaoyang heard as soon as he opened his eyes. He immediately jolted awake and found there was no one in his room. However, Tang Shaoyang was sure he heard the voice, a robotic voice. He was looking at the source of the voice, but found nothing. It did not take long before another strange voice resounded again. It was not a robotic voice, but it was like an unknown groan. Grrrg! Tang Shaoyang turned his head and found something unbelievable. He found a zombie in his room. Never crossed in his mind there's one day a zombie would appear in his room. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 2, Level Up. The zombie's face was rotten. There was a hole in its nose, its left eye popped out of its socket, and maggots were wriggling in its mouth. The zombie was quite disgusting even for Tang Shaoyang. The zombie approached Tang Shaoyang. Its movement was so slow, it was about the same amount of kids' walking speed. When the zombie arrived before Tang Shaoyang, it brandished its rotten claw toward him. For an experienced Tang Shaoyang, it was quite easy to dodge the attack. He moved to the left and avoided the rotten claw. Bang! The zombie hit Tang Shaoyang's wooden bed, and the bed was broken into two. It was moved so slow, but it had a big strength. Tang Shaoyang himself shocked that the zombie could break his wooden bed. After failing the first attack, the zombie turned to Tang Shaoyang again. Slowly, it approached Tang Shaoyang. Meanwhile, Tang Shaoyang was looking for his pipe. After coming back from the battle, he went to bed and now he forgot where he placed his pipe. As the zombie drew near, finally Tang Shaoyang found his pipe. The pipe was beside the bed. He could not see it earlier with the zombie blocked his view. The pipe was right behind the zombie. Whoosh! The zombie once again swung its arm toward Tang Shaoyang. At the same time, Tang Shaoyang rolled forward and easily dodges the zombie's hand. As he rolled down, his hand reached to his pipe, the biggest one. He picked up the pipe and distanced himself away from the zombie. Let's see. In the movie, one has to destroy the head to kill the zombies. Without waiting for the zombie to approach him, Tang Shaoyang moved forward. Zombie's movement somewhat slow, but its reaction was fast. The zombie swung its hand forward, but zombie's slow movement was its biggest weakness. Tang Shaoyang easily dodged the hand as he moved to the right. From the zombie's left side, Tang Shaoyang swung the pipe to the zombie's head back. Bag! There was no way the slow zombie could avoid Tang Shaoyang's pipe. The zombie fell forward hard. Tang Shaoyang also retreated. He was afraid of the zombie's head would burst and have its blood splashed to him. Even though he did not know if the zombie's blood could infect him or not, but Tang Shaoyang still avoided it. He did not want to die young. There were still many things he wanted to do. Tang Shaoyang distanced himself from the zombie, but the zombie's head was quite hard. It did not get destroyed, even was hit by a steel pipe. Grower! The zombies struggled to get up after falling down hard. Tang Shaoyang advanced forward and swung his steel pipe to zombie's head once again. One hit is not enough, then I will hit you again. Bag! The zombie's head was really hard. Even after receiving 2 hits from the steel pipe, it's still complete. However, from the place where he hit, green liquid flowed down. 2 hits were not enough, then 3. 3 hits are not enough, then 4 hits. Tang Shaoyang kept hitting the zombie's head until the head was destroyed beyond recognition. Splash! The green liquid splashed onto his clothes. Tang Shaoyang immediately removed his clothes and threw them away. After removing his clothes, his fine body was exposed. His body was full of scars. Tang Shaoyang checked if the blood reached his body. He did not find the green liquid on his body. Tang Shaoyang relieved. However, next, he realized something weird to his body. The wound he got from last night's fight was gone. Yes, the wound on his body and hand vanished. Moreover, now he just realized his body was lighter than before. Tang Shaoyang furrowed his brows as he was pondering things that happened here. A strange robotic voice. A zombie appeared out of nowhere, and all his wounds were healed. Everything was surreal for him to believe. Am I in my dream? Tang Shaoyang could not help but come with a rather absurd conclusion. Everything was surreal, but he felt the sensation was so real to be a dream. In confusion, Tang Shaoyang turned around and approached the wall. Bam! Tang Shaoyang hit the wall with his own head. Urgh! He let out a pained groan as he rubbed his forehead. If he was in a dream, he should have woken up by now, but it turned out this was not a dream. The headless zombie was still there. So the robotic voice and zombie thing are real. Tang Shaoyang held his chin and walked toward the bed's head. He pulled the drawer and took a plain white shirt. It said the game started, but what game? What's the game's purpose? And where did this zombie come from? Tang Shaoyang fell into deep thought. Puzzled after puzzled appeared in his mind. I am not a fan of the game, but in each game, there must be a way to finish the game. But the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Tang Shaoyang liked to watch a movie, but he was not a fan of the game. Last time he played the game, it was PlayStation 1. He played a soccer game. Since he dropped the school and entered the underworld, Tang Shaoyang never played a game anymore. Tang Shaoyang scratched his hair in frustration. In the movie, the virus is the cause of the disease of the people turns into a zombie. However, this zombie is not caused by a virus, it just appeared out of nowhere. Tang Shaoyang was living alone. That was why he came into this conclusion. If zombies really appeared out of nowhere, just like in my place, then what about? Here Tang Shaoyang rose up and dashed out of his house. He was the ruler of Youyouliucun district, and he lived at the end of the district. When he opened the door, there were many zombies walking around the street. As Tang Shaoyang went out, the zombies stopped moving and turned their heads toward him. Oh, shit! There are too many zombies here. They are slow, but their strength could not be underestimated. If I am surrounded, I am done for. Fighting against zombies was different than fighting the people. Even he was getting hit by a fist, stick, pipe, or even blade, he would not die instantly as long as he avoided the vital point. However, if it was a zombie, he had to extra be careful. One hit from a zombie might turn him into a zombie as well. It was not different than death itself. Moreover, one hit from his pipe would not be able to kill a zombie. He at least needed 5 to 7 hits to kill one zombie. The best choice was to escape and find a good weapon to kill this zombie. However, Tang Shaoyang did not escape. He chose to fight these zombies. I have to save my people and kill these damn intruders, zombies. He scanned the surrounding. The nearest zombie was 10 meters away from him. You will be the first prey of this Berserker Tang. Tang Shaoyang rushed toward the nearest zombie, while the zombies who were aware of his presence also swarmed toward him. Considering the zombie's slow movement, he had 5 to 10 seconds to finish a zombie so he would not get surrounded by the zombies. Tang Shaoyang easily dodges the zombie claw and ran behind the zombie. Bug! He hit the zombie's head with all his might. Without any resistance, the zombie fell. Tang Shaoyang immediately swung his steel pipe again. Bug! Bug! Splat! This time, Tang Shaoyang crushed the zombie's head with 3 hits. He was delighted with such a result. But it was not the time to get happy. He still needed to clean his territory from these filthy zombies to rescue his people. He scanned the surrounding once again and found the nearest zombie was 3 meters away. Tang Shaoyang charged forward. Bug! Bug! Another 3 hits to finish off one zombie. After he killed the 5th zombie, Tang Shaoyang's movement became even more agile. When he finished off the 9th zombie, the strange robotic voice resounded again in his mind. Your support on LLVR keeps this series going. You have leveled up. You gained 2 attribute points. You can allocate the attribute point by opening the status screen. Hero froze on the spot for a moment. The robotic voice distracted him, but he immediately moved away. Level up? Attribute point? Status screen? What is that? Tang Shaoyang muttered in confusion. However, next, he saw something even more unbelievable. A screen appeared, and his name was on the screen, showing things that he could not understand. Name Tang. Challenge. Talent, none. Attribute point, 2. You could allocate the point to the attribute below. Strength, 13. Agility, 8. Vitality, 6. Stamina, 10. Magic power, 1. Send. Skill, basic detection. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 3. 1,000 Zombies. Ha! 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 Tang Shaoyang breathed heavily as he distanced himself from the zombies. Each time he killed one zombie, he had to keep a safe distance from the zombies. If he was getting surrounded by these zombies, he was done for. After killing 50 zombies, this kind of fighting method would slowly exhaust him. Moreover, the zombies seemed to be endless. He even did not have time to check the one called screen status. However, Tang Shaoyang somehow understood a bit about the attributes, such as strength, agility, and stamina. Regarding vitality, magic power, and sense, he had no idea what it was. After all, he could not find out about it in the middle of these zombies. He at least must kill these zombies first and find out about the screen status later. As for the attribute points he got after leveling up to level 2, Tang Shaoyang allocated the point to strength. He thought with increasing strength, he could kill the zombies with less hit. It was effective. Sometimes he only needed 2 hits to kill the zombies. The problem was now the zombies. It was seemingly endless. I can't continue like this. I have to find a way to kill these zombies with only a hit. Tang Shaoyang muttered in a low voice as he threw 2 hits to the nearest zombie and retreated. This zombie totaled the zombies Tang Shaoyang killed to 51. Yes, rather than running away, Yang Shaoyang was thinking a way to finish all zombies. He never thought to run away at all. Ah, that's it. Uncle Lan Butcher Shop has a big knife. I can use that knife to kill these damned zombies with one hack. Tang Shaoyang remembered that there was a butcher shop in this district. He often saw the owner's shop, Uncle Lan always bringing that butcher knife for him. Usually he used it to threaten the men who teased his daughter. Tang Shaoyang looked up. The distance to reach Uncle Lan Butcher Shop was 20 meters. The problem was the zombies. A crowd of zombies blocked his way to reach Uncle Lan's shop. I can do it. I am Berserker Tang from Youyouliucun. I never lost in the fighting, regardless it's a zombie or human. I will kill everyone creatures who dare to stand in my way. Tang Shaoyang rushed toward Uncle Lan's shop to retrieve the big knife. He charged forward as he brandished his steel pipe wherever zombie came from. His main purpose was to get the big knife, so he did not care if the zombie was killed or not. He ignored the zombie and rushed toward the shop. Tang Shaoyang reached the shop in no time, but he found there were 3 zombies inside, a male zombie and 2 female zombies. Tang Shaoyang recognized these 3 zombies. The male zombie was Uncle Lan, and the 2 female zombies were Uncle's wife and daughter. The zombies were walking around aimlessly inside the shop. They didn't seem affected by the ruckus outside. Tang Shaoyang tried to open the door but found out it was locked. He broke the window with the pipe. Trang! The glass broke and Tang Shaoyang jumped in through the window. He scanned the surroundings to find the big knife he was looking for. It did not long, and Tang Shaoyang found what he was looking for. A big knife about 10 centimeters in width and 1 meter in length. The knife was shining under the bright lamp, showing the knife's sharpness. Uncle Lan took care of his knife really well. The knife was at the end of the room. It was hanging there along with the smaller knives. Meanwhile, with the noise caused by the broken window, the 3 zombies moved toward Tang Shaoyang. Of course, With a zombie slow movement, there was no way these 3 zombies could endanger Berserker Tang from Youyouliucun. Tang Shaoyang rushed forward and avoided the 3 zombies' claw. He reached the big knife and reached it with his left hand. Upon closer look, Tang Shaoyang believed this knife was extremely sharp. Maybe I can kill a zombie in 1 hack with this butcher knife. Tang Shaoyang looked up. The 3 family zombies turned toward him once again. They were still 7 meters away from him. Looking at the big knife in his hand and looked back at the small family that turned zombie. Tang Shaoyang bowed his head toward the 3. I am sorry that I can't save you, but I will end your suffering here. Also, I will take this knife with me. Thank you, Uncle Lan. Afterward, Tang Shaoyang charged forward. He brandished the knife to the neck of the 3 zombies. In 3 hacks, he killed 3 zombies. Sure enough, the butcher knife was more efficient than the steel pipe. He killed another 3 zombies. With this, he already killed 54 zombies in total. Bang! Right after he killed 3 zombies inside the shop, the zombies outside broke the door and entered the shop. Always read at the source, MV@YR. Heh, why do you guys so impatient to get killed? Even though he knew the zombies had no way to reply, he still said those words out for mere acting cool. He spat those words out and charged toward the zombies. His right hand held 5 meters of steel pipe, and his left hand held an extremely sharp butcher knife. With these 2 weapons in his hand, Tang Shaoyang went on a rampage. Firstly, he pushed the crowd of zombies with the pipe. He forced his way out of the shop. Second, he would hack here and there to every zombie came closer to him with the butcher knife in his left hand. The butcher knife really sharp. 1 zombie's head fell each time he swung the knife. You have leveled up. You gained 2 attribute points. The robotic voice sounded once again when Tang Shaoyang went out of the shop. Allocate attribute point into strength. Tang Shaoyang immediately allocated the point he got to strength. Moreover, he also found something miraculous happened in his body. After he leveled, his exhaustion from fighting all of these zombies was gone. The feeling was the same when the first time he woke up from his sleep. Tang Shaoyang discovered as long as he leveled up, he would recover the stamina. Maybe it also healed an external wound. But it was still a possibility as he could not prove it yet. Nah, I will find out about that later. For now, let's wipe these zombies first. Tang Shaoyang licked his dry lips and scanned the surrounding. First, as long as he kept killing the zombies, he would level up. Second, each time he leveled up, it would take him back to his prime condition. This meant he did not need to worry as he would never get exhausted as long as he leveled up. Hurrah! Tang Shaoyang went for his berserk mode. He only needed to be careful to no get surrounded by the zombies. However, with the butcher knife, he could kill 1 zombie with only 1 hack. As long as the zombies stayed slow like this, there was nothing to be worried about. He went berserk for 5 hours and he cleaned the zombies in Youyouliucun district. He did not know how many zombies he killed. However, he reached level 6 from killing all these zombies. All attribute points he got, Tang Shaoyang allocated all of it to strength. He now could crush the zombie's head with 1 swing of his steel pipe. Ha! Ha! Tang Shaoyang breathed heavily. Even though he would recover his stamina each time he leveled up, but he still got his head dizzy for fighting 5 hours non-stop. The source of his dizziness was the stinky green liquid on his body. Yes, this green liquid was extremely smelly that made one dizzy by smelling it. What made things worse was the district now filled with this green liquid. Yes, the green liquid was zombies' blood. Tang Shaoyang had to endure this smelly liquid for 5 hours. His head was now getting dizzy from this smell. I have to wash. I could not bear with this smelly liquid anymore. He entered the most familiar building. It was a fruit shop on the 1st floor. Auntie Jiang was the owner of this shop, and she rented out the 2nd floor to a primary teacher. Tang Shaoyang knew really well this primary teacher, Ao Shui. She was his SX partner. Actually, it was a complicated relationship, and in fact, this Ao Shui had a fiancé. Tang Shaoyang also knew her fiancé, and one day he found Ao Shui's fiancé was cheating behind her back. Out of kindness, he told this to Ao Shui, but he did not expect he would be her SX partner after telling her fiancé's affair. It was really chaotic and complicated. Tang Shaoyang entered the fruit shop. On the first floor, there was no zombie. He went upstairs and only stopped before a familiar door. Dong! Dong! Daoshui! Aoshui! Are you inside? He tried to call her name, but he got no answer. Tang Shaoyang sighed. Most likely Aoshui already turned into a zombie. He squatted and took a key from the pot near the door. Aoshui placed her spare key here so he could get into her room anytime. Tang Shaoyang opened the door, and then he saw 2 zombies right behind the door. Tang Shaoyang leaped back, and the 2 zombies missed their best chance to turn him into one of them. He pushed the female zombie with the steel pipe while hacked the other one with the butcher knife. Spurt! The green liquid splattered in all directions. Tang Shaoyang himself got his clothes wet by the zombie blood. Fortunately, this blood could not infect me. Doing. Dung. Dung. Congratulations. You have killed 1,000 zombies on the first day. You will be rewarded with 3 talents. You can now make a request for your talent. Please choose carefully. 2 successions of robotic voice resounded in Tang Shaoyang's head. Grower! Tang Shaoyang could not be bothered with the robotic voice as zombie Aoshui got up and approached him again. He bowed his head to Aoshui. Aoshui, thank you for all your services. Now I will end your suffering. After that, Tang Shaoyang severed zombie Aoshui's head with the butcher knife. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 4. Origin Emperor. Tang Shaoyang Fuwa. Tang Shaoyang back to his small house. He wanted to save the people of Youyouliucun district, but all of them had been infected and turned into a zombie. He already checked all buildings and found no one survived through this ordeal. Sigh, I have failed to protect my people. Tang Shaoyang let out a sigh. Yes, he regarded the people who lived in Youyouliucun district as people, while he was the head of the people here. That was why he treated them kindly and helped them a lot. Tang Shaoyang regarded this Youyouliucun district as his territory, while he was the lord of this territory. He also regarded the protection fee the people gave him as tax, not protection fee. The people paid their taxes to their lord. It was a natural matter. As for Dragon Wing, Tang Shaoyang never regarded himself as one of them. He regarded Dragon Wing as a big empire, while he was the vassal of this big empire. The taxes, protection fee his people paid to him, he would tribute to the Dragon Wing as vassal. Yes, he regarded himself as vassal of Dragon Wing. He had no loyalty to this Dragon Wing. He just wanted to protect his territory. This was the reason Tang Shaoyang never accepted the promotion Liu Gang offered. As for why he did not try to take Dragon Wing down, it because he knew he alone was not enough to defeat Dragon Wing. Moreover, an underworld boss such as Liu Gang, he possessed a gun. No matter how strong he was, Tang Shaoyang also knew his limit. He could not win against a gun. There was no way for him to win. For an orphan without any background and connection, there was only a little chance for him to become a big boss like Liu Gang. Knowing he could not win, Tang Shaoyang joined Dragon Wing as a vassal. He dropped from the school not to become a mob or dog. He wanted to be the leader, led many people under his wings. If not, he was forced to. He would not join Dragon Wing. However, even though he did not want to, he had to. If he did not join Dragon Wing, he would be regarded as an enemy, and Dragon Wing would not hesitate to crush him. He regarded as a vassal and joined Dragon Wing as the lord of Youyouliucun district. But now, he lost his people, which was also meant he was no longer a lord. Without his people, he would automatically lose his status as lord. Nah, I will think about it later. For now, I have to check what is this screen status and talent. That robotic voice said that I got 3 talents for killing 1,000 zombies. Screen status. Name, Tang Shaoyang. Age, 26. Affiliation, none. Level 6. Talent, none. You have 3 talents point. Attribute point 0, 23, agility, 8, vitality, 6, stamina, 10 magic power, 1, sense 5, skill, basic detection. What is this affiliation? Tang Shaoyang moved his hand to touch the screen status. He regarded this screen status as his smartphone. Affiliation, the state or relation of being closely associated or affiliated with a particular group. The explanation appeared of affiliation appeared. So affiliation is to show if I belong to any group. Tang Shaoyang nodded. With a heart of curiosity, he touched the age and explanation appeared like before. Age, the length of an existence extending from the beginning to any given time. Then he looked down and touched vitality. He understood the strength, agility, and stamina, but he did not know what this vitality meant. Vitality, power of enduring, strengthening the flesh and increasing the capability of healing. Oh, so this vitality is my defense. If really like this, I should allocate my attribute points to vitality and strength. Maybe high vitality could block a bullet. Tang Shaoyang was wondering if he could block a bullet with high vitality. It said vitality strengthening his flesh. He shook his head and continued with the next attribute, magic power. Tang Shaoyang really had no clue regarding this magic power. Magic power, possession of authority over magic. What is this? Possession of authority over magic? What magic? Is that magic that in a TV show? If so, this attribute quite useless for me. I don't like to use a trick in a fight. Tang Shaoyang connected the magic in the screen status to the magic in the TV show. He never thought about the magic in the fantasy or game. He never played a game or read a fantasy story after all. It was Tang Shaoyang's impression of magic, a trickery. Tang Shaoyang did not dawdle long in magic power. He touched the next attribute. Sense. Sense, a specialized function or mechanism, such as sight, hearing, or smell, by which a certain creature receives and responds to external stimuli. Tang Shaoyang nodded his head. He got the meaning behind this explanation, but he was still clueless with magic. Then what about talent? He touched talent on the screen status. Talent, the natural endowments of a person. By consuming talent point, you will be granted a talent. So the talent points can be exchanged to a real talent, but how? He basically understood that much, but he did not know how to use the talent point. Exchanging the talent point for talent, Tang Shaoyang did not know how to do that. There was only a little clue. Will it work if I request it out loud? Tang Shaoyang held his chin. With zombies appeared everywhere, I need an infinite strength, and then I can slaughter them with ease. This is one. There are 2 more talent points. A lewd smile formed on his lips. I want an infinite strength, charm, and charisma to conquer women. And the last one, I want to upgrade my so I can please my women. I want all these talents. Tang Shaoyang shouted aloud, but he let out a burst of laughing afterward. There's no way such talents existed. To report errors, please visit the original post on Yammer. Ding dong. 3 talent points are consumed. You have been granted Divine Body. Good luck, Gamer Tang Shaoyang. Tang Shaoyang immediately checked his screen status. Name, Tang Shaoyang. Age 26. Affiliation, none level 6. Talent, Divine Body. Attribute point 0. Strength, 30 agility, 13 vitality, 11. Stamina, 15. Magic power, 6 sense, 5. Skill, basic detection. He saw that Divine Body was really added to his talent. Tang Shaoyang immediately touched the words Divine Body. Divine Body's level talent, granting an unlimited growth of strength, charisma of emperor and charm to conquer the beauties, and an upgraded penis with a compatible size, last longer, and guarantee to make all women pleased. Divine Body attribute, +2 strength, and +1 other attributes each time leveled up. Tang Shaoyang had his mouth opened wide. It took some time before he could believe such talent really existed. Such talents really existed, he muttered in a low voice. However, he found this talent Divine Body was really good. It increased his attribute by leveling up. Before he only got 2 attributes points, but he now got 8 attributes points for leveling up. Wow, this talent is really amazing. With 33 strength, I can crush the zombie's head with ease. Even though the 2 other talents seemed useless, Tang Shaoyang was satisfied with the talent he got. Especially the charisma of Emperor, he was fond of those words. Nah, with my current attribute, I have no problem to face even another 1,000 zombies. Tang Shaoyang was quite confident with his strength. It's already been some time since the zombies appeared. Maybe the government already set up a shelter right now. Let's look for them. I will look for other people and... Zombies appeared out of nowhere. It was surely a mess everywhere, and most likely the government already fell. This Youyouliucun district, for example, there was no survivor here. All of them turned into a zombie except for him, and most likely the official or even the soldier also turned into zombies. No government meant there was no law. There was no law meant there was no restraint. The little chance to realize his dream to be a big boss. No, he did not want to be a big boss, but an emperor. He would establish his own empire and became an emperor. That is it. I will establish empire, and I will be the first emperor of my empire. Moreover, with this weird attribute, there is a chance I can win against the bullet. First emperor of Tang Empire. Origin Emperor Tang Shaoyang. From today onwards, there's no more Berserker Tang from Youyouliucun, but Origin Emperor Tang Shaoyang. Oops, my bad habit. Let's see. My goal is to establish an empire. To establish an empire, I need territory, people, and beauty to be my queen. The first goal is to choose a territory. The second goal, I have to gather the people. The third goal, I have to create my harem palace. Tang Shaoyang went out and let out a laugh. Ha ha ha. The world will witness how this Origin Emperor establishes the greatest empire in history, Tang Empire. The youth who grew up in a small district stepped into a new path with great ambition. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 5, Minigame, Kill or Get Killed. Tang Shaoyang left Youyouliucun district, the place where he grew up, bringing a greater ambition with him. I have decided to establish an empire. First, territory. Shanghai is my first choice, of course. It will be hard to clean all of these zombies, though. Yes, Shanghai was the city with the largest population. To capture Shanghai, Tang Shaoyang had to clean his territory from these zombies. It would be tough, but it was not impossible. Moreover, going to another city would be more troublesome, as he had to pass the sea of zombies. Shanghai was a good choice already. He only needed to take it slowly. SH City would be his. First, I have to set up my palace. I know the good building for my palace, a 5-star hotel in Pudong. It's a little far, but I can save people who survive on the way. They would be the people of Tang Empire. Tang Shaoyang decided the first plan to set up his Tang Empire. But that place is crowded. There would many zombies there. I have to prepare the supply. Tang Shaoyang stopped to a shop that sold many kinds of clothes and bags. He entered the shop, took 7 sets of clothes and 2 big backpacks with him. The next stop is a convenience store. Youyouliucun district was devoid of life. Only a man walked through the zombies' remnant. There was a nearby convenience store at the opposite of Youyouliucun district. Hiro was heading to that convenience store before he would go to Pudong. Quick! Tang Shaoyang reached the end of Youyouliucun district, and a medium-sized convenience store came into his sight. There were many zombies loitering around the convenience store. There were at least 100 zombies around the convenience store. Tang Shaoyang pulled his 2 steel pipes from his back. Killing zombies is a must. I have to get more level and become stronger to be a real emperor. Respect. It was one of the most important things that an emperor should have. Being respected by his people, being stronger was one of the ways to get respected by his people. There was no one going to respect a weak emperor. Tang Shaoyang rushed toward the crowd of zombies with 2 steel pipes in his hand. As Tang Shaoyang's running footsteps sounded, the zombies turned around. With their slow speed, the zombies began swarming toward Tang Shaoyang. Splat! 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 With a swing, Tang Shaoyang crushed the zombie's head with ease. 33 strength attributes showed it was not a mere number. He cleaned zombies around the convenience store at a frightening speed. The zombies' brain juice splattered everywhere along with the green liquid. Soon, the zombies around the convenience store piled up with their heads crushed. Love this story? Show your support on M9. Tang Shaoyang was not in a hurry to enter the convenience store, but he wanted to clean the zombies around first. Just like his former title, he was called Berserk, not without reason. After half an hour, the robotic voice resounded in Tang Shaoyang's head. You have leveled up. You gained 2 attribute points. Tang Shaoyang allocated the attribute point 1 to strength and another one to vitality. The fatigue he felt also being washed away, and he was back in his peak condition. Afterward, he went to kill more zombies. At first, it looked like the zombies were only about 100, but soon he found the zombies seemed to be endless. He retreated to a safe distance for a moment and then scanned the surroundings. He found the zombies from the other districts also came toward his direction. Zombies seem to be sensitive to sound. These zombies were attracted by the sound I created as I am fighting against the zombies around the convenience store. Tang Shaoyang concluded. As for communication, he could not find a sign of these zombies were communicating with each other. This was the only conclusion he could think. Even the loud noise attracted the zombies in the other districts. Tang Shaoyang did not plan to lower the noise he caused. Instead, he wanted all zombies to come to him. Even he wanted to create more noise. And then, another round of crazy zombies' slaughter started. More and more zombies' bodies without heads piled around the convenience store. Tang Shaoyang continued the crazy fight of his for another 5 hours. After 5 hours of a bloody fight, the zombies stopped coming. No, to be more exact, the zombies were piling down on the street, and all of them no longer move. Tang Shaoyang's body was bathed in the green liquid. He washed his body for nothing, as the stinks liquid all over his body now. Sigh, I have to wash again. Also, I need a raincoat. Tang Shaoyang let out a sigh upon the sight of his body covered in the green liquid. Even though he still could hold the stink smell permeated from the zombie's blood, it was still unpleasant. Tang Shaoyang went back to Youyouliucun district. 15 minutes later, he was back to the convenience store with 2 new backpacks and wet hair. With no zombies around, Tang Shaoyang entered the convenience store. He picked the chocolate bar, biscuit, bread, mineral water, various kinds of energy drinks, and lastly, he took 10 raincoats. He put on a raincoat and covered the 2 backpacks with a raincoat as well. After everything was prepared, Tang Shaoyang went out of the convenience store. When he reached outside, Tang Shaoyang found bikes beside the convenience store. Riding bikes is way faster to reach my destination, but... He shook his head immediately. Tang Shaoyang ruled out the option of riding bikes. Not only he wanted to reach his destination, but he also wanted to level up along the way. Riding bikes could be faster rather than walking, but he wanted to kill zombies and find survivors along the way. But I will take this. He took the helm from the bikes. It was a full-face helmet. It could shield his head from the stink green liquid. Wearing a dark blue raincoat, wearing a black full-face helmet, bringing 2 big backpacks, and holding 2 steel pipes. Tang Shaoyang departed to the highway. Yes, to reach the 5-star hotel, he only had to follow the highway, and he would reach his destination within a few days. The highway was not that far from Youyouliucun district. It was supposed to be 15 minutes by walking. However, as Tang Shaoyang had to kill the zombies along the way, it took him an hour to reach the highway. The raincoat and the helmet proved their worth in the first battle. The black helmet and the dark blue raincoat turned into green when Tang Shaoyang reached the highway. The highway was pretty empty. No chaos as such. A car crushed each other, and there was only a little zombie on the highway. It was understandable as the zombies appeared at midnight. There was only a little traffic at midnight. In the end, Tang Shaoyang decided to take the normal road and followed the highway. He could only kill a little zombie and would not be able to find any survivors. He chose the highway. Tang Shaoyang came down and followed the highway. Below the highway, there were many zombies walking around aimlessly. This was what Tang Shaoyang looking for. He walked below the highway and slaughtered every zombie he found on the way. As he walked further, he encountered more zombies. After an hour of walking, the robotic voice sounded once again after a few hours. You have leveled up. You gained 2 attributes points. The same as before, he allocated to 1 strength and 1 vitality. After another hour of walking, Tang Shaoyang stopped. It was already noon. He stopped at the nearest house to have lunch. 3 pieces of bread and a bottle of mineral water. It was his lunch menu. He washed his hand and enjoyed the simple lunch. After finishing the 3 pieces of bread, Tang Shaoyang continued his trip. 3 pieces of bread were not enough to fill his empty belly. He ate the chocolate bars along the way. As he walked further, Tang Shaoyang only met with zombies. He had not found a single survivor yet. Tang Shaoyang frowned. He just could not believe that all people turned zombies. But the fact showed him the truth. He could not find a single survivor. Even until sunset, Tang Shaoyang still could not find a single survivor, but only zombies along the way. He even raised his leveled up to 3 levels. As it was already evening, Tang Shaoyang decided to stop. He stopped right before a big mansion. It was rare to find a big mansion below the highway. In the end, Tang Shaoyang decided to stay 1 night in this big mansion. It was fortunate that power outage not happened, so Tang Shaoyang did not have to spend a night in the dark. He entered the big mansion. He had been fighting all day since midnight until now. Even though each time he leveled would bring him back to his peak condition, but he was still weary from fighting non-stop. He needed a good rest. But the robotic voice seemed to did not like to let Tang Shaoyang get a good rest. As soon as he entered the big mansion, it sounded with an unexpected notification. You have entered an inhabitant territory. You have triggered a minigame. Task: please kill the territory's keeper to finish the minigame. Note: during the game, you can't get out of the building. Good luck, Gamer Tang Shaoyang. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 6, Swiffer. The atmosphere turned eerie and cold wind blew into Tang Shaoyang's face. The hair on his back stood up, and he felt it was as if someone was watching over him. He immediately drew the butcher knife and a long steel pipe out. He scanned the surrounding, the dimmed big hall. There was a stair led to the 2nd floor a few meters ahead of him. There was a piano on the right, sofa and table on the left, and there were a few landscape paintings on the wall as well. The hall was dimmed as only a few wall lamps turned on, giving out of an eerie atmosphere. Tang Shaoyang raised his guard as he processed the information he received from the robotic voice. The robotic voice said he just entered an inhabitant territory and triggered a minigame. That meant he just entered someone's territory, but he did not understand about the minigame. Even though he did not understand what minigame was, but he understood what he needed to do. It was to kill the owner of this territory. The robotic voice said clearly, "Killed or get killed." Along with the task that the robotic voice said, he understood that he must kill the territory lord, or he would get killed by the owner of this territory. Shoddy robotic voice, I want to rest, not fighting. Tang Shaoyang cursed. He was so tired after killing the zombies all day, he wanted to have a good sleep. However, he did not get a night of good sleep. Instead, he must fight an unknown creature. Tang Shaoyang scanned the surroundings vigilantly. He was searching for the one called Keeper of this mansion. As the air inside the mansion turned colder and eerier, he still could not find anything. There was not even a zombie inside this mansion. But he was sure of one thing. The thing called Keeper was watching over him. The reason was simple. He could feel it. The feeling of being watched was getting stronger and stronger. However, what frustrated Tang Shaoyang, he could not find the thing that watched over him. It was not that afraid of the Keeper, but something unknown was scarier and more dangerous. There was no voice could be heard, but somehow he could feel that thing was getting closer to him. His guts were told high to move, but he also did not dare to move carelessly. Sweat covered his forehead, and he felt his back damp with sweat as well. Where are you, Bstard? Where are you, Butch? He moved his eyes to the 2nd floor, but there was nothing there. He looked at the top of the cabinet, under the table. He looked at every corner, but he still could not find the creature he should kill. Tang Shaoyang furrowed his eyebrows. He was very sure and believed in his instinct. It saved his life a few times, so he believed in the instinct he had. Just where that bastard. Tang Shaoyang stopped as his eyes went wide. He realized something, and then slowly he raised his head and looked up. Badump! 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 Tang Shaoyang's heartbeat was beating furiously. He felt like his heart was going to jump out of his chest. Right on the top, on the ceiling, there was a creature watching him. It was like a lizard. It had its limb on the ceiling, but it did not fall. The creature was about 2 meters long. Its 4 limbs were longer than a normal adult, and it had a long hair covered its face. Tang Shaoyang found there was a similarity between this creature and a zombie. Tang Shaoyang activated his only skill, basic detection. A screen popped out before his face. The screen showed the creature's attribute. Stage 2 zombie, level 15. Strength, 35 agility, 52 vitality, 34. Magic power 0. Skill. Tang Shaoyang's eyes went wide when he saw the agility of this monster. It had 52 in agility, thrice as his, while he was superior in strength. However, even he had superior strength. It would be useless if he could not land a hit at the monster. He stared at the monster. He was a bit nervous now. If not the reminder for the robotic voice that he could not run away from the mansion, Tang Shaoyang would definitely run away from this monster. It was not that he was afraid, but he had to admit he was weaker than the monster. Rather than fighting an impossible fight, he would get himself stronger and came back again later. However, he could not run away. He had to face this monster. Killed or get killed, he was in this situation. Killed or get killed. He had to kill it if he wanted to come out of this mansion. This chapter was made possible by the community at MVMPR. Swoosh! Tang Shaoyang saw the monster pounce toward him from the top. He immediately rolled forward and avoided the monster. When he stood up, he saw the monster already dash toward him with its 4 limbs. Whoosh! Swiffer slammed its long arm toward Tang Shaoyang. Tang Shaoyang immediately raised his steel pipe. He hit the long arm away, but the long claws of the monster, other hand, shot toward his face. Shh! Thanks to his experience in fighting those years, it saved him. He avoided the long claw by rolling down to the right. After rolling down, he stepped back a few meters and then looked up. He saw the monster did not chase after him, but staring at him with its scary look. There was a difference between the normal zombie and the zombie he faced now. This Swiffer looked alive. Its eyes did not lose its light. A clear red eyes with a deformed look. The normal zombie had their eyes turned gray, which differentiated the normal zombie and Swiffer. He stared at the Swiffer. The Swiffer also stared at him. A staring contest for a moment. Tang Shaoyang was thinking a way to kill the Swiffer, while it was unknown whether the Swiffer also had the same thought. Before he could not even think of a way to kill Swiffer, he saw Swiffer rush to him. With its 4 limbs, it extremely fast to catch up. In a few seconds, Swiffer already in front of Tang Shaoyang. It brandished its long arm toward him. This time, Tang Shaoyang did not block the hand. He stepped back and avoided the incoming arm. However, he made a mistake. He should not have retreated back. Just as he thought he was safe, he saw the monster lunged over him with its 2 arms forward. He could not even raise his steel pipe to block. The 2 arms slammed into his chest. Bang! Tang Shaoyang's body flew into the air and hit the wall. Urgh! He released out a pained groan as an acute pain assaulted his chest. It was fortunate Swiffer did not pierce his body with its long claws. He would be dead for sure if that claws pierced his chest. Enduring the pain, he moved away from the wall. If he stayed longer, he would be dead for sure as Swiffer lunged over him with its long claws forward. Bang! The wall cracked as the long claws pierced through the wall. He did not dare to imagine what would happen to him if that long claws pierced his chest. Fuck! He just could not think of a way to kill this Swiffer. He held no advantage except for his strength. Its agile movement was the most troublesome. His body could not react at the Swiffer's fast movement. First, I have to slow its movement. If this keeps going, I will get killed by this monster. I don't want to die now. I haven't established my empire yet. But how? Tang Shaoyang was frustrated, but he was helpless at the same time. He began scanning the surrounding. He was looking for a place or thing that could slow Swiffer's movement. Entering a small room was not an option, or he might die if he fought against this monster in a small room. However, he could not think of a way to fight the Swiffer. Tang Shaoyang's gaze never left the Swiffer as he was in deep thought. He saw the Swiffer took some time to pull its claw from the wall. Looking at this, Tang Shaoyang got an idea. The risk was high, but it's worth a try. It was better than dead without fighting back. He was Berserker Tang. No, I am the first emperor of the Tang Empire, origin emperor, Tang Shaoyang. I will not die here, and now I will kill that bastard monster and establish my empire. With that said, he ran to the opposite of the Swiffer. He had his back on the wall while the Swiffer managed to pull its long claw from the wall. It turned around and its head moved around, looking for its prey. The Swiffer found the prey was on the opposite side. It immediately rushed toward Tang Shaoyang with an extremely fast movement. It was even faster than before. Whoosh! In 5 meters away from Tang Shaoyang, it lunged toward him with his claw forward. Tang Shaoyang was shocked with the speed it mustered. He could not think the Swiffer could get even faster than before. Bang! The Swiffer lunged over Tang Shaoyang. Its big body covered Tang Shaoyang. Screen status. Name, Tang Shaoyang, age 26, affiliation, none, level 11, talent, divine body attribute, 0, strength, 48, agility, 18, vitality, 21, stamina, to magic power, 11, sense, 6, skill, basic detection. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 7. Please die. Swiffer 2 arms pierced through the wall. It only missed a few centimeters away from Tang Shaoyang's cheek. He only managed to avoid it in the last moment as he was caught by surprise to Swiffer's speed that could get faster than before. It was a close call. He almost got his head pierced by the Swiffer's terrible claws. However, the fight had not ended. The Swiffer was still alive. It opened its mouth, showing its jagged and irregular yet sharp teeth. Tang Shaoyang immediately squatted down, barely dodged the Swiffer's bite. He rolled out of the Swiffer's range and held the butcher knife with his 2 hands. Taking the situation where the Swiffer had its arms stuck on the wall, he slashed the butcher knife toward Swiffer's neck. Tang Shaoyang smirked as he thought he had won the battle. However, in the next moment the butcher knife reached Swiffer's neck. Tang Shaoyang's smirk froze as the butcher knife bounced back. Swiffer's neck was more like rubble that bounced his butcher knife back. As the Swiffer still tried to pull its hand out, Tang Shaoyang took this chance to cut Swiffer's neck once again. The same as his first attempt, the butcher knife bounced back. The butcher knife only managed to cut Swiffer's messy hair. Tang Shaoyang immediately retreated afterward. He distanced himself from the Swiffer as it almost managed to pull its 2 arms out of the wall. He wasted a chance to kill the Swiffer and encountered more trouble. The butcher knife could not cut Swiffer's neck. If butcher knife failed to cut Swiffer's neck, then how was he supposed to kill Swiffer? He had a way to cope with Swiffer's extremely fast movement. Now he was troubled with how to kill the Swiffer. The sharpest weapon he had, butcher knife, could not cut Swiffer's neck. Tang Shaoyang was thinking of a way to kill the Swiffer as he made his way to the wall again. Meanwhile, Swiffer already pulled its 2 arms from the wall and had its red eyes set on Tang Shaoyang. It rushed with even faster movement than before, but Tang Shaoyang had prepared for this. He immediately rolled down and avoided the Swiffer's pounced. It had its 2 arms stuck on the wall again. Tang Shaoyang rushed back and slashed his butcher knife toward the Swiffer's arms. He realized he could not cut Swiffer's neck. This time he aimed the arms to slow down its movement. "I can't cut your neck, but I will cut your arms." He brandished the butcher knife with all his might. To Tang Shaoyang's surprise, the butcher knife went through and cut the Swiffer's right arm. Spurt! The green liquid spurted out from the arm. Without hesitation, Tang Shaoyang aimed his butcher knife to the Swiffer's other hand. With all his might, he brandished the butcher knife downward. Spurt! The green spurted out from Swiffer's other arm. It lost its 2 arms now, but it did not release any sound, which meant it did not feel the pain. Tang Shaoyang immediately retreated back, creating a safe distance from Swiffer, just in case the Swiffer had another deadly move despite losing its 2 arms. He distanced about 10 meters away from the Swiffer. Then he saw the Swiffer still had its eyes on him. It wanted to rush toward him again, but losing its 2 arms, it could not move as fast as before. Instead, Swiffer was limping its way toward him. It was too slow compared to its beforehand movement. Looking at the Swiffer, Tang Shaoyang smirked. Swiffer was just like a quadruped animal losing its 4 limbs. It kept falling forward as it tried to rush to Tang Shaoyang. He rushed forward and ran around to the Swiffer's back. Swiffer's lame mobility could not follow Tang Shaoyang's agile movement. The situation took a sudden turn. Now it was Swiffer's turn that failed to follow Tang Shaoyang's motion. Tang Shaoyang turned around and hacked Swiffer's feet. He put all his might into his butcher knife and cut Swiffer's remaining limbs. After cutting Swiffer's remaining limbs, Tang Shaoyang retreated back. He was quite cautious and did not lower his guard down. Even the Swiffer had lost its 4 limbs. Swiffer was an evolution of a normal zombie. It might have a secret weapon it had not used yet, like elongated its tongue and pulled him into its mouth, or maybe it could grow its 4 limbs back. He did not know. After all, it was a zombie, a creature he unfamiliar with. Losing its 4 limbs, Swiffer kept struggling on the floor. It was still trying to approach him despite having lost its 4 limbs. Tang Shaoyang had a butcher knife in his right hand and a steel pipe in his left hand. He was prepared and pretty confident he could avoid Swiffer's surprise attack if it had one. He kept retreating as the limbless Swiffer swagging its way toward him. It was similar to a worm, but Swiffer was clearly not used to walk without its limbs. A few minutes had passed since Swiffer lost its limbs, but there was no sign its limbs would grow back or elongated its tongue out to reach him. Tang Shaoyang relieved with this result. Now he had to think of a way to kill this Swiffer now. He looked at the steel pipe in his hand and looked back to the struggled Swiffer's head. He approached Swiffer vigilantly as he did not want to get caught off guard if the Swiffer had a surprise move. He came closer to slowly and cautiously when he reached 2 meters away from Swiffer. He stopped. It moved to him slowly, and there was no sudden move or secret move he worried about. It only wriggled on the floor, trying to reach him. This time, Tang Shaoyang truly relieved. He put the steel pipe down and held the butcher knife in his 2 hands. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Tang Shaoyang slashed his butcher knife towards Swiffer's head. It was the same as before. The butcher knife bounced back. However, this time, he did not stop. He kept slashing his butcher knife to Swiffer's head, but to no avail. The butcher knife only inflicted small damage on Swiffer. A line of green liquid flowed down from its head, but that was it. Tang Shaoyang could not crush Swiffer's head. In short, he could not kill Swiffer with the butcher knife. It still wriggled energetically on the pool of green liquid. Losing its limbs did not make him lose its will to fight against Tang Shaoyang. Meanwhile, Tang Shaoyang frowned, thinking of a way to burst this zombie's head. If only I have a hammer or an axe, maybe I can crush this head. Speaking here, Tang Shaoyang had an idea. He put the butcher knife on the floor and walked back where he put his steel pipe. He picked the steel pipe and approached the wriggling Swiffer. Then, he began smashing Swiffer's head with the steel pipe in his hand. Bug! 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 It caused a strange sound, but Tang Shaoyang did not care. He kept smashing Swiffer's head with all his might. If Swiffer could sense the pain, it might release out a pained shriek. 5 minutes. He did not stop smashing Swiffer's head for 5 minutes. However, there was no sign it would die soon. It kept wriggling fiercely on the floor despite green liquid streamed down from its head. Just die already, you bitch. Die, die, die! 10 minutes. Fuck! Go die already! 15 minutes, Swiffer's head cracked, but it did not stop moving. It was still alive. Shit! Are you immortal? Why don't you go die, bitch? Tang Shaoyang's curses filled the big hall. Besides the strange noise caused by him from hitting Swiffer's head, Tang Shaoyang's annoyed voice echoed in the hall. In the end, Tang Shaoyang's tone changed into begging. He was begging to the Swiffer, please, just go die already. I want to get a rest, go die, okay? You will not be tortured like this if you just go die. He continued, smashed Swiffer's head. A deformed look was getting smashed for 12 minutes. It turned even more unrecognizable as the green liquid covered all over its face. However, Yang Shaoyang could see Swiffer's body still wriggled around. 20 minutes had passed since Tang Shaoyang started smashing Swiffer's head. Please, die, please, please die already. It's good for both of us. You will be free from the torture, and I will get a good sleep. So please go die, okay? Maybe Swiffer heard his plea, or maybe Swiffer could not hold on anymore. Its motion became slower and slower. A few seconds later, it stopped wriggling. Losing its 4 limbs and getting his head smashed into pulp, Swiffer finally died tragically. Along with the death of Swiffer, a robotic voice rang in Tang Shaoyang's mind. Congratulations! You have killed the Keeper and finished minigame. Killed or get killed. You gained a reward, 1 level 9 treasure chest, a territory, mansion, +1 level, and +1 level for the first person who completed a minigame. This is a sample from my virtual library empire. Read the rest on M. You leveled up. You gained 2 attribute points. You leveled up. You gained 2 attribute points. You gained 2 attribute points. You leveled up. You gained 2 attribute points. A series of notifications from the robotic voice rang in his head. Tang Shaoyang ignored the robotic voice and searched for the nearest room. He entered the room and there was a medium-sized bed. He laid his body on the bed and got his body in a comfortable position. After that, he instantly fell asleep, with his sticky body, which was covered by a green liquid. He did not care, but his priority was sleeping. He did not worry if there was a person inside the mansion. This mansion was Swiffer's territory. The person who entered this place had to face that disgusting zombie to stay here, so he was sure there was no one except for him in this mansion. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Like, subscribe. Share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 8. Destroyer. Tang Shaoyang was sleeping like a dead log. The fight against Swiffer really exhausted him. He only woke up when the needle stopped at the number 12. He slowly opened his eyes lid and looked at the clock on the wall across the bed. Tang Shaoyang furrowed his brow deeper as a stinky smell assaulted his nose. The stinky smell was originated from his body. The stinky and unpleasant smell filled the room. He let out a displeased groan as he woke up from the bed. Not only his body was smelly, but it also sticky, which was making him uncomfortable. I need to wash up. Tang Shaoyang left the room, back to the hall where he and Swiffer battled last night. Surprisingly, the hall was not as stinky as the bedroom. No, in fact, there was no smell in the hall, which was weird. His body was splashed with green liquid, and it permeated a penetrating smell to his nostrils. He thought the hall would be more noisome and smelly than the bedroom. He left Swiffer's dead body here. Tang Shaoyang rushed to the place where he killed Swiffer and found out Swiffer's dead body was missing. Instead, he found a big wooden chest replace the Swiffer dead body. He was alerted and immediately checked the surroundings. He was looking for his butcher knife and steel pipe while checking if there was another person or not. He checked the dimmed hall cautiously, and he found the steel pipe and butcher knife was near the wooden chest. While checking the surroundings, Tang Shaoyang came closer to the wooden chest. However, he stopped his steps 5 meters away from the wooden chest. He was sure the wooden chest was not here last night. This wooden chest was the most suspicious one. Is there a creature inside the wooden chest? Tang Shaoyang mumbled as he stared at the wooden chest with a look of doubt and full of suspicion. If there was really a creature inside, it explained why the Swiffer body went missing. The creature inside the wooden chest regarded Swiffer as food and ate it. Or maybe the wooden chest is a living creature? It swallowed Swiffer's body? Tang Shaoyang's mind ran wild. He was not surprised if the wooden chest was truly alive. After all, the zombie, robotic voice in his head, the status screen, and everything that happened until now seemed to be surreal. So he was not surprised if the wooden chest was a living creature. Tang Shaoyang slowly got closer to the steel pipe and the butcher knife. He picked his weapon and ready for another fight. He moved slowly to create a little noise, as he assumed the creature inside the wooden box was still sleeping. Step by step, Tang Shaoyang got closer to the big wooden chest. It was 3 meters long and a meter tall. In fact, it was more like a coffin, if not for its upper part, which was curved upward like a chest. He arrived at the wooden chest, but there was no reaction from it. There was no sound from inside the wooden box. There was also no sign of the wooden chest was a living creature. It did not move in the slightest. Swoosh! With a fast motion, he stabbed the wooden chest with a butcher knife in his right hand. If there was a creature inside the wooden, Tang Shaoyang hoped it would die from the stab he delivered. If the wooden chest was a living creature, he hoped it would die with his stab. Glack! However, to Tang Shaoyang's shock, the butcher knife bounced back. He felt numb on his hand. The wooden chest was harder than the butcher knife. Not even a scratch on the wooden chest. Without hesitation, he abandoned the butcher knife and held the steel pipe with his 2 hands, and then he banged the wooden chest with the steel pipe. Bang, 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 bang! The hall was filled with a noise of Tang Shaoyang banged the wooden chest. However, no matter how hard he hit the wooden chest, it won't break. Instead, the steel pipe was slightly bent. The wooden chest was harder than the steel pipe. Tang Shaoyang immediately picked the butcher knife and retreated to a safer distance from the wooden chest. Wood that harder than steel, there was nothing more suspicious than this. Tang Shaoyang distanced away from the wooden chest. He held the steel pipe in his left hand and a butcher knife in his right hand, tightly. He observed the wooden chest, waiting for its reaction. He had been hitting the wooden chest for some time. If there was a creature resided inside the wooden chest, or if the wooden chest was a creature itself, it should make some reactions. He stared at the wooden chest tightly and had his guard up. 20 seconds, and he could not detect any reactions from the wooden chest. There was no sound or movement from it. Is it just a normal wooden chest? Should I open it? Tang Shaoyang mumbled. Deep inside his heart, he wanted to open the chest, but he was worried if there was something dangerous inside the chest. What if it's a trap? He shook his head and decided to wait. It was a battle of patience, Tang Shaoyang thought. 1 minute. Nothing happened. 10 minutes. Still, nothing happened. Another 20 minutes. Tang Shaoyang still had his eyes glued on the wooden chest. He began losing his patience and truly thought he was overthinking. There was no creature, or the wooden chest was not a creature. Despite thinking so, he still did not open the wooden chest or even came close to it. Tang Shaoyang walked to the entrance. He still did not put the weapon in his hands. In 3 steps, he looked back. Got you. He was still thinking there was a creature inside the wooden chest and assumed the creature was very cautious. It won't make a move as long as he had his eyes on it. So Tang Shaoyang played this trick. However, he found the wooden chest was still closed and in the same position. He turned around and walked to the entrance. 5 steps afterward, he turned around once again. The wooden was still motionless on the spot. It was not moving and still closed. Tang Shaoyang did the same tricks for 5 times and arrived at the place where he put the backpack. There was no reaction or movement from the wooden chest. He ignored the wooden chest and took a set of clothes. After that, he looked for a bathroom. It was so uncomfortable with his sticky and smelly body. As he looked for a bathroom, he kept glancing back at the wooden chest. He did not lower his guard down. He opened the room one by one, looking for a bathroom while keeping a watch at the wooden chest. However, after opening the 4th room, Tang Shaoyang stopped caring for the wooden chest. He got pissed off because he could not get the bathroom. There were too many rooms, and the rooms he opened were a bedroom. Until then, he found a well-decorated room in pink. The bed cover, the wallpaper, even the ceiling, and the carpet were in pink. Without a doubt, he entered a girl's room. The room was neat, and there were no sign people entered the room. Because the room was different from the other rooms, there must be a shower inside. Sure enough, he found a big bathroom, even bigger than the place he lived before. There was a square bathtub in the middle and the shower on the right. Truly a bathroom for the rich. Except for sink, the square bathtub in 5 by 5 square meters, and the shower, the bathroom was pretty empty for a big bathroom. Tang Shaoyang paid no attention to the detail. He headed to the shower and washed the stinky green liquid in his body. He washed his body 4 times in 10 minutes to remove the stinky smell on his body. After that, Tang Shaoyang enjoyed himself to soak his body inside the big bathtub. As he soaked his body inside the big bathtub, he checked his screen status. He remembered he gained many levels last night. Name, Tang Shaoyang. Age, 26. Affiliation, none. Level 15. Talent, Divine Body Attribute Point, 8. Strength, 56. Agility, 23. Vitality, 26. Stamina, 25. Magic Power, 16. Sense, 6. Skill, Basic Detection. Tang Shaoyang held his chin. He was thinking about how to allocate his attribute point. Last night's fight gave him a new light of understanding regarding the zombies. Not only him, the human who could become stronger, the zombie could also become stronger as well. Last night, it was an evolved zombie he fought against. It was much stronger than a normal zombie. This meant the zombie outside there could also evolve into this Swiffer, or maybe there were also many types of other zombies. Should I put my attribute point into agility as well? Agility is not a bad choice. I can match the Swiffer speed by investing my attribute to agility. However, an image he smashed the Swiffer head for 20 minutes, and also the wooden chest he could not break just now displayed in his mind. I need more strength, or I will be more miserable if encounter a zombie that has a harder head. Nah, I will just go with strength and vitality. It suited me well. A strong body and super strength are the most suitable for my way of fighting. Tang Shaoyang decided to stick with vitality and agility. Then sense caught in his eyes. From level 1 until now, level 15, sense only increased by 1. He tried to add the attribute point he had to sense, and a robotic voice resounded in his mind. You can't allocate your attribute points into sense. Why? Tang Shaoyang surprised as he could not add the attribute point into sense and blurted out in an instant. However, the robotic voice in his mind ignored him. It did not explain anything afterward except for telling him that he could not allocate the attribute point into sense. This sense might be a crucial attribute amongst the other attributes, Tang Shaoyang concluded. This version was sourced from MVL'd. I have to find out how to increase this sense attribute. After that, Tang Shaoyang allocated his attribute points to strength and vitality. After spending his time in the bathroom for 20 minutes, Tang Shaoyang back to the hall with a fresh and fragrant body. He immediately checked the wooden chest and found it was still in the same position, not moving even an inch. Here, he concluded this, just a normal wooden chest. It's time to open it. Tang Shaoyang was curious about the wooden chest and wondered what was inside it. He picked the butcher knife and got closer to the chest. With a butcher knife in his right hand, he opened the wooden chest with his left hand. As he opened the chest, a blinding shot out from the chest. Shit, this is a trap! Tang Shaoyang yelped in surprise. He turned around and ran to the closest room. Bam! He closed the door. Along with it, the robotic voice resounded in his mind. You have opened a level 9 treasure chest. Congratulations, you get Destroyer. Tang Shaoyang's eyes went wide as he heard a familiar voice. It turned the wooden chest he doubted was a treasure chest. Fuck you, robot. Can't you just tell me it's a treasure chest? He cursed out. It was silly treating a treasure chest as an enemy. Not only that, but he also tried to destroy a treasure chest with his steel pipe. It was fortunate that the treasure chest did not break. Tang Shaoyang went out of the room and found out the treasure chest was gone. The wooden chest now replaced with a weapon. It looked like a spear with a long shaft that reached 3 meters. However, it had different spearheads. On the right side, there was a big crescent blade in red, and on the other side and the end of the shaft had a normal spearhead. It looked like an axe to him, but the long shaft proved otherwise. Tang Shaoyang approached the weapon. With just a glance, he could tell the weapon was made of steel. The blade and the shaft were glistening in red. Tang Shaoyang picked up his new weapon. The weapon was heavy, but he could still lift it with his right hand. However, he could not use it to fight with only a hand like the steel pipe. He had to swing it with both hands. As he lifted the weapon, a screen appeared before his eyes. Class, White, upgradable. Attribute bonus, plus 15 strength, weight, 212 kilograms. Tang Shaoyang tried to swing Destroyer with his 2 hands and created a wung 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 sound. A satisfied smile formed on his lips. Suit with the name Destroyer. A perfect weapon to destroy everything blocks my path. Tang Shaoyang put Destroyer on his shoulder and walked toward his backpack. He picked up the backpack and walked out of the big mansion. It was time to continue his journey, a journey to establish his empire, the Tang Empire. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 9. Survivors. You are leaving the territory mansion. The robotic resounded in his mind as soon as Tang Shaoyang left the mansion. He paused steps and looked back at the big and luxurious mansion. So this mansion belongs to me right now, he muttered in a low voice. So minigame is a game to fight for the territory? Tang Shaoyang concluded after a moment of silence. He was not sure about the purpose of the minigame, but he was sure he got this territory after he killed the keeper of the mansion, Swiffer. So what about this territory? Is there any use for the territory? Tang Shaoyang asked the robotic voice. However, he had to be disappointed as usual. The robotic voice won't respond to his inquiry. Tang Shaoyang understood the territory meant. It's just what this territory for. The role of this territory in this game-like world, what is it for? This was what he wanted to know. He could only let out a sigh as there were only little to no clues regarding that. He checked the screen status but could not find territory there. Tang Shaoyang shook his head and continued his journey. Even though the robotic voice told him the mansion belonged to him, he did not hesitate to leave the mansion. He wanted to get a better territory than this mansion. Bringing a big destroyer on his shoulder and 2 backpacks on his back, Tang Shaoyang walked by following the highway. 3 days since Tang Shaoyang departed from the mansion and the thrilling battle against the Swiffer. He now had only 1 backpack on his back, indicating he had a limited supply on him. However, Tang Shaoyang was not worried as he already near to his destination. A day walk, then, he would reach his destination, a place where Tang Empire's main palace would be built. He was not concerned with the supply, but he was more worried about something else, the survivors. Tang Shaoyang could not find a single survivor even after 3 days' journey. Zombies were the only species he encountered. He lost the count of how many zombies he had killed during the way. His level raised by 3 levels just from killing the zombies. It was a completely one-sided slaughter for him, which was good for him. This content originates from M1, My Virtual Library Empire. It was also fortunate there was no evolved zombie just like Swiffer. It was a trip with less risk compared to the experience of the minigame. However, he was still concerned about the survivors. It was not that he was a saint who wanted to save them, but without the survivors, his trip would be a waste. How could he build an empire without the people? Tang Shaoyang's mood was somewhat low as he walked through the residential district. The reason he could easily kill the zombies was Destroyer. With 1 swing, at least 3 to 6 zombies would die. He swung Destroyer as he walked, and he looked right and left, searching if there were any survivors. However, he had to be disappointed as he could not find a living human. Wung! 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 Shh! This must be because of you guys. Tang Shaoyang vented his frustration out to the zombies. Finally, I get a chance to establish an empire and an emperor, but you shitty zombies ruined my plan. Tang Shaoyang madly slaughtered the zombies, when the last wave of the zombies decapitated by Destroyer. The robotic voice resounded. You leveled up. You gained 2 attribute points. He allocated the attribute points to vitality and strength as usual. Then he frowned once again. Tang Shaoyang chose this route because he thought there would be many zombies he could kill. However, now he had killed all the zombies around here. It was too little for a big district like this. Tang Shaoyang entered one of the houses, but it was empty. He entered another house, and also empty. Not only he could not find survivors, he now could not find the zombies as well. After that, he looked around the district, and after 15 minutes of searching, Tang Shaoyang found where the zombies were. The crowd of zombies gathered outside of the district, and they seemed to be walking in the same direction. It seemed there was something that attracted the zombies. He did not attack the zombies, but he looked at the surroundings. He could not find something particular or special or strange. Tang Shaoyang did a quick scan once again. He was afraid there was an evolved zombie other stronger creature around. After making sure there was nothing suspicious and dangerous around, he entered the nearest house and put the backpack there. He did not want his supply covered in the green liquid, so he put the backpack here temporarily. Moreover, he could move without worry his back would get torn down by the zombies. He put the backpack down and came out once again. Tang Shaoyang approached the crowd of zombies while bringing the big destroyer on his shoulder. The distance between the zombies and him was about 100 meters. He walked at a steady pace, and when the distance between him and the zombies shortened to 20 meters, he stopped his steps and let loose the destroyer to the asphalt road. Bang! It caused a quite loud noise and attracted the zombies' attention. The zombies looked back and saw Tang Shaoyang. With a moment of pause, the zombies swarmed toward Tang Shaoyang. With a big grin, Tang Shaoyang picked display, destroyed with his 2 hands, and charged toward the zombies. Wung! He swung destroyer toward the zombies' heads. Based on his last 2 days' experiences, even the zombie got the body split into 2. It would not die. Even when he aimed at the neck, sometimes there were a few zombies survived. Tang Shaoyang knew that he needed to kill the zombies to get stronger, so he did not want to waste even one zombie. So during the last 2 days of fighting the zombies, he formed a habit to hit the zombies at their heads. Splat! The 6 foremost zombies had their heads split apart in one swung. With Tang Shaoyang's current strength and destroyer, it was pretty easy to kill the zombies. He was now no longer afraid of getting surrounded by the zombies. The destroyer would help him to clear the zombies easily. Wung! 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 Tang Shaoyang swung destroyer here and there as he advanced. No zombies could hinder his steps as he advanced to the center of these zombies. He was curious about the thing that attracted the zombies to gather here. The zombies' decayed bodies splattered everywhere as Tang Shaoyang advanced, and soon he heard what he wanted the most. Don't let the zombies enter the building. Hold up! Hold up! Left flank! Don't let loose your defense! Man up! Man up! He heard a human's voice, the thing he wanted to hear and meet the most, the survivors. Ha-ha! Your emperor is going to save you. Hold up! Tang Shaoyang picked his pace as he madly swung destroyer. Wung! Wung! Weng! Weng! The destroyer pierced the air and caused even more loud sound. A few moments later, Tang Shaoyang finally saw the survivors. There were dozens of people guarded the entrance of a long building. They built a barricade with chairs and tables while hitting the zombies from behind the barricade. These people had various kinds of weapons in their hands. A few of them held an emergency axe, a baseball stick. He even saw a few women held pans. Not only Tang Shaoyang saw the group, but the group also saw Tang Shaoyang. A person wore a dark blue raincoat, a black full-face helmet, and a strange spear with axe blade. Tang Shaoyang's appearance was eye-catching, and the group immediately noticed him. They were shocked by the incoming, a strange guy. However, they saw the man in a dark blue raincoat was helping them to clear the zombies. They saw the man in a dark blue raincoat was in a killing spree. In one swing of the strange spears, at least 10 zombies' heads split apart. A man who seemed to be the leader of the group immediately gave out his order, "Cover the flank! Cover the flank!" He could tell the man in a dark blue raincoat was helping them by taking the zombies ahead of them. With the help of the man in a blue raincoat, the pressure was lessened, and he realized they only took care of the flank to clear the zombies. Tang Shaoyang madly swung destroyer to the zombies. He was making sure there were no zombies pass him. He would protect the people who would be his subjects in the future. The slaughter continued. With Tang Shaoyang's presence, there were only a few zombies who headed toward the group. Most of the zombies were attracted by Tang Shaoyang. It relieved and shocked the group at the same time. They were relieved as they only had to face a little zombie. They were shocked by the man in dark blue raincoat's prowess. It could be said the man in dark blue raincoat single-handedly wiped out the zombies. The battle continued for another 2 hours. The road that was filled with zombies now void of the zombies. The zombies were dead with their decayed bodies splattered around. Amidst the decayed zombies' bodies, there was a man stood with a deep red, strange spear on his shoulder. The group could not see the face, as the helmet covered the man's face. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 10. Lugang Tang Shaoyang single-handedly wiped out the zombies, caused the group left in awe, and also be cautious around him. It had been 15 minutes since the battle was over, and the group invited Tang Shaoyang to enter the building. The building was an inn, and the group took this inn with many rooms as a temporary base. The group comprised 56 men, 33 women, and 13 children around 6 to 10. The person who led the fight just now was a man in his early 30s, had a fine build but a bit short with 170 centimeters in height. He had a square face with slanted eyes and thick eyebrows. This man was Wei Peng. At least he introduced himself with that name. He did not know if it was his real name or not, as this Wei Peng seemed cautious around him. Tang Shaoyang understood why he was cautious around him. If he was in Wei Peng's shoes, he would be cautious as well. After all, they were strangers, and the stranger looked dangerous as well. Wei Peng led Hero to the lobby and invited him to sit on the sofa. As Tang Shaoyang sat down, there was a woman bringing a glass of water and put it in front of Tang Shaoyang. The woman was in her early 20s and had a decent look. However, the woman looked haggard from lack of sleep and also exhausted. Her eyes were void of emotion. It was empty. It was as if a woman who had no desire to live. Tang Shaoyang frowned as he found the unusualness on the woman. He had a bad feeling regarding this, but chose to keep silent as he was still not clear about the situation here. On the other hand, Wei Peng misinterpreted Tang Shaoyang's frown as displeasure. He thought Tang Shaoyang was displeased because he only gave him a glass of water. "I am sorry, Brother Tang. We do not have any food with us. Water is the only thing we can offer you." Wei Peng carefully and cautiously apologized for the poor treatment, but he also did not forget to explain the current condition they experienced. "Oh, no problem." Tang Shaoyang gazed away from the woman. He was aware Wei Peng got it wrong, but he also did not bother to explain. He picked up the glass and drank a mouthful of water. He was quite thirsty after the fighting. At the same time, he was thinking about how to take these people with him, taking them as his people. Food was the best choice to lure them. Based on what Wei Peng said, they did not have food. However, even though the food was the best option, but he only had a limited amount of supply for himself. These guys would not follow him if he asked them like, "Hey guys, I am strong, follow me and I will protect you." Even until now, these guys were still cautious around him, despite being saved by him. So he had to think of a way to get these people to follow him. Tang Shaoyang put the glass back on the table and asked, "So what happened? Why did the zombies attack you guys?" This, the thing Tang Shaoyang wanted to know the most. He did know the zombies sensitive to the sounds. He believed these people stayed in the inn to avoid the zombie, not to attract them. There was no way they would make a loud noise to attract the zombies. There must be something that attracted zombies, and Tang Shaoyang wanted to know about this. Knowing more about the enemy was a good thing for future trouble. However, Tang Shaoyang noticed Wei Peng had a bitter smile mixed with fury reflected in his eyes. Then Wei Peng began telling Tang Shaoyang what happened to them. This version was sourced from MVL. The group was supposed to be under the lead of the cops, comprised of 5 policemen and 2 policewomen. The cops saved many survivors and took this in as a temporary base. At first, everything went smooth, and the cops saved more and more people. However, on the second day, there was a group revolted and killed the cops. 5 male cops died, while the female cops were raped and killed afterward. Since that day, the group took over the control of this group. The group consisted of 20 men, and the man who led this group was Lu Gang. This group began doing as they pleased to the other survivors. They took the women and food with them. Lu Gang only gave the men and the children 1 meal a day. What was worse, this group did not go out to look for supply. They just stayed in the inn all day, and then, today, they ran out of food. The group then attracted the zombies around here to the inn and left the inn afterward. In short, the Lu Gang group used the survivors in this inn as bait while they ran away. Even though the survivors group had more people than the Lu Gang group, they could do nothing about it. Lu Gang had a gun. It was the gun they took from the cops. Tang Shaoyang furrowed his brows deeper upon hearing Lu Gang. He was familiar with this name. Dragon Wing's boss also had the same name, Lu Gang. However, Tang Shaoyang was not sure if both were the same person. However, deep inside, Tang Shaoyang was delighted. From what happened to this group, he could take this chance to take them under his wing. As for Lu Gang, since the world turned like this, he would never associate himself with Dragon Wing anymore. He did not care, as the relationship between the vassal and lord had come to an end. This time he would stand alone, establishing his own empire. He would no longer below someone else. "So what are you going to do now?" Tang Shaoyang asked impassively. He did not reveal his intention to take this group under his wing. Wei Peng had a troubled look upon hearing that. He also did not know what to do with the people with him. They did not have food, most of them could not fight with the zombies, and had only a little equipment could be used to fight against the zombies. The more Wei Peng felt troubled, the more advantage he had. It would be easier to rope these people in. "Do you know where the nearest place to get food?" Tang Shaoyang changed the subject. He did not force Wei Peng to make a decision. After all, his purpose was to get them under his wing, and he was not a dictator who would force them to follow him. The first thing he should do that was to show them what he's capable of. He had to show his more reliable side so they willingly followed him. That was his intention. After all of this, then he would show his intention to take them with him. Sure enough, after he threw his question out, Wei Peng looked bright. He had a hopeful look as he gazed at Tang Shaoyang. The scene of Tang Shaoyang slaughtering the zombies played in his mind. He believed that if Tang Shaoyang took an action, the food was not a problem. Then a place came to his mind when Tang Shaoyang asked the place to get food. "I know a good place to get food. A lot of food." Wei Peng excitedly responded as he rose from the sofa, displaying how excited he was. "Good, gather the men. We will get the food." Tang Shaoyang did not betray Wei Peng's expectation with his answer. Wei Peng was truly delighted. He did not feel suspicious of Tang Shaoyang. If Tang Shaoyang really had a bad intention, there was no need to use a cheap trick like this. With Tang Shaoyang's strength showed them during the battle against the zombies, he could force them under submission without using an underhand trick. That was why, even though Wei Peng appeared to be cautious and vigilant earlier, he did not suspect Tang Shaoyang if he wanted to help them. Of course, he had not completely trusted Tang Shaoyang yet. But the food was the most urgent need for this group. He had to trust Tang Shaoyang temporarily if he wanted to get the food. Wei Peng organized a group of an adult, and all of them men, of course. However, these men looked listless and haggard, lack of vigor. Tang Shaoyang took his big backpack and took out a bunch of food, chocolate bar, bread, and milk. He shared the food he had and emptied the backpack. He also shared the food with the women and children. He wanted to get more food. It was better having an empty backpack, as he wanted to replenish his supply as well. "Thank you, Brother Tang." "Thank you, Brother Tang." Wei Peng bowed his head as he thanked Tang Shaoyang repeatedly. "Thank you, Brother Tang. Thank you, Brother Tang." The others also followed in tow as they took the food on the table. For what happened next, it was quite simple for Tang Shaoyang, but it was quite thrilling for the others. Wei Peng led him to a department store with 20 men while the rest protecting the inn. Tang Shaoyang easily disposed of the zombies, and they entered the department store in such dominating fashion. The zombies were just like pigs being slaughtered by Tang Shaoyang. The group now looked favorably at Tang Shaoyang. They transported the supply to the car they brought from the inn. The trip was pretty smooth, and the group packed the car with a full load of supply. However, just before the group left the department store, there was a group blocked the car. The group consisted of 17 men. At the same time, Tang Shaoyang and Wei Peng also went out of the department store. Upon sighted the group, Wei Peng's countenance went pale. He recognized the group. It was Lu Gang group who killed the cops and used them as bait in order to leave the inn. "It's Lu Gang!" Wei Peng exclaimed in anger, but fear dominated him as he knew the opposite side had a gun. Tang Shaoyang looked at the direction Wei Peng looked at. He found someone familiar in the group. It was his ex-boss, Lu Gang. Wei Peng braced himself and walked toward the car. Tang Shaoyang followed with a big blade axe on his shoulder. It was quite eye-catching. Lu Gang and his underlings immediately noticed Tang Shaoyang's presence. At first, Lu Gang was shocked when he found someone with a big and dominated-look weapon he did not know became part of the survivor group. However, the shock turned into a pleasant surprise when he got a clear look at the man's face. "Brother Tang, Berserker Tang from Youyouliucun, I am glad you survive." Lu Gang approached Tang Shaoyang and gave him a bear hug. Looking at this scene unfold, Wei Peng's face turned even paler. He could not think that Tang Shaoyang was part of Lu Gang's gang. Name, Tang Shaoyang, age 26, affiliation, none, level 19. Talent, divine body attribute point, 0 strength, 72, agility, 27, vitality, 38, stamina, 33, magic power, 20, sense, 6, skill, basic detection. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 11. Massacre. Tang Shaoyang did not return the hug. Instead, he broke free from Lu Gang brotherly hug. He backed 2 steps and said in a toneless voice, "Long time no see, Lu Gang. May I know, why did you block our cars?" Calling Lu Gang by name proved that he was no longer under his wing. He already thought why did Lu Gang could survive and why he was here. That night, the night where this weird game started, Dragon Wing swiping their rivals' territory. The majority of these areas were Hawk Talon's territory. That night, Lu Gang and his underlings were taking Hawk Talon's territory and trapped here as the weird game started. Tang Shaoyang came into that conclusion as soon as he met Lu Gang here. "Tang Shaoyang, you are changed." Lu Gang was surprised by Tang Shaoyang's lukewarm attitude toward him and said those words as he backed down for a few steps. There were about 7 meters of distance separated both of them. The atmosphere also turned a little intense. Lu Gang's underlings also eyed Tang Shaoyang cautiously. Wei Peng was relieved but also nervous at the same time. He relieved Tang Shaoyang was not in Lu Gang's side, but he was nervous as it seemed they were about to clash against Lu Gang and his underlings. "You are also changed, turning even more lawless than before," Tang Shaoyang returned indifferently. Lu Gang was not surprised to hear those words. Wei Peng must be telling his deeds to Tang Shaoyang already. However, there was one thing that made him cautious around Tang Shaoyang. The zombies. There were no zombies around here, and the inn also supposed to be surrounded by zombies. How did they get out of the inn? Wei Peng and his groups were cowards. They did not dare to face the zombies. He knew it that well than everyone here. There was a conclusion. It was Tang Shaoyang who killed the zombies and saved the survivors. But how could one man clear the zombies that numbered to thousands? He scanned the surroundings, wanting to find if there were other persons. However, the area around here was void of life. He could not even find a walking zombie. The world has changed, so we, the inhabitants of the world, also have to change. The strong rule the weak. It never changed, even before the world collapses. Lu Gang replied with a slight grin. Even though he was marveled by Tang Shaoyang's strength, but it was different now. He had a gun in his pocket. He was not afraid of the Berserker Tang from Youyouliucun. Indeed, the strong rules the weak. It never changed. Tang Shaoyang nodded and made no further comment about that anymore. "Then, please make a way. We will not disturb you anymore." Tang Shaoyang did not want to have a fight against Lu Gang and his underlings. At least not now. Wei Peng and the others would be his burden. This was the reason why he wanted to avoid the direct clash against Lu Gang and his underlings. However, if the fight broke, Tang Shaoyang without hesitation would abandon Wei Peng and the other. He would put his attention only to Lu Gang and his group. Lu Gang's grin became wider as he heard this. He misinterpreted Tang Shaoyang's intention and thought Tang Shaoyang was afraid of him. As his lips formed a victorious smile, Lu Gang boldly declared with a big loud, "You can leave, but the supply in the car and these people stay. They are my people." Hearing this, Wei Peng paled and subconsciously peeked at Tang Shaoyang. The same for the others, they also lost their face color and subconsciously looked at Tang Shaoyang. Not a single one of them wanted to stay under Lu Gang's wing. They preferred to stay with Tang Shaoyang. Tang Shaoyang was their only hope. "You left them as bait to the zombies and I saved them. They are now my people and the supply in the car is mine. You can take the food supply inside the department store if you want." Lu Gang let out a chuckle and the grin on his face became wider. "Brother Tang, you forget the rule. Heh. The strong rule the weak. You know that, right?" After that, Lu Gang made a signal to his underlings while taking a gun from his waist. He showed Tang Shaoyang that he had a gun, telling Tang Shaoyang he was the strong, while Tang Shaoyang was the weak. Lu Gang's 7 underlings also took out a pistol. They pointed the muzzle toward Tang Shaoyang. In such a situation, Lu Gang thought he was the winner. As long as there were no additional people beside Tang Shaoyang, he believed the situation was under his control. To Lu Gang's surprise, not only Tang Shaoyang did not cower. He saw Tang Shaoyang made a big grin. He felt bad premonition regarding this, but he just could not think a possibility of Tang Shaoyang could win the fight with a gun in his hand. The big grin on Tang Shaoyang's face made him uncomfortable. However, he was confident in his group. They had 8 guns. It was enough to kill Tang Shaoyang. At least it was what he thought. Nervous? Certainly, Tang Shaoyang was a bit nervous facing 8 muzzles pointed at him at the same time. But he already determined that no longer worked under the others or bowed his head to the others. Then let's see who is strong and who is weak. After saying those words, Tang Shaoyang spoke to Wei Peng in a low voice. "Leave this place. I will take care of these people." But Wei Peng felt uncomfortable inside. There was no way he could leave Tang Shaoyang alone to face Lu Gang and the group. "Leave. I will not protect you guys." Tang Shaoyang decisively stated that he would not protect them if the fight broke. "Brother Tang, I already gave you a chance to leave, but you just don't appreciate it. Then don't blame me for being ruthless." Lu Gang perceived Tang Shaoyang had an intention to fight him. Actually, he wanted to force Tang Shaoyang to be his subordinate once again. However, he realized that he did not have a powerful background just like before. He could not force the wild Tang Shaoyang to work under him like before. It was better to kill Tang Shaoyang now, lest he would cause trouble in the future. Lu Gang raised the gun and pointed toward Tang Shaoyang's direction. Before he could pull the trigger, there was a big flying blade axe flew toward his face. It shocked Lu Gang, but his experienced fighting on the street saved his life. He managed to move sideways, avoiding the blade axe cut his body. Lu Gang managed to save his life, but in order to save his life, he had to pay a huge price for that. He lost his right arm and blood spurted out from his right arm. An acute pain assaulted Lu Gang as he fell on the ground. He convulsed on the ground in pain as he let out a pained roar. Bam! The flying blade axe landed right behind Lu Gang. It stuck on the ground and stood straight. Check my virtual library empire, MV1LEMP1YR, for the latest updates. It shocked everyone, including Wei Peng and his group. It happened too sudden and so fast. As everyone looked at Lu Gang, who wailed in pain on the ground, there was another shriek resounded. "Arr!" The shriek stopped halfway, and everyone looked toward the voice direction. They saw Tang Shaoyang held one of Lu Gang's underlings on the neck, but the man in Tang Shaoyang's hand already stopped moving, indicating the man died. Their attention was on Lu Gang earlier. They did not know when Tang Shaoyang moved. Everyone failed to notice Tang Shaoyang's movement. Everyone gazed at Tang Shaoyang in a shock. Then they noticed Tang Shaoyang took the gun from the man he killed. Then Tang Shaoyang aimed the gun to another Lu Gang's underling with a gun. It was clear he intended to kill everyone who held a gun. Tang Shaoyang pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! 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 The distance between him and the target was 7 meters. Thanks to a short distance, he managed to hole 14 bullets on the man he targeted. Lu Gang's underling instantly fell with 14 bullets lodged in his body. It shocked everyone that 2 men died and Lu Gang was suffered a bloody wound. The remaining 14 Lu Gang's underlings shook in shock. One of them immediately turned around and ran away while shouting, "Run!" With one of them leading to run away, the others followed. However, Tang Shaoyang did not plan to let these people left. He chased after a man with a gun in his hand. He easily caught up with the man he targeted. His hand was like an eagle talon, fast and deadly, as he caught the man's neck and crushed the neck with his raw strength. Crack! A bone cracking resounded, and the man who was caught by Tang Shaoyang went limp instantly. The man died with his neck and throat crushed with Tang Shaoyang's bare hand. Blood flowed out from the man's nose and mouth as the man closed his eyes. Tang Shaoyang's action did not stop here. He took the gun and aimed the man with a gun as well. Gunshot resounded once again. Another 2 Lu Gang's underling fell. Bang! 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 The gunshot awakened Lu Gang, who was still convulsing on the ground. He looked up and found 5 of his underlings already fell. It shook him as it was too fast. It was only a few minutes and Tang Shaoyang already killed his 5 subordinates. "Fool! Why are you running? Shoot him! He is alone! Don't run, you fool! Shoot him! Shoot him!" Lu Gang roared furiously as he realized his life was at stake. If his underlings failed to take Tang Shaoyang down, then he was done for. Lu Gang's roar proved to be effective as his underlings stopped running. They turned around, but it was too late. Only 2 men left with a gun in their hands. The rest only had a stick, steel pipe, and emergency axe. Tang Shaoyang took the gun from the man he just killed and aimed at the 2 men who had their guns also aimed at him. Bang! 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 The 3 amateurs with guns exchanged shots. Tang Shaoyang did not dare to stay on the spot. He was firing the gun while running. Lu Gang's 2 underlings had a hard time to hit Tang Shaoyang. However, the same for Tang Shaoyang as well. It was hard for him to hit these 2 men. Crick! 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 The gun ran out of the bullet, the same for Lu Gang's underling. While Tang Shaoyang did not have more bullets to reload, Lu Gang's 2 underlings reloading their guns. Of course, Tang Shaoyang won't let them reload the gun. He rushed to the 2 men who reloaded the gun at a frightening speed. The distance between them was about 15 meters. Bang! Bang! However, as Tang Shaoyang arrived, 3 gunshots rang. After the gunshot, he launched a punch toward the man on the right, and he rushed to the other one. He twisted the second man's neck, and it caused the man to die in an instant. The man who got a punch by Tang Shaoyang was still lying down while clutching his belly in pain. Then the man realized there was a shadow covered him. He looked up and found Tang Shaoyang. Tang Shaoyang had a gun in his hand, and the gun directed at the man's forehead. "No, don't kill me. I merely obeyed Lu Gang's order. Don't kill me. I will be your subordinate." Bang! Tang Shaoyang pulled the trigger, decisive and impassive. He killed Lu Gang's last subordinate who held a gun. The remaining 9 were showing a fear expression as their bodies were shivering. Run! Once again, Lu Gang's underlings decided to run away as they turned their backs at Lu Gang. Even though Lu Gang's subordinates decided to run away without a fight, Tang Shaoyang did not let them escape. He rushed toward Destroyer and gave chase to the remaining Lu Gang's underling. What happened next was a one-sided massacre. Wei Peng saw clearly that one of Lu Gang's subordinates had his body cut into 2, while the others had their heads separated from the body. The chase lasted less than 10 minutes. Afterward, Tang Shaoyang backed to Lu Gang with Destroyer on his shoulder. Fresh blood still dripped from the blade axe as Lu Gang looked at his former subordinate in a daze. Lu Gang wanted to speak, but Tang Shaoyang did not let him speak. He immediately swung Destroyer at Lu Gang's neck. Spurt! Blood spurted out from Lu Gang's neck. It was like a fountain, but it was blood that sprayed out of the human body. Lu Gang and his group were killed as Tang Shaoyang showed no mercy to his enemy. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 12. Decisions. The group back to the inn with a ton of food. It was supposed to be good news for the survivors. However, the survivors who stayed in the inn noticed that the atmosphere was a bit down and a slight tension atmosphere surrounded the group. They went back intact with no casualty and with an additional a lot of food. But why did the atmosphere turn out like this? Then they noticed there was something different with how they walked back. Except for Wei Peng, an 18-year-old youth, Luan the other kept their distance from Tang Shaoyang. That was weird, as when they departed, everyone was close to Tang Shaoyang. It could be said that they were fawning over Tang Shaoyang. However, why did they try to keep their distance from Tang Shaoyang now? What actually happened? Everyone who stayed in the inn was certainly curious. What weird Luan the only one who was exceptionally close to Tang Shaoyang? He was chatting. No, he was continuously talking to Tang Shaoyang despite getting a minimal response from Tang Shaoyang. It was what they noticed just from their perspective. Of course, not only the people who stayed in the inn noticed the issue. Tang Shaoyang was also aware that these people began keeping a distance from him. But he did not bother about it, as he knew the reason. These guys did not approve of his brutality, and after witnessing the slaughter, these people were scared of him. They kept their distance, lest they pissed him off and killed just like Lu Gang's group. The group headed to the lobby under Tang Shaoyang's lead. As soon as they reached the lobby, Tang Shaoyang fell onto the couch and spoke to Luan. "Get me hot water and towel." "Yes, sir," Luan excitedly replied, and he immediately ran away into the motel to get the hot water. Meanwhile, Wei Peng stood behind Tang Shaoyang and the lobby fell into a grim silence as the chatterbox Luan went away. After a moment of silence, Tang Shaoyang shook his head in disappointment. He thought he could recruit underlings out of these people, but now he had to change his plan. "Why are you still here? Go share the food with the girls and the kids." As he said that, Tang Shaoyang threw 2 empty backpacks to Wei Peng. "Fill up my bag while you at it." With that said, Wei Peng led the guys to allocate the supply. There were no words coming out of his mouth. The survivors who stayed in the motel became even more confused. But as the words entered their ears, the survivors immediately followed the guys, leaving Tang Shaoyang alone in the lobby. "No hope," Tang Shaoyang muttered in a low voice. Even after experiencing Lu Gang's tyranny, these guys still had not changed. These people still could not adapt to current changes. "Boss, your towel and hot water." After a moment, Luan's excited voice resounded. He brought a basin filled with hot water and 2 towels on his shoulder. He placed the basin and the towel before Tang Shaoyang. "Where are the others?" asked Luan as he scanned the surrounding. "They are taking care of the food. You also go to help them." Tang Shaoyang waved his hand at Luan. "Roger?" Then Luan turned around and headed out. Amongst the group, only Luan who was not scared of him. But Luan also the weakest amongst the group. No matter how weak this guy is, he can level up as long as he wants to kill the zombies. If he wants to follow me, I can help him a little with that. Tang Shaoyang muttered as his hand reached to the towel. He soaked the towel with hot water, then he took off his black shirt. On his right shoulder there was a wound and the blood had dried up. This content was first released on MVL, yes. Tang Shaoyang did not leave unscathed as one of Lu Gang's underlings managed to land a bullet on him. However, the wound almost closed at this time. Tang Shaoyang was surprised as it was too fast to heal from a gunshot. He had not even taken out the bullet yet, but the wound was almost closed. He got the towel and cleaned the wound. After that, he reached the wound with his left hand. He opened the almost healed wound as his 2 fingers drilled a little into his flesh. He dug the bullet out of his flesh, as the bullet was not too deep. Using his 2 fingers was enough to take the bullet out. During the process, Tang Shaoyang only frowned. He threw the bullet into the basin and cleaned the blood on his shoulder with the hot towel. Less than a minute, the bleeding stopped. So this is the work Vitality. He was marveled with his body as he recalled Vitality's description. It was truly increasing the capability of healing. Should I invest more into Vitality? After the team's return, the atmosphere turned really weird. But Tang Shaoyang did not bother with it, as he chose his own room to get a comfortable rest that day. The next day, Tang Shaoyang and the survivors gathered in the lobby once again. "I will continue my trip," Tang Shaoyang announced his leave to the survivors. The survivors who gathered in the lobby were mostly men with a few women. By now, all survivors already knew yesterday's incident. Tang Shaoyang could see that from the women's eyes, anxious and fearful were apparent as they did not dare to meet his eyes. He understood where the fear came from, Lu Gang. After experiencing Lu Gang's tyranny, they were afraid that he would do the same thing, ruling over them with force just like Lu Gang did before. These people did not want that to happen again. Of course, he was different from Lu Gang. At least, he would treat his people fairly, and he never abused his people. However, he would never tell it directly to these people that he was different from Lu Gang. "If you want to follow me, then pack up. I will depart in an hour," Tang Shaoyang added nonchalantly. Since these people were afraid of him, then he would leave. At first, he wanted to take these people with him, but he changed his mind after seeing these people's reaction after yesterday's incident. He would take them if they followed him willingly, but it would be hard now. He and these people had different views. They still could not adapt to the change. Killing or to be killed, it was his way to face the change, as these people still preferred life before the world changed. Silence followed after Tang Shaoyang's announcement. Uncertainty filled everyone's eyes. Without a doubt, they needed someone like Tang Shaoyang. At the same time, they were also afraid of the power that Tang Shaoyang possessed. "Sir Tang, where do you want to go? Are you going to the shelter?" After some time, Wei Peng braced himself and asked nervously. Wei Peng and the others thought the authorities had set up a shelter somewhere. He hoped Tang Shaoyang would bring them to this shelter. Living under authorities were much better than following a thug like Lu Gang or Tang Shaoyang. Wei Peng also addressed Tang Shaoyang with more respect than yesterday. Less, Tang Shaoyang would be pissed off if he treated him in a friendly manner. Tsk! Tang Shaoyang clicked his tongue as he heard Wei Peng called him sir. Wei Peng flinched in fear, as the people who had witnessed Tang Shaoyang's brutality also flinched in fear. "I am not going to any shelter. My destination is Pudong, RSH Pudong. I will take over RSH Pudong and build a shelter there." Tang Shaoyang told his plan. Yes, his plan was to take over the luxurious hotel RSH Pudong. This hotel would be his castle, the first step to build his empire. It sounded stupid to take a long journey only to occupy the hotel that filled with zombies, but Tang Shaoyang found it was worth it. Before the zombies appeared, he lived in a narrow room. Now the world changed, as the zombies caused chaos everywhere. However, for him, this change was a chance to change his life. Before, he never had a chance to stay at a luxurious hotel, but now he could do whatever he wanted to. The order had collapsed. Then he would create a new order in this new world. Moreover, the zombies were just too weak for him. A trip with big gain but no risk? Why not? However, the people in the lobby gasped in shock. Pudong was one of the crowdest places in SH City. What did it mean? It meant it was a place full of zombies. These people just felt secure as Tang Shaoyang cleaned the zombies around here, but now Tang Shaoyang wanted to take them to a place full of zombies. An eerie silence filled the lobby as Wei Peng was unsure how to respond to this bold declaration. He wanted to refuse, but he was also afraid that Tang Shaoyang would be furious if he refused to follow. At this time, the young Luan stepped forward and said loudly, "Boss Tang, let me follow you." Amongst the survivors, only Luan who did not change. He stayed the same even after witnessing Tang Shaoyang killed Lu Gang and his men. "Good. Get ready and prepare breakfast for me. I am going to wash up. We will depart after eating breakfast." Tang Shaoyang stood up from the couch as he gave out his order to the young Luan. Precisely an hour after the meeting in the lobby, Tang Shaoyang and Luan left the motel under the gaze of the survivors. He did not bother to convince these people to follow him at all. They walked toward the north, Central Park. RSH Pudong was located right behind the Central Park. To reach RSH Pudong, they had to pass through the 1,400,000 square meter Central Park. Disclaimer, all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 13. Central Park. The survivors who decided not to follow Tang Shaoyang watched Tang Shaoyang and Luan figure was getting far away from the motel. The survivors had various kinds of expression as they watched their benefactor go away. Some of them had a complex look, while the others had uncertainty filled their eyes. However, Wei Peng believed that he made the right decision. He witnessed how scary Tang Shaoyang was. He killed Lu Gang's group without battling eyes. Even after killing Lu Gang's group, he found Tang Shaoyang did not feel remorse, let alone guilty. What did it mean? It meant this was not the first time Tang Shaoyang killed people. Rather than following Tang Shaoyang, he chose to stay. Moreover, the zombies around the motel had been killed. He was safe here, and they also had secured the supply. Alright guys, stop daydreaming here. We have more important matters in our hands. We have to secure more food from yesterday's place. Wei Peng clapped his hand to attract the others' attention. Meanwhile, Tang Shaoyang and Luan were heading toward Central Park. It would take them 1 to 2 hours to reach Central Park. Moreover, the path to Central Park had not been cleared. After walking for a certain distance from the motel, Tang Shaoyang tossed his butcher knife on his waist to Luan. Luan was stunned with the sudden toss of the butcher knife. He did not manage to catch the knife, and he immediately moved away from Tang Shaoyang. BB Boss T Tang. What are you doing? Luan stuttered as his imagination ran wild. Does Boss Tang want to kill me? Or is it a test? A test to be Boss Tang's follower? Various kinds of thoughts crossed his mind. But he was unsure of Tang Shaoyang's intention. Luan also did not dare to pick the butcher knife. Take that knife and kill the zombies. I don't need a useless man to follow me. Tang Shaoyang spoke in an indifferent tone. He did not want to bring a burden with him, even though it was easy to protect Luan from the slow zombies. I am not going to protect you. You have to protect yourself, understand? He added in a stern tone. Gulp. Luan did not immediately pick the butcher knife as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva nervously. He looked at Tang Shaoyang's stern face, and then he looked back to the butcher knife on the ground. After confirming Tang Shaoyang was really serious with his words, Luan approached the butcher knife. Before he picked the knife, he glanced at Tang Shaoyang for the last time and picked the knife. Luan's hand trembled slightly as he held the sharp butcher knife. His heart was thumping madly as he was still uncertain. What about your level? Tang Shaoyang asked again. Even though he said that he did not need a useless man and would not protect Luan, he would not let Luan be killed before his eyes. During his journey to RSH Pudong, he planned to let Luan face a few zombies based on his capability. He also assumed that it was not only him with the power of leveling up. He assumed everyone also had the power to level up as long as they killed the zombies. However, Luan's answer was out of his expectation. Level? What level? Luan answered with a confused look on his face. Don't tell me you haven't killed even a single zombie yet? Tang Shaoyang was appalled with Luan's answer. He had, I came for treasure and I found garbage, that kind of expression as he looked toward Luan. Meanwhile, Luan scratched his head in confusion as he tried to recall the past event. He had fought against the zombies under Lu Gang's order, but he was indeed never killed even a zombie yet. Each time he fought a zombie, the zombie was killed by Lu Gang's underlings each time it almost died. Now he heard about the level from Boss Tang and found Lu Gang's underlings did something fishy. Why did they not let him and the others kill the zombies? He recalled that all zombies he and his group fought with were killed by Lu Gang and his men. Indeed, I haven't killed a single zombie yet, but I have fought against them under Lu Gang's order. But Lu Gang and his people killed the zombies. They always took the last hit. Luan replied truthfully without hiding a single thing from Tang Shaoyang. He told everything that happened during Lu Gang's control. Then what about the police? Before Lu Gang took over, the police was the one who protected you guys, right? Didn't they tell you something about the level? At this question, a frown appeared on Tang Shaoyang's forehead. Luan shook his head as he did not understand what Tang Shaoyang talked about. But he caught a glimpse of understanding that he would gain level by killing zombies. Tang Shaoyang's assumption about the level was not wrong. Everyone was given an equal start, and they could level up by killing the zombies. Lu Gang and his men were playing safe. They abused the survivors to gain more levels. But what about the police? Why didn't the police tell the survivors about the fact that these people could get stronger by killing the zombies? Tang Shaoyang immediately shook his head. There was no need for him to think hard about the dead people's thoughts. Now he had to train his new follower to fight. Fortunately, Luan was not a coward who was afraid of the zombies. Based on his story, he had fought zombies a few times. Now he armed Luan with a butcher knife. It would be easier for the youth to kill the zombies and gain a few levels. "Follow me. We will kill zombies along the way." Tang Shaoyang stopped his inquiry, as he already got a certain understanding of his new follower. With Destroyer laid down on his shoulder, steel pipes on his waist, and a bulging backpack on his back, Tang Shaoyang continued his journey. Luan followed closely behind Tang Shaoyang. His hand was still shaky as he turned quite nervous. Soon, they entered the street filled with zombies. Luan's heart was beating furiously as he stuck closely toward Tang Shaoyang. "Stay close to me. I will leave 1 or 2 zombies behind for you to kill." Tang Shaoyang lowered his battle axe as he was ready for a battle. Luan nodded his head furiously. Even without Tang Shaoyang's words, he was no fool to stay away from Tang Shaoyang. As the two spoke, the zombies walked toward them. There were dozens of zombies on the street ahead of them. As the zombies swarmed toward him, Tang Shaoyang frowned as he found something different from the normal zombie he encountered before. There were a few zombies walking faster than the others. 1, 2, 3, 15. Tang Shaoyang counted 15 zombies walked faster than the other zombies. Even though it walked faster, it was at the same speed at an adult's pace. If you're not on Memrer, you're viewing a Sapi. It was still slow in Tang Shaoyang's eyes, but this change was bad news for him. It meant the zombies also grew strong as the time went on. Not only him or other people could get stronger, the zombies also evolved. This sight reminded him Swiffer, the thing he killed in a mansion before. These zombies might evolve to Swiffer, or thing that's scarier than Swiffer. Luan was oblivious to Tang Shaoyang's thoughts as fear engulfed him. The zombies advanced, but Boss Tang did not kill the zombies yet. It worried him. Does he want me to face these many zombies at once? Luan's body shuddered at this thought. It was natural for him to have this thought, as he had witnessed Tang Shaoyang faced more zombies than this group of zombies. He thought Tang Shaoyang wanted him to do the same thing. Luan did not dare take initiative, and he also did not try to escape. Instead, he stayed closer to Tang Shaoyang. 20 meters. The 15 zombies that were faster than the other zombies came closer. Luan's gripped the butcher knife tighter as cold sweat soaked his back. Tang Shaoyang was oblivious to his followers' worries as he used his only skill, basic detection at the 15 zombies. Stage 1 zombie, level 19. Strength, 17. Agility, 6. Vitality, 15. Magic power, 0. Skill, none. A screen appeared in his eyes and he found what the difference was. Level, the beforehand zombies he encountered, was low level 1. The highest level of the normal zombie he encountered was level 9, and level 9 only had 3 agility. This meant the zombie also had a way to increase their levels. But how? Did they kill each other? Tang Shaoyang shook his head. There was no way he could know about that, and so what if the zombies could also level up? He would kill them to level. He only needed to be stronger than the zombies. With those thoughts crossed his mind, the zombies had already reached 10 meters away from him. Tang Shaoyang made his move. He rushed forward and swung the battle axe toward the zombies. The 15 high-level zombies were killed in an instant. He killed the zombies with ease, and Luan relieved inwardly. At this time, Luan followed Tang Shaoyang closely, intending to guard his boss's back, which was unnecessary. The slaughter continued until 10 zombies left. Tang Shaoyang spared 10 zombies. He warded off 9 zombies away and let 1 zombie approach Luan. "It's your turn." said Tang Shaoyang as he kicked away a zombie that was close to him. He left the weakest, which meant the lowest level zombie, to train his new follower. A tip from me: aim the head too? Tang Shaoyang's words trailed off as he found his tip was unnecessary as Luan rushed toward the zombie back and hacked the knife toward zombie's head. He used the zombie's weakness, the slow movement. However, Luan seemed to be lacking in strength as the butcher knife only cut the head a slightly deeper on the head, but failed to kill the zombie in one strike with the sharp knife. The zombie swayed, and Luan also realized he was lacking in strength, so he made a swift response by launching another hack on the same spot. Luan needed 4 strikes to finish a zombie with a butcher knife. Tang Shaoyang was satisfied with the result, even though Luan was weak. At least, there was no hesitation and fear as he killed the zombie. After that, Tang Shaoyang released another zombie, and Luan swiftly finished off the zombie. It took them some time, but Tang Shaoyang did not mind it. Luan grew stronger was also for his interest, so he was not impatient as he waited for Luan to finish the 10th zombie. Ha! Ha! Luan gasped for breath. He killed the 10th zombie, and his hand no longer shaky. Then he heard a robotic voice rang in his head. You have leveled up. You gain 2 attribute points. You can allocate the attribute point by opening the status screen. Luan's eyes were opened wide as the fatigue vanished. He was no longer out of breath, but the robotic voice stunned him. Then he directed his shocked gaze toward Tang Shaoyang and found Tang Shaoyang was smiling at him. Tang Shaoyang raised his thumbs and said, "Good job. It's a good start." He was not stingy with the praise, and Luan deserved praise. Luan had taken the first step to be a strong follower. After that, the duo continued the trip. During the journey to Central Park, Luan took the initiative to attack the zombies. There was no need for Tang Shaoyang to babysit Luan. 3 hours. It took the duo 3 hours to reach Central Park. With a deep frown on his forehead, Tang Shaoyang stopped his steps right before Central Park's entrance. The supposed to be a beautiful park now turned into a dangerous park. At least, it was the vibe given off by Central Park, a dangerous vibe. A thick fog blocked his eyes to pry deeper into Central Park, and a cold breeze from the park hit his face. The beautiful park turned into an eerie park. "Should we take a detour, boss?" Luan suggested nervously. However, Tang Shaoyang shook his head. "No. Let's continue." With that said, Tang Shaoyang and Luan entered Central Park. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 14. Fogged Park, Part 1. Central Park certainly looked unsafe as it gave off a dangerous vibe. Even so, Tang Shaoyang decided to go as he planned. Taking a detour would take him 8 hours or even more to reach his destination, while taking the Central Park route would take him 2 to 4 hours at most. Tang Shaoyang decided to pass through Central Park despite the unknown risk. Besides, it would shorten his trip. He could also get to know what was inside Central Park. Central Park was near the RSH Pudong. It was worth his time to investigate Central Park to get a glimpse of what was inside the park. So, taking a risk to enter Central Park was not solely to shorten his trips. Cold, it was the difference between inside and outside of the park. As he passed through the fog, coldness seeped into his skin. Of course, the cold air was not out of his limit. It was still bearable, about 12 to 15 degrees. Besides the coldness, the fog also obstructed his view. His vision only reached about 10 meters ahead of him. He could not see further as the thick fog. Luan himself was quite nervous, and he instead did not feel the change in temperature. The limited vision made him uneasy as his eyes darted here and there, making sure there was no danger around him. Tap! 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 The duo ventured deeper. Luan did not lower his guard as his grips on the butcher knife became tighter. He felt being watched, right from the back. But each time he looked back, there was nothing there. Fortunately, the temperature does not go lower. Tang Shaoyang paid attention to every detail inside the park. With his vision limited only to 10 meters, He paid to every small detail. With a normal pace, Tang Shaoyang followed the paved road. Even with his vision obstructed by the fog, he only needed to follow the paved road to reach the other side of Central Park. Just like this, the duo already spent half an hour within Central Park, but nothing happened to him. There were also no zombies popped out of the fog. It was quite safe. But it did not last long as Tang Shaoyang felt someone tugged his clothes. He looked back. It was, of course, Luan who tugged his clothes. "Boss, don't you feel there is something watching us?" "I feel there is something beyond the fog and that thing watches us," Luan said nervously as his eyes kept looking at the fog as he spoke. Tang Shaoyang was surprised. He was surprised Luan could feel it, the feeling being watched, not because there was something within the fog. He already felt it, but he did not say it out lest it would scare the youth. "He has a keen sense," Tang Shaoyang commented inwardly. As someone who grew up on the street and made a name himself by fighting, he got his sense sharpened as he was often followed by people who wanted to ambush him. However, Luan was different from him, from the look. Luan came from a decent family. A white skin that was a sign for someone who rarely played outside, and his expression that had not lost his naivety yet. He was quite surprised that Luan could feel it, and he was also delighted at the same time. "It seems my first follower has potential after all. Don't worry about it. Just follow me closely, and you will be safe." Tang Shaoyang tried to comfort the youth, but instead of comforting, Tang Shaoyang's words only made the youth even more nervous. His words were telling the youth that there was truly something within the fog. But Luan wisely followed Tang Shaoyang without words as he came even closer to the boss. Tang Shaoyang led the way with caution as he felt the change in the surroundings. Yes, after a short exchange with Luan, suddenly the fog thickened. Now, his vision was limited to 5 meters. Not only Tang Shaoyang, but Luan also noticed the change. Bump! 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 His heart was beating madly as uneasiness filled his heart, the feeling he was being watched getting stronger. Then a sound entered his ears, and at the same time, the boss also stopped, and his body bumped against Tang Shaoyang's strong body. The sound of movement passed through the bush resounded, indicating the things behind the fog began their movement. Based on the sound, Tang Shaoyang could tell the things that were coming at them, not just one, but many. "Get ready, they are coming." Tang Shaoyang reminded the young Luan with a strong caution, which never happened before. Luan subconsciously gripped the butcher knife tighter as his bulging eyes looked straight at the fog. He had his back on Tang Shaoyang, and Tang Shaoyang also trusted his back to Luan. For Sharister sheets and glossaries, visit MV Lemmer. After a short trip, Luan already reached level 3. It was still weak, but much better than the past Luan. As for the attribute allocation, Tang Shaoyang did not interfere with it. The sounds were getting stronger and stronger, an indication the things were coming closer. Luan's back soaked in sweat, but his eyes showed a strong determination. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, there were many shadows leaped out of the fog, and the things lunged toward him. Not just one, but many. The sudden appearance shocked Luan. It was so fast that he failed to react. Just as he thought he would be knocked down by these things, there was a big force pushing his back down. The force was strong enough, making him unable to resist. At the same, there was a strange sound entering his ears. Wang! Splash! Then, Luan felt cold liquid spilled over his back. It was so cold, the cold that made his body shivered spontaneously. Pug! Pug! After that, he saw there was a monkey whose body split into 2 fell in front of him. The thing within the fog was a monkey, a gray monkey. Get up, raise your knife, and protect yourself. Tang Shaoyang's voice rang in his ears, and then he felt his shirt was pulled up with the force that pushed him down earlier. A gore scene appeared as he saw dozens of monkeys were cut into 2. The surrounding scenery was like a monkey slaughterhouse, but of course, the monkey that scattered around him was different than a normal monkey. The gray fur that made it look different, and its size was also twice as tall as a normal monkey. If the monkey stood right before, the gray monkey's height about his chest. It had red eyes and its teeth were scary. Its jagged teeth were ragged. There was a long tooth protruded forward, there was a tooth that protruded upward, and even there was a tooth that curved into its mouth. Just looking at the disorder teeth sent a chill into his spine, let alone imagined what would happen if those teeth succeeded in biting him. Luan's body shuddered as he shook his head at the same time. He did not want his flesh was torn by those jagged teeth. The monkey's flesh is softer than the zombie's, but the monkey is fast and agile. Be careful. Tang Shaoyang kindly reminded the youth. He did not want his first follower dead this earlier. Luan took a deep breath and readied himself to fight against the gray monkey. But then he noticed the gray monkey stopped coming out of the fog. After the first wave was decapitated by Boss, the gray monkey seemed to be growing more cautious. Kyak! 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 Then the monkey let out a strange noise from the fog. Luan also could see the bright red eyes within the fog. The eyes sinisterly glared at him, but Luan managed to calm his nervousness a bit. He did not cower and used his only skill, basic detection. Evolution. Stage 1. Level 15 skill, passive. The gray monkey was called Fogged Monkey, and the level was quite high for him, but the level was varied. The lowest was level 5, while the highest was at level 15. Just focus the monkey in front of you, I will take care of the rest. Then he heard an instruction from Tang Shaoyang. Luan heavily nodded his head in response. Get ready, the second wave is coming. Luan heard the reminder and focused his eyes on the things in front of him. He trusted Boss and only focused on the monkey that appeared in front of him. Sure enough, not long after the reminded, Fogged Monkey lunged toward him, 3 at once. The Fogged Monkey had its mouth opened, showing its fearful jagged teeth. The monkeys intended to tear him with their teeth. But Luan responded faster than the monkey. He placed his right foot a step forward and slashed the knife horizontally. The butcher knife cut the monkey's arms, which tried to reach him. Just like Boss said, the monkey was easier to cut than the zombie. After he cut the arms, he pulled the steel pipe from his waist and brandished it toward the armless monkey. The hit from the steel pipe stopped the 3 monkeys' advance, who was about to reach him. At this time, he moved his left foot forward. Using the butcher knife in his right hand, he cut the 3 armless monkeys that fell on the ground. Slash! He sent 3 slashes and killed 3 monkeys. After that, he retreated again, making sure he stayed close to Boss. At the same time, he heard a robotic voice rang in his head. You have leveled up. You gain 2 attribute points. You can allocate the attribute point by opening the status screen. The nervous Luan smiled as he heard this voice. Now he no longer felt nervous. Instead, he was excited as he saw the monkeys. He just leveled up. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 15. Fogged Park, Part 2. Tang Shaoyang was oblivious to the change of his scaredy-cat follower. He was focusing his mind at Fogged Monkey. Swoosh! Hero swung his destroyer to the fearless Fogged Monkey. It charged toward Tang Shaoyang in a group and in one swing of destroyer, at least 10 to 13. Then he encountered a problem. These monkeys were fearless. Despite their kinds being killed in such fashion, they did not pause their steps or scurried away in fear. They kept charging at him relentlessly amidst the slaughter. The problem was Destroyer's weight. He could swing Destroyer consecutively, but it was not a solution. If he fought that way, it would drain his stamina faster, and if he was late even for a few seconds, the jagged teeth might tear his flesh. He was no fool to try whether the monkey's jagged teeth could tear his body with 38 vitality attributes or not. If the Fogged Monkey was low in number, Tang Shaoyang was confident in using Destroyer. However, he had no way to know the number of Fogged Monkey because of the fog. His vision was limited, and he could not even make an estimation number of the Fogged Monkeys. Destroyer is not a suitable weapon against the monkey. After getting into this conclusion, Tang Shaoyang implanted his battle axe next to him. Bam! After that, Tang Shaoyang pulled out the 2 steel pipes on his waist. Fogged Monkey was agile, but it had less vitality than the zombie. With his current strength, Killing the monkey with one strike of his pipe was not impossible. Bug! 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 Tang Shaoyang fought the fog monkeys without much thought. He aimed the steel to the monkey that appeared in sight. His aim was the monkey's head, but if he could not reach the head, he would just hit whatever he could hit. Fortunately, I did not throw my steel pipes. It still could be handy in this kind of situation. Tang Shaoyang secretly glad that he did not throw his weapon away after getting Destroyer. Under the fogged monkey incessant attack, Tang Shaoyang also brutally retaliated. The dead bodies of the fogged monkey around him mostly were headless. There were still a few monkeys still alive, but their bodies were not intact. There was a monkey that lost its left foot or right foot. There was a monkey that had its face dent in, but it was still breathing. There was a monkey whose body was torn up because of the blunt steel pipe. However, Tang Shaoyang and Luan were oblivious to the gruesome scene around them. Their focus was on the monkey. They could not lower their guards, or it was the monkey who would tear their bodies with their hideous teeth and sharp claw. An hour. The battle lasted for an hour, and the number of the fogged monkeys lessened. At this time, Luan's breath was unstable as he gasped for air. Even so, he did not stop his hand. He no longer fought with a pattern, as he just slashed and hit the monkey in his range. Check for the latest updates on my virtual library Empire, MEMPAM-YR. Approximately 10 minutes after that, the fog monkeys stopped their attack. Even so, Luan and Tang Shaoyang still had their backs on each other. They vigilantly looked at the fog, as the bright red eyes were still visible underneath the fog. It meant the fogged monkeys were still surrounding them. They kept exchanging stares, but then the bright red eyes vanished. The surrounding fog also returned normal, and Tang Shaoyang's vision back to 10 meters. So this fog is the monkey's doing. Tang Shaoyang muttered in a low voice, but his eyes were still staring toward the fog. The fogged monkey might strike back, and he did not want to be caught off guard. However, Luan did the opposite. As soon as he noticed the bright red eyes vanished, he immediately slumped on the ground. He did not care if the paved road was stained in blood, as he immediately laid down with all four. Ha! Finally! They are gone. As he laid down, a pang of drowsiness hit him. Luan wanted to close his eyes, but Tang Shaoyang kicked him. Idiot! What are you doing? Do you want to die? Tang Shaoyang scolded Luan. What if the monkey strikes back? Do you want to be their food? Upon hearing this, the drowsiness was gone, and it was replaced by a horror look. He did not think that far. He immediately stood up as he readied himself for the next battle. He thought since he and Boss managed to hit the monkeys back, they would not come back again. But monkeys were considered smart animals, and what if the mutated monkey became even smarter after the mutation? They planned this, retreating in order to launch a surprise attack. It was possible. As the thought of him sleeping and the monkey struck back, the monkeys would tear his body in shreds with their teeth. At this thought, his body shivered as he scanned the surroundings vigilantly. With the help of the unknown system, a new path was opened. He did not want to die this earlier without achieving his goal. There's something weird. Luan scanned the surroundings and he found something weird. By just looking at the surroundings, he could tell there was something amiss. However, he did not know what it was. As Luan was confused, Tang Shaoyang answered for him. The monkeys' carcasses are gone. That's right, the carcasses. I am sure that I have killed many monkeys, but where are their dead bodies? Luan blurted out in confusion. He scanned around, but he only managed to find the blood that had not dried up yet. The dead bodies were gone. He was sure he killed many of the monkeys, and thanks to this monkey, he leveled up twice. He leveled up meant the monkeys were killed, but where were their dead bodies? Earlier, he was focused on the monkeys and paid no attention to his surroundings. The same for Tang Shaoyang. He focused on his enemies and failed to notice the carcasses were gone. Are there other animals that have taken the dead bodies? But why didn't it attack us? Luan started his wild guess, but had no way to confirm it. Or that animal thinks it has enough food, so it did not attack us? The more he speculated, the more he thought he was right. It doesn't matter. We will continue our trip, and leaving this park earlier is our better choice. Tang Shaoyang did not want to waste his time to guess the thing he had no way to confirm. He stopped Luan's riddle game as the latter nodded his head. Luan agreed in an instant. Even though he was exhausted and badly needed a rest, he wanted to leave this creepy park as soon as possible. Tang Shaoyang led the way as he followed the paved road. Because the fog and the fogged monkey appearance, following the paved road was the safest choice. With a limited vision and unknown danger underneath the fog, he did not dare to run straight ahead. And if he was not wrong, there was also an artificial lake in the center of the park. With the fogged monkey, he did not want to encounter another mutated beast. His guts were telling him there must be more mutated beasts other than the fogged monkey, and he believed the artificial lake was one of the mutated beast's nest. So, avoiding the artificial lake was a wise choice, at least it was what he believed. In the next hour, they did not encounter any beast or other dangers. However, the duo still could not reach Central Park's other side. It was supposed to be taking them an hour to 2 hours walk to reach the other side, but they were still inside the fogged park even after over an hour's walk. Tang Shaoyang only felt a bit skeptical at first. He did not think much about it. After all, they walked slower because of the fog, so it was natural if it took them longer to reach Central Park's other side. 2 hours later, at this time even Luan realized there was something amiss. Tang Shaoyang also took a prompt decision, taking a break. The sun already set and a bright moon hung in the sky, but thanks to the fog, the moonlight only gave the duo limited light as the park turned even eerier as darkness surrounded the duo. "Let's take a break here." Tang Shaoyang pointed at the short green grass. "You sleep first and we will take turns later." But Luan, however, unconvinced with Tang Shaoyang's decision. In his opinion, leaving the park as soon as possible was the right choice, rather than sleeping in the eerie park. It would be better if they continued the trip. "Rest!" Tang Shaoyang raised his voice, and Luan immediately shut his mouth up. He followed boss's order and laid down on the cool grass. Even though he said he preferred to continue the journey, he immediately fell asleep as his body touched the grass. Luan had reached his limit, and this was another reason why Tang Shaoyang decided to take a break. 10 hours. The duo stopped at the same place for 10 hours. Fortunately, the fogged monkey did not attack them again. Luan and Tang Shaoyang respectively got 5 hours of sleep. Luan's complexion also got much better after sleeping. The duo got a simple meal, eating a pack of biscuits, chocolate, and plain water. Luan did not have an appetite, but Tang Shaoyang forced him to eat. After that, they continued the trip. An hour later, Luan panicked as he realized he was lost in this eerie park. Even after following the paved road, they could not get out of the park. "Boss," Luan panicked, but then Tang Shaoyang put his index finger on his mouth and hissed, "Shh!" He was telling Luan to shut up, and Luan immediately closed his mouth. Then he heard a voice. Not long after the voice, he felt the ground vibrate slightly. Dump! 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 It was just like a cavalry army made a charge, but Luan knew this thing was not a cavalry army. Then he realized the voice was coming toward them, and soon, the thing that caused noise appeared. It was the same fogged monkey, however. The thing in front of him was bigger. The 4 limbs became more robust. The fogged monkey now appeared more like a gorilla rather than a monkey. Grah! The gorilla roared at him, and Luan froze on the spot as he was not expecting this coming. Just as the arm that was about as big as his body almost reached him, a familiar battle axe swept the gorilla. Bam! The gorilla flew away, and he was safe from the surprise attack. "Run!" Tang Shaoyang yelled right at Luan's ears. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 16, Fogged Park, Part 3, Chapter 16 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Luan was stunned by the surprise attack and the change of the monkey's size. He was in a daze as he looked at the fog. Many big silhouettes of similar size as the big monkey could be seen. Just as he was about to pull his butcher knife, there was a huge force pulling him away from the fog. At the same time, he heard a shout from his boss. "Run!" Tang Shaoyang pulled Luan's small frame and threw him forward. "Run! Straight!" Tang Shaoyang shouted once again as he followed after Luan's body. Luan fell with his knees on and his hands forward. After hearing the shout, he immediately picked his body up and followed Tang Shaoyang's instruction. He ran straight forward. Fortunately, the path ahead was grassy with no trees. Just as he wanted to look back, a shadow flashed next to him. Luan was startled. Then a voice came from the shadow next to him. "Don't look back. Run with all your might." Tang Shaoyang urged Luan once again. Even though he urged Luan not to look back, he kept checking his back. Surprisingly, the white monkey that had turned into a gorilla could follow their speed. He even discovered there were a few gorillas caught up with Luan's speed. They got closer and closer. It was just a matter of time before the gorilla caught up. Noticing this, Tang Shaoyang slowed his speed. As soon as he slowed down his speed, 6 gorillas caught up. Tang Shaoyang immediately swung the battle axe horizontally. His action was fast, but the evolved white monkey reacted faster than him. 2 gorillas leaped forward, and 2 other gorillas slid down, avoiding the incoming battle axe. 2 gorillas could not react in time, were cleaved by the battle axe. The surviving 4 gorillas ignored their comrades as they pounced toward Tang Shaoyang. 2 from the top and 2 charged straight at him. The fact that the evolved white monkey could evade his attack told him the monkey not only evolved in their size and strength. The monkey fighting style also changed. Rather than charging fearless, the evolved monkeys tried to evade the attack. Fortunately, even the monkey had evolved. They were still below Tang Shaoyang, whether in the term of speed or strength. Even with the heavy battle axe, Tang Shaoyang easily took 2 steps back and avoided the incoming 4 gorillas. This was the main reason Tang Shaoyang urged Luan to run away, because, in his first attack, he could feel the monkey had grown about 4 to 5 times stronger. If the gorillas surrounded them, he could survive. But not for Luan, who was still low in level. He decided to escape because of Luan. Luan had not reached the level where he alone could face many of these evolved monkeys at once. As he stepped back, his left hand reached out to one of the gorillas. Tang Shaoyang held the gorilla's neck tight. Crack! 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 Tang Shaoyang crushed the gorilla's neck, and bone-cracking noise resounded. After that, he threw the gorilla in his hand toward the other 3 gorillas. 2 out of 3 gorillas avoided the incoming dead body by jumping. Tang Shaoyang smirked at this scene. The monkey might evolve, but they were still newbies in the fighting. The monkeys had the strength, agile movement. Unfortunately, they did not have any experience like him, who had been fighting since his teens. Upon noticing the 2 gorillas jumped up, Tang Shaoyang released his grip on his battle axe. Afterward, he rushed toward the 2 gorillas who were still in the air. He reached out to the gorilla's foot and slammed the 2 gorillas down. Kyak! 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 The 2 gorillas released a weird whimper, but with Tang Shaoyang's next movement, the 2 gorillas' whimper stopped. Tang Shaoyang stomped at their necks, and the 2 gorillas' neck instantly crumbled, and blood spurted out of the neck. If it was a zombie, Tang Shaoyang might be afraid to fight with his bare hand, as he still did not know how the zombie infected the other people. However, now his opponent was an animal that had evolved. Your support on MVL 8 keeps this series going. He did not have any worries and concerns to kill the gorillas with his bare hand. After killing 2 gorillas, he chased after 1 gorilla who dodged toward the left side. The sole survivor gorilla was surprised by Tang Shaoyang's speed, but it managed to react fast by brandishing its long arm toward Tang Shaoyang. As for Tang Shaoyang, he was not surprised by the gorilla's reaction. He ducked his head, avoiding the long arm, and his body rocketed toward the gorilla's body. After taking the gorilla down, he leaped and had his knees on the gorilla's arms. Unfortunately, Tang Shaoyang overlooked the fact that his opponent was a monkey, not gorilla. Even though the fogged monkey evolved to a similar shape as a gorilla, the monkey had longer limbs than gorillas. His knees might be holding the arms, but not the feet. Just as he wanted to crush the gorilla's neck with his hand, the gorilla's feet reached his neck. The feet coiled around his neck and tried to pull him back. Tang Shaoyang spontaneously let out a pained grunt, but he did not relent or tried to release the feet on his neck. Instead, he closed his palm into a fist and hit the gorilla right on its nose. At the first punch, the feet on his neck became stronger, but he did not stop punching the gorilla. The tighter the feet on his neck, more punches landed on the gorilla's face. Just in 5 seconds, about 12 punches landed on the gorilla's face. In his last punch, the feet no longer coiled around his neck. After that, Tang Shaoyang did not stay around longer. He came back to pick his battle axe and chased after Luan. With his current level and his current agility, Tang Shaoyang easily caught up with Luan's speed. Luan, however, focused on escaping. He failed to notice Tang Shaoyang stayed behind to take care of the evolved fogged monkey. Just like before, they had to face an endless fogged path with the grassy ground. 10 minutes of running, the folk of the fogged monkeys still chasing after them, and Tang Shaoyang for a few times slowed down to take the fast monkeys. As the chase went on, Tang Shaoyang caught a change on the folk of the fogged monkeys. As the chase went on, he found out the fogged monkey became faster and faster. Even though only a few fogged monkeys, he noticed this. As his feet moved, a thought appeared in his mind. Don't tell me they evolved by eating the corpses? If he had to look back, the fogged monkeys stopped their fierce assault after the fierce fight. At that time, the fogged monkeys' corpses were completely gone, and they stopped the attack. After 10 hours of interlude, only then, the fogged monkeys launched another assault. During the 10 hours, the fogged monkey was consuming the corpse to evolve. Even though he did not see the corpses were taken back by the fogged monkeys, the change on the fogged monkey was apparent. With another half an hour, Tang Shaoyang was sure the fogged monkey evolved by eating the dead bodies. More and more fogged monkeys caught up to Luan's speed. Even though there was not much change in the body, the change was apparent in their attribute. If this continues and the fogged monkeys catch up, this guy might lose his life. Tang Shaoyang certainly did not want to lose his people. Moreover, this Luan was the first person who willingly followed him. Additionally, Luan's breath turned heavy. It was just a matter of time before this guy lost his speed. Just as this thought flashed in his mind, 2 shadows pounced toward Luan from the side. Hero immediately pulled Luan's small frame with ease. Bam! 2 evolved fogged monkeys already caught up, and they almost caught Luan. If not for his prompt action, Luan might die under the evolved fogged monkey. In order to save Luan, Tang Shaoyang had to pause his steps, and the group of the fogged monkeys behind almost caught up. If Luan stayed here longer, he might truly die. Taking a deep breath, he threw Luan's small frame with all his might. He did not know what was ahead of them, but at least there was a chance for Luan to survive if he held the group of the monkey. Whoosh! Luan's body flew, and Luan himself instantly closed his eyes. Tang Shaoyang had done his best for Luan. As for the rest, it depended on Luan. As Luan vanished from his sight, a grin formed on Tang Shaoyang's lips. He licked his lips, and he immediately swung the destroyer afterward. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 17, Fog Park, Part 4. Chapter 17 of Armipotent, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Luan was caught unprepared as he did not expect that Boss would throw him again. He subconsciously closed his eyes and had his arms covered his face. He did not want to land with his face. As he landed on the hard ground, he tried to roll his body. However, he failed and landed with his arms scraped off the hard ground. He felt burning pain, but he immediately stood up. Luan opened his eyes, but he dumbfounded to find the surrounding scene was different. He was no longer inside the fogged park, but his surroundings turned clear with no fog. Ahead of him, he saw a big empty road. On the sides, big empty buildings lined up. With this scene unfolded before him, he realized that he was out of the fogged park. The shock turned into a pleasant surprise. He immediately turned around to inform Tang Shaoyang that the exit was near. He turned around, but he could not find Tang Shaoyang with fog blocking his sight. Even so, he could still see a tall figure beyond the fog. He recognized the tall figure who was his boss, and there were many other shadows around the tall figure. "Boss! Here! Here!" Luan yelled out of his lung, hoping Tang Shaoyang would hear him out and headed toward him. However, Luan did not see a sign Tang Shaoyang moving toward him. Instead, he saw Tang Shaoyang's shadow swing the big battle axe toward the bigger silhouettes around him. "Boss, I am out of the park. Come here, here." He did not give up and shouted once again. Luan thought Tang Shaoyang could not hear him as he kept shouting. Did Tang Shaoyang not hear Luan's voice? No, in fact, Tang Shaoyang heard the shout, but he decided not to go out of the park. He heard Luan was out of the fogged park and noticed the evolved fogged monkey did not chase after Luan anymore. He realized something. The fogged monkey would not chase out of the park. It meant Luan was safe from the evolved monkey. In the first place, he ran away because of Luan. Now Luan was safe, so he could fight without worries. Just like the zombies, he regarded the monkey as the source of his strength. He could become stronger by killing them. Even though the evolved fogged monkey was stronger than the zombies outside there, the fogged monkey was still in his capability to cope with. Destroyer might not be the right weapon to fight the agile monkey, but each swing of the destroyer crushed 3 to 6 evolved fogged monkeys. Swoosh! 5 evolved fogged monkeys' bodies splattered. Then he ducked his body to avoid the incoming attack from his back as he released his grips on the destroyer. With no destroyer in his hand, he could move his body freely. He launched a spinning kick, knocking the monkey on his back away. Hero did not stop and picked his battle axe again before hacking toward the evolved monkey who was about to reach him. Fighting against the fogged monkey and the zombies certainly were more simple than fighting against people. The way they fought was just charging madly at him, so he with ease came up with a counter. Without needing to protect Luan, Tang Shaoyang went wild. Of course, with the countless of fogged monkeys ganged up against him, he also suffered injuries. His clothes were torn apart, and many scratches could be seen from the exposed skin. Tang Shaoyang did not cower in the slightest. A mad grin formed on his lips without him realizing it. 10 minutes passed by, and the voice he had been waiting for resounded. "You have leveled up! You gained 2 attribute points. You can allocate the attribute point by opening the status screen." The grin became even wider, even though the voice was emotionless and toneless. The voice was like a high beat song to Tang Shaoyang's ear. It made him even more excited as the wound on his body closed at the same time. On the other hand, Luan was worried. He could not stay still. He wanted to jump back to the fogged park, but hesitating. He was afraid that he would be a burden to Tang Shaoyang. Luan stared at the shadows behind the fog. He discovered Tang Shaoyang fought back the evolved monkeys well. Despite being surrounded and attacked by the evolved monkeys from all different directions, Boss repelled the monkey well. Yes, he found his boss fought the beast pretty well. From panicking to nervousness, from nervous to shock, from shock then he calmed down as he watched Boss fought the beast in a daze. No matter how many the monkeys charged at Tang Shaoyang, Luan witnessed how Boss ripped them apart with a bare hand and the dreadful battle axe. It did not take a long time before Luan realized Boss was farming experience to level up. Unlike Tang Shaoyang, Luan was pretty familiar with RPG games. He understood the basics with the thing called level, killing the zombies and the beasts to gain experience to level up. It was pretty much similar to RPG games. Just what level have Boss reached to be that strong? Luan muttered in a low voice as he looked at his status screen. Name, Luan, 18 affiliation, none, level 5. Talent, attribute point, 0. Chapter provided via MVL, strength, 11. Agility, 12 vitality. 4 stamina, 4. Magic power, 3. Sense, skill, basic detection. Different from Tang Shaoyang, who allocated all his attribute points to strength, Luan chose to use his attribute points to increase strength and agility for a temporary measure. He needed enough strength to kill the zombies. He needed agility to enhance his mobility in the early stage. His thoughts were proven right. He now could kill zombies with ease, and he managed to escape from the monkeys because he decided to increase his agility. Magic power was pretty useless, as he did not know how to use magic. Stamina could be restored by taking a rest, and lastly, vitality, as long as he had an agile movement, he could avoid being hurt. So, in the early stages, agility and strength were the most important attributes. At least, it was what Luan thought. Looking at the status screen, then looked at Tang Shaoyang's silhouette who fought the evolved monkeys. A strong determination flashed in Luan's eyes. The battle between Tang Shaoyang and the group of the evolved monkeys lasted an hour. After watching the show for fully an hour, Luan saw Tang Shaoyang come out of the fog in hurry. The monkeys seemed to be endless. They kept coming over and over. Tang Shaoyang had reached his limit after over an hour of battle. Upon noticing the number of monkeys was not reduced in the slightest, he made a prompt decision to escape. Tang Shaoyang's body was covered by blood. The gray clothes turned blood red. Even his face and hair also turned red. Upon coming out of the fog, Tang Shaoyang noticed Luan was still here, instead of getting into a safe place. "Why are you still here? Run!" Tang Shaoyang yelled as he ran with Destroyer in his right hand. The monkeys were still following him closely instead of escaping. Luan just stood on the spot in a daze. Just as Tang Shaoyang wanted to pull the silly Luan, he heard Luan's calm voice. "Boss, there's no need to run. The monkeys can't come out of the fogged park. We are safe here." "Huh." Tang Shaoyang turned around and found out the monkey did not follow him after he came out of the fog. He saw many silhouettes beyond the fog which belonged to the evolved monkeys. The monkeys stood at the border of the fog. The beastly red eyes were gazing at Luan and Tang Shaoyang, but the monkey no longer after them. Tang Shaoyang was relieved at this discovery, but still, staying near the fogged park was not safe. "Let's leave. I need to wash this blood off." Covered by blood certainly made Tang Shaoyang uncomfortable. He wanted to wash the blood as soon as possible. Moreover, during the escape, they lost their supplies, so they need to look for more supplies to fill their belly. They continued their trip without looking back. It did not take long for Tang Shaoyang to notice something strange with the surroundings. It was because this place was void of creatures. On their back was the famous Central Park, and ahead of them was a big road. On his left, he could see 3 empty restaurants lined up. Further ahead, many big and luxurious mansions lined up. Tang Shaoyang walked carefully as he scanned the surrounding. This place was pretty messy, but he did not find a corpse or zombie around here. He reached the first restaurant, and he halted his steps. His vision landed the first restaurant, which was a seafood restaurant. His vision penetrated the restaurant through the broken window. After a careful scan, he found nothing inside. Tang Shaoyang continued, and he did the same for the next 2 restaurants. Except for the messy interior, the restaurant was void of life. He and Luan passed the 3 restaurants, walking further, and only stopped in front of the first luxurious mansion. The mansion was well maintained with a big gate and steel fence surrounding the mansion. Tang Shaoyang chose this mansion for him to get enough rest after a long battle. "We will get a quick rest inside," Tang Shaoyang informed Luan as he walked toward the big gate. Just as he wanted to break the gate, he paused halfway as he remembered something. "Let's rest here for a moment." Luan certainly confused, looking at Tang Shaoyang's solemn face. He refrained himself from asking even though he was curious. It's certainly weird, a luxurious mansion in front of them, but Tang Shaoyang decided to get a quick rest outside. Tang Shaoyang had his own reason. It was about the minigame. The first time he entered a villa, he was forced to fight against an evolved zombie. He was concerned that once he entered the mansion, he would trigger the minigame again, so he took a rest to recover his stamina without bothering to explain this to Luan. 15 minutes passed by. Tang Shaoyang immediately stood up. "Let's climb the gate!" Luan merely nodded as he was still confused with everything. Thump! Tang Shaoyang landed in the yard, then he paused his movement, but he did not hear anything, which meant he did not trigger the minigame. Of course, it did not rule out the possibility that he would trigger the minigame only after he truly entered the mansion. Standing before the 3 meters door, Tang Shaoyang did immediately open the door. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes and pushed the door. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 18, Sharing. Chapter 18 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Creek. Tang Shaoyang peeked into the mansion, but what he saw was a dark hallway. Taking another deep breath, he stepped into the mansion while Luan followed closely from behind. After 3 short steps, Tang Shaoyang halted his steps. He was waiting for the robotic voice. Luan did not know what was in his boss's mind. He did not know what Tang Shaoyang had experienced before. So, he was puzzled at Tang Shaoyang's cautious action. They just entered a mansion, looking by the dark hallway. The mansion seemed to be empty as well. Luan could not think of the reason why Boss was so cautious, but he also did not ask. If Tang Shaoyang really wanted to tell him, there was no need for him to ask. He just obediently waited in the behind while scanning ahead of them. Hearing no voice, Tang Shaoyang was relieved. It was not that he was afraid of the minigame, but he did not want to fight for now. He just wanted to take a rest for now. With no minigame, Tang Shaoyang advanced with ease. He followed the dark hallway that directed him to a big hall. Despite the dim light, Tang Shaoyang could see everything. It was an empty big hall while about 10 meters ahead of him were stairs leading to the 2nd floor. It seemed the mansion was empty. No one was staying here, even before the weird occurrence happened. Just as Tang Shaoyang wanted to take another step, the chandelier that hung at the hall's center brightened up. Tang Shaoyang immediately looked back. Then he saw the culprit. Luan was the culprit. Being stared by Boss, Luan smiled apologetically as he realized his actions startled Boss. "We are sleeping here today and continue our trip tomorrow." After saying that, Tang Shaoyang went deeper. He badly wanted to get a shower as soon as possible. The blood that mixed with sweat stuck on his body made him really uncomfortable. As he looked for a bathroom to wash up, a thought appeared in his mind. Before, he was envious of the rich people who could buy a luxurious mansion like this. However, now he could walk freely in this luxurious mansion. If he claimed this mansion, then this mansion would belong to him. It was kind of funny, but it was the current reality. The society had fallen. No one would care about his claim as people tried to save themselves from the zombies. Usually, this kind of big mansion had a shower room in every bedroom. Tang Shaoyang entered one random room, which coincidentally was a guest room, and sure enough, there was a shower inside. Tang Shaoyang really took his time to clean his body. He cleaned his body 3 times before he was satisfied. Right after that, immediately go to bed. Fortunately, despite no one living here, the mansion was clean. The bed was covered in plastic, so there was no need for him to clean the bed. He pulled the plastic and he threw his body onto the bed. Phew, an expensive bed, surely different, Tang Shaoyang muttered before he fell asleep afterward. The next day he woke up. He was pretty energized. He took a cold shower before heading out back to the hall. He did not see Luan here, but he heard steps from the other side. Just as he wanted to check, Luan came out with 2 bowls in his hand. Hot air steamed out of the bowl. Luan noticed Tang Shaoyang's presence and his lips formed a big smile. "Boss, you woke up? Do you want ramen?" Tang Shaoyang did not reject the offer as he took the bowl off Luan's hand. He sat on the sofa and asked, "How do you know I'm going to wake up at this time?" Luan scratched his head in embarrassment and replied honestly, "I don't know. Last night, I immediately fell asleep after taking a shower, so when I woke up, I was very hungry." Luan stopped halfway. Even though he did not finish his words, Tang Shaoyang understood the second portion was not for him. When he heard this, the chopsticks that halfway into his mouth stopped. "Should I make my own ramen?" Tang Shaoyang certainly felt awkward. It was as if he was a tyrant boss who took his subordinates' food. This content is hosted at MVLM VR. No, you can eat it, boss. I can cook more if I am still hungry after this bowl." Luan immediately shook and waved his chopsticks, indicating he did not mind. So with that, the duo enjoyed their ramen for breakfast. After finishing the first bowl, Luan intended to head back to the kitchen for his second bowl. Before he went to the kitchen, he asked shyly, "Boss, do you still want more? I'm going to make my second bowl of ramen." Tang Shaoyang did not stand in a ceremony as he nodded. After the first one, the second and the third would be easier. With that, the duo had 2 bowls of instant ramen for breakfast. After gulping a bottle of water, Luan opened his mouth. This mansion's owner is weird. No one lived here, but they stocked many instant ramens. Tang Shaoyang merely shrugged his shoulders. "Maybe it's for the mansion's keeper." Luan nodded understandingly as he found out the mansion was pretty clean despite no one living here. After that, Luan opened his status screen. Looking at this screen, he was sure the thing that happened yesterday was real. At the sight of his level, Luan turned toward his boss, who drank a glass of orange juice. The yesterday's scene was still clear in his mind, how his boss fought against the big fogged monkey, alone. Just what level is he? Should I ask him? However, he was hesitant as the level was supposed to be confidential, let alone in this kind of time. Telling the level to others was the same as telling how strong he was, but he was truly curious. The gap between him and his boss was too far. He wondered if his boss had reached over level 30. After some consideration, he still decided to fulfill his desire to know his boss's level. "Boss, if I may know." Luan stopped as he still hesitated to ask. "What is it? Ask away." Taking the last deep breath, Luan braced himself to ask, "Boss, may I know your level?" Hearing this, Luan noticed Tang Shaoyang staring in space. He thought Boss did not want to tell him and said in a flustered tone, "Boss, it's okay if you don't want to tell me. It's okay. I am just curious." I am level 21. Tang Shaoyang did not mind telling his level to his subordinate. Instead, he wanted Luan to know his level. Letting his subordinate know how strong he was a must. At least, he thought so, with that Luan would think twice or thrice if he wanted to betray him in the future. As for why he stared into space, he just checked his status screen. He remembered he gained level yesterday, but he forgot about his current level. Name, Tang Shaoyang. Age 26, affiliation, level 21. Talent, Divine Body Attribute Point 4, Strength, 76, Agility, 29 Vitality, 40 Stamina, 35 Magic Power, 22 Sense, Skill, Basic Detection. If Luan knew he was strong, his subordinate would not dare to betray him. It was a form of intimidation to Luan. As for why he did not mind telling his level, because his level would always grow. Today he was level 21, maybe a week later he would reach level 30. That was why he did not mind telling his level. However, there was one thing he calculated wrong. Telling his level to Luan did not intimidate his subordinate in the slightest. Instead, Luan looked at him in admiration. Wow, just how many zombies Boss has killed to reach level 21. I have to work hard as well, so Boss does not leave me far behind. Yes, not only Luan did not feel intimidated, instead, he felt inspired. Even though Tang Shaoyang failed to achieve his goal, it ended up in a good way without him knowing. As for betraying Tang Shaoyang, it never crossed in his mind to do that. Talking about level, Tang Shaoyang remembered about the talent. He wondered if his subordinate got talent just like him. "What about talent? Do you get talent?" he asked as he remembered that he got 3 talent points from killing 1,000 zombies. Talent? Luan froze as he heard this. His talent was a strip and he felt ashamed for not having a talent. Scratching and lowering his head, he shook his head, telling his boss he did not have talent. "I don't have talent. How useless am I? I hope Boss does not leave me behind." Luan was a bit afraid if Tang Shaoyang would leave him behind after knowing he did not have talent. You should kill more zombies to get talent point, and you can exchange the talent point for talent. I got my talent after killing 1,000 zombies. Tang Shaoyang shared the things he knew about the talent. Hearing this, Luan froze for a moment. He tried to digest what his boss said to him. After a moment, she snapped out of his trance and asked, "You can gain a talent." But you can get talent only after killing 1,000 zombies. Tang Shaoyang nodded and rose from the sofa. He tapped Luan's shoulder and said, "Work hard. Talent will give you a tremendous boost of attribute." After saying that, Tang Shaoyang headed back to his room to retrieve his weapon and said, "Get ready. We will depart to our future base in 15 minutes. "Yes, boss," Luan replied loudly as he was excited to know that he could also get a talent. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 19. Thrilling Battle for the Young Luan, Chapter 19 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tang Shaoyang and Luan departed from the mansion. Their destination was not that far from the mansion. Luan was so excited to continue the trip after hearing he could gain a talent for killing 1,000 zombies. However, after 5 minutes of walking, he did not encounter any zombies. Luan scanned the surroundings but failed to find even a single zombie, which was weird. Before just walking randomly, zombies would pop out and charge at him, but now the zombie vanished. "Boss, this place is weird. How come there's no zombie around here? Or did someone clean this place already?" Luan guessed blindly as he lowered the butcher knife. Tang Shaoyang shrugged as he also did not know. He followed the road until they saw intersections ahead of them. "Where are we going? Left or right?" Luan overtook Tang Shaoyang while he asked. Until now, he did not know where he was going, but he also never asked. What he knew, his destination would be his home. "Right!" Tang Shaoyang instantly answered, but then he noticed the boy stopped at the intersection. He frowned and picked his pace up. When he got closer, he noticed shock all over Luan's face while looking in the right direction. Tang Shaoyang followed his only subordinate's gaze and startled too. The 12 meters wide road was filled with zombies. The zombies they had been looking for were here. The zombies truly filled the road, leaving no gap between them. If they wanted to reach their destination, they had to clean the zombies, as they could not outrun the zombies with them, blocking the road. Luan gulped nervously and said in a flustered tone, "The zombies are too many. Should we take a detour, boss?" Tang Shaoyang hit Luan's head. "Fool, this is our chance to be stronger. We have to kill them all to level up." "But there are so many zombies here. If we get surrounded, we are done for sure." Luan became even more nervous when he heard Tang Shaoyang's response. His legs were gone weak when he heard the answer. "How can this be a chance for us? This is the same as suicide." Luan screamed deep inside as he still did not know his boss well. "Stupid dork! This is a chance. Have you forgotten about the monkey that could evolve yesterday? What if the zombies also evolved just like the monkey? What if they became faster and stronger? It will be harder and harder to kill them. Right now is our best call to kill them and increase our level. Don't let the beasts or even the zombies get stronger than you are, or you are done for sure when that time comes. Do you understand?" Tang Shaoyang screamed at the nervous Luan. At his voice, the zombie that was 30 meters away from them also turned around. Then the zombies began swarming toward them at once. As for Luan, he was shaken by Tang Shaoyang's words. Only then he understood. Indeed, this was a chance, but still, knowing that fact and facing so many zombies were different matters. Just as he wanted to speak something, Luan heard steps from the other side. He turned around. A group of zombies, not less compared to the zombies in the right intersection, marched toward him. Love this story? Show your support on M9. B-Boss? There's more zombies. We have to run, boss. Luan was flustered, but Tang Shaoyang's reaction to this was not as his wish. Haha, if you don't want to get surrounded by these zombies, you have to follow me closely. Having said that, Tang Shaoyang advanced to the right, which shocked Luan. Luan looked back. The zombies behind them were still too far to reach him. He was presented with two choices. First, follow Tang Shaoyang and fight the zombies, but it was akin to suicide. At least it was his thoughts. The second choice was the safest one. He could abandon Tang Shaoyang and go back to the mansion. At least he could last for a few months or even more. He could find a way to pass the zombies without fighting them later. However, the second choice was the same as betraying Tang Shaoyang. Looking at his boss's back, who calmly walked toward the horde, Luan was in a daze. How can he be so calm? In the end, Luan gritted his teeth and chased after his boss. He decided to gamble his life by following his new boss. Hoo-hoo, you just made a great decision. Follow me closely and harvest the zombies well. Tang Shaoyang chuckled as the distance between him and the horde was only 10 meters. He lowered the battle axe from his shoulder, holding the huge battle axe with his right hand. Then, Tang Shaoyang picked his pace, while Luan followed closely. Luan still had the butcher knife and the steel pipe. Luan's hand was visibly shaking, but he braced himself to follow Tang Shaoyang. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. Wung! Tang Shaoyang swung his battle axe, sweeping the zombies ahead of him. In just one swing, about 10 to 20 zombies were splattered by the battle axe. It cleared the horde's front line, but it did not take long before it filled with more zombies. Wung! Again, Tang Shaoyang did not waste his time. He swung his battle axe again, swept the zombies away as he advanced steadily. He was making a path to pass through the horde. Wung, boy, don't daydream like a stupid asshole. Kill the zombies. Don't miss this golden chance to level up, stupid. Tang Shaoyang shouted at Luan, who only followed him without doing anything. Only then, Luan snapped out of his trance as he realized his mistake. Even though Tang Shaoyang's battle axe disabled many zombies in one swing, not all zombies were killed. As he followed his boss, he noticed there was a zombie crawling toward them with its lower body gone. Then, he began poking the disabled zombie's head with his butcher knife. There were also a few zombies that did not get swept by the battle axe. Luan was taking care of the zombies that survived from Tang Shaoyang's strike. Boss is carrying me? He remembered the time when he played an online game. He would help the girl he met in the game to level up. The thing that happened in the game happened to him now, in reality at that. So the duo kept moving forward while swinging their hands tirelessly. 3 hours. It took them 3 hours to break the horde of zombies. Only after 3 hours, Tang Shaoyang and Luan managed to break through the horde. As soon as they broke the horde, they reached a plaza faced with 3 high buildings. The 3 buildings were connected to each other. Changsho establishment that belonged to one of the conglomerates in SH City. The building in the middle was a 5-stars hotel. Changsho Hotel. The left building was the entertainment, from the sports center until one of the most famous clubs in SH City was in the left building, while the right building was a mall. We have arrived. Tang Shaoyang told Luan, who followed him from behind while gasping for breath. However, Luan did not have time to appreciate their luxurious new base, as the horde still followed them. Boss! The horde! The horde! They are still following us. Luan yelled, reminding his boss that the zombies were still chasing them. With a big grin, Tang Shaoyang turned around. What are you afraid of? We are going to kill them, of course. This will be our main base, so we have to clean the filth from our base. Having said that, Tang Shaoyang walked back to the direction of the zombies and said, I will give you 15 minutes break. Luan immediately laid down on the ground after hearing that. His hands were sore for killing the zombies 3 hours non-stop. As he took a breath, he immediately opened his status screen. He allocated the attribute points he got from leveling up. Yes, 3 hours thrilling battle, bringing his level up to 2 levels. Now Luan was level 7. As he looked at his level, he immediately raised his head, looking at his boss's back. Even after 3 hours swinging the battle axe, he found his boss was not as exhausted as him. Of course, he knew the key behind the seemingly unlimited stamina was the level. His boss was level 21, or maybe his boss had leveled up again. Then he looked back at his status screen and thought, should I add my stamina too? Until now, Luan chose to increase his agility and strength evenly. However, now he found the importance of stamina. Looking at the unused attribute points, then he looked back at his boss. Luan allocated 2 for stamina and 2 for agility. For now, I have enough strength to kill the zombie in 1 hit. As for why he chose agility, he felt agility was the most important attribute. If one day or in one event he met something that could not be defeated, he still could run away. After allocating the attribute, Luan stood up, but his breath was stable at this time. Then, Luan chased after Tang Shaoyang. I haven't got talent yet. I can't be lazy. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 20. Another thrilling battle for the young Luan. Chapter 20 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Ha. Luan did not know how long he had been battling the zombies, and he did not care either how long it had been. The thing in his mind was taking a rest. He stood motionlessly with his shoulder dropped forward. Energies drained out of his body, but he knew the battle was not over yet. Slowly, he turned his head toward where the noise came from. Luan saw Boss was still battling against the last group of the zombies. He witnessed Boss was swinging the big battle axe tirelessly. Ha! 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 Still far behind. Ha! It took Luan some effort to say it out. To help. He tried to move his feet, but to avail. His feet refused to budge even just a little. Luan could no longer move. His body was at the limit. No matter how hard he tried, his body refused his brain's order to move. As Luan tried to move his body, he heard some noise not far from him. He turned his head mechanically. Then he found a male zombie, about 10 meters away from him. The male zombie had its lower body severed. It was crawling with its hand toward him. It caused some noises as it crawled. In that instant, Luan's pupil contracted in horror. His sleepy and exhausted eyes enlarged in horror as he tried to move his body. Slowly, the zombie crawled toward Luan. It pulled its comrades' piled bodies, shorting the distance between it and Luan. After a moment of panic, Luan realized the fact that he still could stand was a miracle. He witnessed with his own eyes the zombie slowly crawling toward him. Even so, he could do nothing but watch the zombie slowly getting near. At this time, only regret and helplessness filled his heart. If only I were a little stronger. Just a little. Luan closed his eyes in regret for not following his boss's step, crazily killing the zombies just like Tang Shaoyang did. Maybe I will not die here. When he closed his eyes, the male zombie was only 2 meters away from him. It was just a matter of time before he was eaten by the zombie. Just as he thought the male zombie was about to reach him, but a booming sound resounded next to him. The ground vibrated, then a familiar voice entered his ears. "What are you doing, boy? Were you giving up just now?" Slowly, Luan opened his eyes. The first thing he did was checking the zombie that crawled toward him. Not far from his feet, he saw the zombie's hand trying to reach his feet. The male zombie could not reach him with the tip of the battle axe pinned its body onto the ground. He was saved, and without doubt, once again, Boss saved him. He looked up, and indeed, his boss was walking toward him with his body covered in blood. Blood that came from the zombies he killed. Only then Luan let out a sigh of relief as he shook his head in response. "Ho-ho, so you are exhausted to the point you can't move?" It was his first time to encounter someone who could not move because of exhaustion. Luan nodded in response. "Not only you can't move, but you also can't speak." Tang Shaoyang asked in wonder, as Luan merely shaking or nodding. "No, I can speak, but I would rather not. It will worsen my thirst." "I am sorry, boss," Luan replied with his dried voice. "Ho-ho, that's so? Then let's rest for now and get our meal as well." Tang Shaoyang walked to Luan's side. He pulled the battle axe and immediately crushed the zombie's head with his right foot. After that, he put the battle axe on his right shoulder while carrying Luan on his left shoulder. They were heading back to Changshao establishment. Walking amidst the zombies' dead bodies, it gave out an eerie atmosphere. Moreover, the sun also almost set, indicating they had been battling the zombies all noon. It took 15 minutes of walking to reach the Changshao establishment. Tang Shaoyang brought Luan to the right building, Changshao Plaza. Even though the city filled with zombies, fortunately, the electricity was still working. Hero brought Luan to the 3rd floor. It was a floor that focused on selling furniture. He threw Luan onto the bed on display and said, "Wait here, I will get our meal." "Boss, don't leave me. What if there are zombies here?" However, the words failed to reach his boss as Tang Shaoyang went back to the 2nd floor, the grocery center. Luan panicked as he kept glancing left and right. He was worried suddenly a zombie popped out of nowhere and bit him. He did not want to die yet. Just as he thought the 3rd floor was safe, he heard a voice from the escalator. Luan immediately turned his head toward the escalator that was about 10 meters away from him. He strengthened his grips on the butcher knife as his heartbeat accelerated. "Bedump! Bedump! Bedump!" Then a shadow jumped out from the escalator, which startled him. He immediately stood in response, but when he saw the shadow to be his boss, Luan relieved. Tang Shaoyang was oblivious that he just startled his only subordinate, but he was delighted to see Luan could stand already. "Oh, you can stand now? Good, good." Tang Shaoyang commented with a big smile while bringing a big box of instant ramen, a pack of eggs, cabbages, and bacon. He poured everything next to Luan, including the drinks which Luan immediately took. "Pfwa! The thirst is killing me. Thank you, boss." "Wait here. I am going to get a portable stove." After that, Tang Shaoyang turned around and muttered, "The appliance should be on the 5th or the 6th floor." "Ah, boss seems familiar with this place." Luan overheard his boss's mutters. But he said this place would be our base." Luan looked at the surroundings and commented, Not bad. Soon, Tang Shaoyang came back with a portable stove, as he even brought a knife to cut the cabbage. Then, he set the table and began cooking the instant ramen. Luan, of course, felt unwell, letting Boss cook for him. He wanted to offer him to cook, but it seemed Boss could read his mind. It's okay. Just this once you will taste my cook. Put the noodles into boiling water, the spice, and when the noodle was almost done. He put the cabbage earlier, and the last was the egg. After that, he served the noodles into the bowl. The last step was putting the bacon into the bowl. Then the ramen was ready to eat. The golden yellow egg in the middle was not fully cooked, as he put the egg last. Next to the egg were 3 slices of bacon perfectly waiting to be eaten. Luan was surprised, as the plating was surprisingly good. At least, this ramen had a better look than the ramen he made earlier this morning. The first thing Luan did was poking the golden yellow egg. The runny yellow egg oozed out from where he poked. He did not know why, but he had an urge to dip the bacon into the egg, and he did it. As he put the bacon into his mouth, the delicious flavor flooded over his mouth. Such a simple recipe, but it was so delicious. Luan was not stingy with his praise. You are exaggerating, it's just a random recipe. Tang Shaoyang rolled his eyes at Luan's exaggerating praise. Then both of them had instant ramen for their meals. Check my virtual library empire, MV11YR, for the latest updates. Luan immediately slept right after he finished his 3rd bowl, and Tang Shaoyang merely shook his head at this. He planned them to sleep in the 5-star hotel, looking at the exhausted Luan, Tang Shaoyang, also lazy to move. He chose a random bed, then he fell asleep as well. The next morning, Tang Shaoyang woke up with an energizing body. A night's rest washed away yesterday's exhaustion. The moment he opened his eyes, he smelled the instant ramen he ate last night. Hey, boss, you wake up? Luan greeted while slurping the noodles. The moment he woke up, Luan made breakfast, and the current bowl was his second. Do you want some ramen? Tang Shaoyang shook his head. Eating instant ramen is not healthy. But I wonder if it's truly not healthy for our enhanced body. There was no doubt that his body got stronger as he leveled up, but he was also curious if he still could get sick when he reached a higher level. Tang Shaoyang shook his head at those thoughts as he went to the 2nd floor. When he returned, he was bringing a bunch of snacks and a carton of milk with him. He sat next to Luan and asked, So how's yesterday's harvest? Have you got your talent yet? When Tang Shaoyang brought up the talent, Luan made a sad face. I haven't got my talent yet, and I am level 13 now. It's weird. I got my talent at level 5 or 6, around that level. Tang Shaoyang held his chin, thinking about how to get a talent for his subordinate. Are you sure you did not miss the notification? He asked again upon thinking Luan might be missing the notification while battling the horde yesterday. Luan shook his head as he was sure that there was no notification about him getting a talent point. As Tang Shaoyang had no way to get the talent for his subordinate, he opened his status screen. Talking about level, he remembered he had not allocated his attribute points yet. Name: Tang Shaoyang. Age: 26. Affiliation: none. Level 25 talent: Divine Body, attribute point 8. Strength: 86. Agility: 34. Vitality: 46. Stamina: 39. Magic power: 26. Sense skill: basic detection. Tang Shaoyang allocated 4 attribute points into strength and allocated the rest into vitality. Noticing Luan was done with breakfast, he tapped the boy's shoulder. Don't get discouraged. I believe you will get your talent later. For now, let's check our new base. It's a 5-star hotel, you know. Tang Shaoyang was pretty excited about his new base. Before this unknown game started, there was no way he could get something like this. But everything was different now. Luan also got pretty excited when he heard this. He immediately followed his boss. They went down and headed toward the hotel that was located in the middle. As they reached the entrance, the glass door automatically opened. A luxurious and big lobby awaited ahead of them. Surprisingly, the hotel was intact. Then the duo immediately entered the hotel with a big grin. You have entered an inhabitant territory. You have triggered a minigame. Minigame: kill or get killed. Task: please kill the territory's keepers to finish the minigame. Note: during the minigame, you can't get out of the building. Good luck, Gamer Tang Shaoyang. However, the grin instantly vanished upon the notification rang in his ears. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 21, Stage 3 Zombie Chapter 21 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. What's this boss? Luan immediately asked after the notification rang in his head. He thought his boss knew something about the minigame. Just like its name, it's a minigame with your life at stake. Tang Shaoyang answered casually. It was as if the minigame was not a threat to them. Indeed, Tang Shaoyang was confident they could easily survive the minigame with his current level. Of course, it was with a note that he faced the same thing with the thing he faced back then, his first minigame. His reply was not received well by Luan when the words "your life at stake" entered his ears. His body shuddered voluntarily as the luxurious lobby turned into an eerie lobby in Luan's eyes. He backed for a few steps and his back instantly hit the glass's entrance. Luan turned around and tried to get out, but the door won't budge even a little bit. Tang Shaoyang noticed his only subordinate panicked. "It's okay, boy. Look at this." He showed his intimidating battle axe to Luan and added, "I got this from clearing my first minigame. We might get you a fancy weapon like this if we can clear this minigame. Don't worry, just stay close to me." Only then, Luan calmed down. Even though he had faced many zombies yesterday, fear still engraved deep in him. He collected himself and got closer to Tang Shaoyang with a steel pipe in his left hand and a butcher knife in his right hand. Boom, 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 boom. Just as he calmed down a bit, 5 continuous booming sounds resounded. Luan jumped out in fear as he looked toward where the noise was coming from. Then, he saw 5 creatures that were similar to zombies just destroyed the counter. They were similar but different. These 5 creatures crawling with all its 4. With their grotesque visages and disgusting yellow liquid flowing down from their eyes, it was truly an unpleasant view. Tang Shaoyang and Luan gazed at the 5 creatures, while the 5 creatures also looked at the 2 intruders. Of course, the duo not only just stared at the ugly creature, but they also activated their only skills, basic detection. Evolution Stage 2 Level 15, Skill Strike. Evolution Stage 2 Level 20, Skill. Evolution Stage 2 Level 30, 2 Level 15 crawlers, 2 Level 20 crawlers, and the last crawler, Level 30. Oh boy, it's not good. It's fucking 5 this time. Tang Shaoyang blurted, moreover, the biggest one is Level 30, and there was another skill, Acid Spray. He did not know what that skill was, but an additional skill meant more abilities for the crawler. What he concerned was Luan. Without talent and additional attribute from the talent, it would be hard for Luan to even face one of it. However, in an instant, a plan formulated in his mind. His instinct was telling him to kill the Level 30 crawler first, then the rest would be easy for him. Without even looking back, Hero gave out his order. "Can you take one of the lowest levels amongst them? No, you have to at least take one of them by yourself. I will take care of the rest. Get ready." Luan was his subordinate, and his safety of his responsibility as boss. But it was different now. In such an occasion, as his subordinate, Luan had to prove himself as a worthy subordinate. It was indeed a pity if Luan died here, as they were already close. Nevertheless, he could not protect his subordinates forever. Badump! 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 Luan's heartbeat instantly accelerated as soon as the order arrived in his ears. It was a lie if he was not afraid of those creepy monsters, but he knew he could not run from his responsibility. Surprisingly, despite a pang of nervousness he felt earlier, he did not complain or even blame Tang Shaoyang. Sticking to Tang Shaoyang was not an ideal choice, as he would only be a burden which could lead to their demise later. Despite the nervousness, Luan accepted his role with his chest straight up. "All right." He said that in a firm tone, which gained Tang Shaoyang's approval. Pam! 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 Right after that, the crawler made their move. With all their 4s, the 5 crawlers rushed toward Tang Shaoyang and Luan. Tang Shaoyang was pretty calm, as this was not his first time facing the crawler. He pointed his hand to the right side and yelled, "Luan, get to the right, I will send one of them to your direction." After that, Tang Shaoyang charged over the 5 crawlers. As for Luan, he heeded the order and moved to the right, which had more space. He did not know how his boss would send the crawler to him, but he trusted his boss. With Destroyer in his right hand, Tang Shaoyang charged fearlessly. The fastest one was the level 20 crawler. He clashed with it in a flash. Two long arms with horrifying claw were flogging toward his chest. If the two arms reached his chest, without a doubt it would tear his open. Tang Shaoyang made an abrupt stop and jumped back right after that. The claw missed about 5 centimeters away from his chest. "Heh! Take this, creep!" In that instant, Hero swung his destroyer horizontally. Remembering how tough the crawler's skin, he thought the crawler would be flung away. However, instead of getting flung away, his battle axe cut through the crawler's chest with a hitch. Splash! The reddish-green liquid spurted out as he cut the crawler into 2 parts. He was dumbfounded at the result, but he was also pleasantly surprised. You have leveled up. You gained 2 attribute points. You can allocate the attribute point by opening the status screen. It was so easy, and I gained a level for killing one. Tang Shaoyang blurted out in delight. Then, there's still a chance for Luan. Even though he cut one of the crawlers down easily, Tang Shaoyang would still force Luan to fight against the lowest level crawler. Right after the level 20 crawler was cut, the level 30 crawler spurted out greenish-yellow liquid toward him. As soon as his feet touched the floor, he immediately took a sidestep, avoiding the acid spray. Shh! 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 As soon as the acid spray landed on the floor, the ground was melted. Tang Shaoyang's body voluntarily shuddered at this sight. He just could not imagine what if that acid spray landed on his body, but the crawler just won't give him a chance to get a break as the other 3 crawlers arrived. They lunged over him from 3 directions, but Tang Shaoyang only smirked at such obvious movement. He ducked his body and their claws missed him. The 3 crawlers' bodies were in the air. As such, it was not possible for them to avoid his strike. Tang Shaoyang grabbed one of the lowest level crawler's long arms. He spun once and threw the crawler toward Luan's direction, causing a booming noise as the crawler hit one of the pillars on the other side. Right after that, he turned around and saw the crawler just landed on the ground. "You are too slow." Tang Shaoyang swung his battle axe vertically toward the last level 20 crawler. The crawler body split with greenish blood spilled over as the organs splattered around. Meanwhile, it was as if it did not learn from its earlier mistake. The last level 15 crawler lunged over him once again. "Ha! This is an easy fight!" With a loud laugh, he released grips on his battle axe. Once again, he ducked his body, dodging the incoming claw. When the crawler arrived on the top of his head, Tang Shaoyang's moved and grabbed the crawler neck. With a strong grip on the neck, he jumped out and slammed the crawler to the floor. Bam! The floor cracked from the impact as the crawler laid down with all its 4 opened. Tang Shaoyang stood with his left foot on the crawler's chest. With his left foot pinned the crawler down, he kicked the crawler's head with his right foot. Shua! Just like a soccer ball, the crawler head flew off as the greenish squirted around the air. You have leveled up. You gain 2 attribute points. You can allocate the attribute point by opening the status screen. Tang Shaoyang was laughing hard as the greenish blood covered his body. If Luan looked at the current boss, he might think his boss was a madman. After laughing, he turned toward the last crawler and smirked as he licked his lips. "It's your turn, boy." Meanwhile, back to the time when Tang Shaoyang threw the crawler toward Luan. Nota: check MEMBRI-R for any Celestians. Luan was waiting for his opponent, and then he saw one of the crawlers sped up toward him. His head followed the crawler body, which was in the air until the crawler hit the pillar and fell. Looking at the falling crawler, his eyes were brightened and blurted out, "This is my chance." Luan immediately chased after the crawler, who was still trying to get up. With nervousness and excitement mixed within him, Luan madly swung his steel pipe and butcher knife at the crawler, until the crawler's long arm shot toward him. Only then Luan jumped back, dodging the claw by a few centimeters. Luan did not immediately launch another attack. He was looking at his opponent's condition. Then, after a barrage of madness attacks, he noticed the crawler's left arm was crooked strangely while the right arm was dangled with a deep cut. Heh! This is an easy fight. Easy exp. Luan smiled as he charged toward the limped crawler. What happened next was Luan chopping the crawler's head with his butcher knife. You have leveled up. You gain 2 attribute points. You can allocate the attribute point by opening the status screen. After he chopped off the head, he did not bother with his level, but looked at his boss's direction. He saw Boss already killed all of the crawlers, including the level 30 crawler. Luan rejoiced as he ran over, regrouping back with his boss. As he rushed, he yelled happily, "Boss, we did it! We cleared the minigame." However, what he got back was a frown from Hero. He noticed the frown and asked, "What's wrong, boss?" "No, we haven't cleared the minigame yet. There's no notification for clearing the minigame yet, and where the reward, we haven't got our reward too." Just as Tang Shaoyang finished his words, boom, boom, there's something heavy fell from the top floor. Based on the sound, it must be something heavy. Both immediately turned their heads over, and saw 2 more keepers standing at the spot where Luan battled against the level 15 crawler. Evolution, Stage 3, Level 18. Skill, Strengths for Listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 22, Crisis. Chapter 22 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. 2 big creatures were standing at the spot where Luan killed the crawler. They stood straight, just like a human, but their bulging muscles and the size of their bodies were abnormal for a human. The size of this creature's arm was about triple of Luan's thigh. At the 2 creatures' sight, he could not help but remember about Hulk. These 2 creatures were a smaller version of the Hulk. Roar! As the subordinate and the boss scanned their new opponents, the 2 crusher opened their mouths and released out a deafening roar. Right after the roar, the 2 creatures charged toward them. Halfway, the 2 crusher leaped forward as they raised their big arms. The sudden leap caught the duo off guard, but they still managed to react in time. Luan rolled the right, while Tang Shaoyang took a side step to the left. They were now separated from Crusher in the middle. However, Luan no longer panicked as before, despite knowing his chance of winning against Crusher was nil. He immediately allocated the newly gained attribute to agility. "Boss, I will lure one of them away from you. After you kill the other one, please come to me," Luan shouted. Afterward, he picked the glass table next to him and threw it toward the closest Crusher. Piang! The glass table broke into pieces upon hitting the Crusher's big body. It left no scratch on Crusher's dark skin, but Luan managed to attract its attention as it turned toward him. Luan did not stop as he took the chair and threw it toward the same Crusher. After he threw the chair, without looking back, Luan ran madly. Yes, without Tang Shaoyang's plan, he made the plan by himself, attracting one of the Crushers and buying time for Boss to kill the other one. It was the plan. "Fortunately, I focused my attribute on agility," Luan murmured as he ran with all his might. Luan's trick was working as the Crusher immediately chased after him. Each of its steps caused a vibration to the floor, but Luan, who had been in constant near-death experience, already overcame his fear. Meanwhile, Tang Shaoyang was surprised that the scaredy cat Luan would volunteer himself as bait. But then he was also satisfied with his subordinate's performance. At least, that boy improved a lot. Putting aside the thoughts regarding Luan, Tang Shaoyang revolved the battle axe in his hand and readied himself to battle against the Stage 3 zombie, Crusher. "Come, big boy." Right after his words, Crusher charged forward. With its big body, Crusher was considerably fast, but it was still too slow for Tang Shaoyang. Stepping to the right, the fist missed, and Tang Shaoyang immediately swung his battle axe toward Crusher's waist. "Let's see how strong your body is." The battle axe split through the air and smoothly hit Crusher's waist. Crusher's waist was cut open as dark blood ran down from the cut. But the battle axe only managed to pierce a few centimeters deep. Tang Shaoyang was surprised at how tough Crusher was. Even though Crushed was hit by the big destroyer, it still remained on its spot. And then, a big fist hit Tang Shaoyang's waist. Crusher did not just wait while its waist was cut. It sent another punch, and Tang Shaoyang's body flew while holding the heavy destroyer. Bam! His body crashed to the wall. An acute pain transmitted from his waist. Tang Shaoyang immediately stood up and groaned. "Argh! It's very painful. He looked up and noticed Crusher was in the air. It leaped and intended to crush him with his big arms. Tang Shaoyang, without hesitation, rolled his body forward, avoiding the Crusher. Boom! The floor was destroyed, and the dust rose, but still failed to cover the 3 meters tall Crusher. Tang Shaoyang witnessed how the creature destroyed the floor with just one leap. Ah! Shit! I have been fighting against the weakling, causing me to be overconfident and dull my senses a little bit. Tang Shaoyang realized his mistake, causing him to get hit at his waist. The burning, painful sensation on his waist was still strong. If not the case, there was no way he would get hit by such a simple counter. Tang Shaoyang readied himself once again with his guard at the maximum. Whoosh! As soon as Crusher realized that it hit an empty floor, it turned around, charged at Tang Shaoyang. Meanwhile, Tang Shaoyang focused his attention at Crusher's waist as he intended to target the cut. However, Tang Shaoyang noticed the cut was healed a little as blood stopped coming out of the cut. Not only the crushed had overwhelming strength, but it also had high vitality. Just as he was about to move, Hero noticed its body released a black gas. The black gas covered Crusher's body, then it jumped out to the air. At the same time, the black gas made the shape of a hammer. As soon as the hammer shape formed, the hammer slammed down with frightening speed. Once again, Tang Shaoyang was caught off guard, but he managed to raise his battle axe to block the incoming hammer. Peng! As soon as the hammer-shaped black gas clashed against the battle axe's steel shaft, Tang Shaoyang's hand went numb in that instant. His body visibly trembled from the impact as suffocating breath followed up. Crack! 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 The floor, where Tang Shaoyang stood, cracking upon the impact. The weight and the force behind the hammer were so strong, it almost made his feet go weak. Even after the clash, the force was not lessened even a little. Boom! Tang Shaoyang immediately retreated, and the hammer-shaped black gas slammed to the floor, causing a booming sound that filled the lobby. This time, Tang Shaoyang was no longer careless as before, as he made over 10 meters distance between him and Crusher. As the dust dissipated, Crusher's figure revealed. It stood straight with its bulky body. Then it turned toward Tang Shaoyang once again. Its hollow gaze stared at Tang Shaoyang for a moment before it chased after Tang Shaoyang again. This time, it was Crusher's arms that were covered in black gas. In just one look, Tang Shaoyang realized this might be the strengthened fist skill. Don't take the fist head-on, Tang Shaoyang reminded himself as he charged toward Crusher. When the two met, Crusher immediately shot his strengthened fist, which was 2 times bigger. Tang Shaoyang wanted to jump to dodge the fist and slashed his battle axe to Crusher's head. However, he immediately canceled his motion as he moved sideways. I can't risk it with jumping. In the air, he could not dodge Crusher's strengthened fist. It was dangerous if he failed to knock Crusher in one slash. After he dodged the fist, Tang Shaoyang swung Destroyer at the Crusher's thigh. A big cut was opened as the battle axe hit the thigh. This time, Tang Shaoyang was playing safe as he immediately retreated after landing a blow. Heh. My advantage is my speed and my fast reaction. I have to use my advantage. The Crusher turned around and charged at Tang Shaoyang again. It was the same movement as before, and he easily dodged the incoming fist and slashed his battle axe at the same spot, deepening the cut he had made earlier. Again, after landing the blow, he retreated into a safe distance. Tang Shaoyang kept doing and did not know how long it was, but Crusher collapsed with its body covered by dark blood. Its left arm was completely cut from its body while its right arm dangled with only its skin that connected to the body. Crusher was no longer moving, but its hollow gaze stayed at him. As Crusher could no longer move, Tang Shaoyang came closer. Ha! I am sorry, but I am the winner. To support our work, please read on. MVLE MPYR. Whoosh! Tang Shaoyang swung his battle axe toward Crusher's neck. The first strike failed to cut its neck. Then, he continued with the second and third strike. In the fifth strike, Crusher's head completely separated from its body as blood spurted out from its neck. You have leveled up. You gained 2 attribute points. You have leveled up. You gained 2 attribute points. Wow, I got 2 levels from killing this bastard. As he leveled up, the exhaustion from the battle was washed away. He immediately allocated the attribute points to strength and vitality. Now, where's the other one? Tang Shaoyang turned around and... whoosh! Just like a soccer ball, Luan's body was flying and passing him by a few centimeters away from his face. Luan's body only stopped after he crashed at one of the pillars. Tang Shaoyang followed the trajectory and saw Luan's body fell weakly. It was unknown whether Luan was still breathing or not. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 23, Smart Territory. Chapter 23 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Luan was chased by Crusher relentlessly. He thought it, with its big body, Crusher would have a low speed. He underestimated his opponent. Crusher caught him. It grabbed his feet and slammed him down to the floor. Wah! When his face was about to crash on the floor, Luan woke up from his nightmare with sweat covering his face. His back was wet from sweating. His heart was thumping madly, and his breathing was ragged. It's just a nightmare? Wait, nightmare? But I and Boss are currently fighting against Crusher. Crusher! Luan's eyes opened wide as he jumped out of the bed and checked his surroundings. He was surprised as he found himself in a luxurious room. At least, this room was much better than his room before the zombie appeared and the absurd game started. With just one look, he realized he was in a hotel room. Just as Luan was confused with everything, a familiar voice entered his ears. "Ah, you woke up." He turned around and saw his boss in a bathrobe with his hair still wet. It was clear Tang Shaoyang just finished taking shower. Tang Shaoyang approached his confused subordinate and sat on the king-size bed before asking a concerned tone, "How is it? Do you feel uncomfortable somewhere?" Luan was still trying to comprehend what actually happened to him. He recalled his last moment before losing his consciousness. It was when Crusher leaped to the air and formed hammer-shaped black gas and suddenly slammed at him at a frightening speed. He barely escaped from that weird and scary skill. Without a doubt, he would be a meat paste if that hammer-shaped black gas landed on him. He barely escaped from that weird skill, but later he was unlucky as Crusher Fist slammed at him. After that, he did not remember anything, which meant he passed out after getting hit once. Scanning the room before looking back at Boss, Luan badly wanted to know what happened. "Boss, what actually happened? What about the Crusher? You have killed them, right? We won the minigame, right?" "Congratulations, you have killed the keepers and finished minigame. Killed or get killed." You gained a reward, 1 level 9 treasure chest, 1 level 8 treasure chest, a territory, and +1 level. Congratulations, you are the third person that won against a big-scale minigame and gained a smart base. You leveled up. You gained 2 attribute points. You leveled up. You gained 2 attribute points. You gained 2 attribute points. It was the notification Tang Shaoyang received after killing the last Crusher. Even though he won the fight, he did not feel anything. He won the fight, but he lost his only subordinate. Yes, back then, Tang Shaoyang thought Luan was dying. He dejectedly walked back to the young Luan's body. As Luan was his first subordinate and had a decent relationship, he was rather down from losing Luan. When he reached Luan's body, he noticed the red blood covered around his mouth. Even though he was not a doctor and with his experiences from fighting on the street, Tang Shaoyang knew Luan suffered internal injuries. If not, Luan would not spit blood like this. He moved his index finger to Luan's nose and he sensed faint breathing. However, with what he had now, there was no way he could save Luan. Looking at Luan, who was breathing weakly, there was a thought flashed in his mind. Should I end his suffering? Yes, he did not have any means to save Luan, and he was suffering from heavy internal injuries. It was a torture for Luan to keep living like this, even only for a short moment. So there was a thought in his mind, telling him to end his subordinate's suffering. Don't kill him. At least not now, as you still have a chance to save him, Master. Then, suddenly, there was an enthusiastic voice resounded at the messed-up lobby. Tang Shaoyang jolted awake, and he turned around. He scanned the surroundings to find where the voice came from. Master, you will not be able to see me, but you can always hear me. I am the smart and unique AI, an AI of your smart base. The enthusiastic voice resounded again. The voice seemed to be coming from every direction, but Tang Shaoyang failed to spot any living creature nearby. AI? Tang Shaoyang asked in a doubtful tone. Yes, an AI, but I am not just an ordinary AI. I am unique as I have my awareness and I will be actively helping you to reach the next stage of the game. The longer the AI spoke, the more it became even more excited. Meanwhile, Tang Shaoyang was still clueless about the thing called AI, but it was not his concern now. Luan was his concern, and AI said he had a chance to save Luan. You said I have a chance to save my subordinate? How? Yes, even though the chance is so low, but might as well try rather than doing nothing, right? The chance I am talking about is the treasure chest. I believe you got treasure chests from capturing this base, and that treasure is your chance to save your subordinate master. There is a possibility you might get healing potions from the treasure chest. With healing potions, your subordinate could be saved. As for what happened next, he opened the treasure chest and got a healing potion. That was why Luan was saved. After hearing all of those, Luan rushed and gave his boss a bear hug while crying. Thank you, boss. Thank you. Thank you for saving me, again and again. Luan was getting emotional and crying on Tang Shaoyang's chest. However, Tang Shaoyang's reaction was throwing his subordinate to the bed and said in an odd tone, "Get away. I am straight. Even if all the women in the world are gone, I will not even touch you." No, boss, don't misunderstand me. I'm also straight. But I'm just getting emotional that you are willing to use the rare healing potion for me. Thank you, boss. Luan voiced his honest thought and truly felt grateful. Yes, the healing potion was a rare commodity at this earlier stage, and for Tang Shaoyang willing to use it on him, Luan was touched. His boss could save the potion for himself and let him die. After all, he was just a weakling subordinate, and Tang Shaoyang could look for another Luan to be his subordinate. However, boss did not do so. He used the precious healing potion for him. Of course, Tang Shaoyang's action was not without consideration. He used his healing potion because of Luan's improvement in the last few days. From the weak-looking youth, he braced himself to face thousands of zombies with him. From the scaredy cat boy, he transformed into a boy who willingly to be a bait against a stage 3 zombie. With all these improvements, Tang Shaoyang was willing to use the healing potion for Luan. Don't get too emotional with such a thing. I give you a healing potion because I still have 2 with me. Giving you 1 is out of my consideration of your contribution to completing the minigame. Don't get your head with those useless thoughts. Boss, can you not break the good atmosphere between us? I thought we will become even closer. Our bond will be strengthened further. Luan said those with a big laugh etched on his face. It's cringe and creepy. Don't ever say it again or I'm going to kick your ass. Get up. I will bring you to a place. Having said that, Tang Shaoyang walked out of the room. Luan followed Tang Shaoyang closely as he was curious about what boss wanted to show him. When they came out of the bedroom, it was a spacious living room that greeted Luan. He scanned the surroundings fervently like a bumpkin who just entered a 5-star hotel. Meanwhile, he noticed his boss was pretty calm and not that amazed by this room. This only made Luan even more curious about boss's background. Before, he noticed that boss was also pretty familiar with Changsha Mall. As his thoughts went wild, they reached the elevator. He looked at the button and saw his boss's hand pressed B3. Currently, he was on the 15th floor. Basement? What's so special about the basement? From his knowledge, usually, basements were used to be a parking lot. All this time, you are very frustrated with not being able to receive talent, right? Then the silence was broken by Tang Shaoyang's calm voice. It turned out that you will not be able to get talent except for killing 1,000 zombies on the very first day or 24 hours after the game started. Tang Shaoyang told him crucial information. Ting. But you don't have to worry. With the smart base, you can get a talent. As Tang Shaoyang finished his words, the elevator's door opened and a robotic voice resounded. Welcome to Evolution Floor, Your Majesty. Luan was startled with the robotic voice. The voice was clearly different from the voice he heard from Leveling Up. The robotic voice from Leveling Up was void of emotion, while the robotic he just heard was full of enthusiasm in greeting them. Is that the AI you were talking about, boss? Luan asked excitedly. Publication courtesy of MVLEMP. Correct. Also, don't call me AI as Your Majesty has bestowed me a name, Origin. The one who replied was not Tang Shaoyang, but the AI as it introduced itself as Origin. Can you stop calling me that? It's cringe, you know? Even though he was dreaming to be an emperor of his empire, but as a man born in the modern era, he felt cringe being called Your Majesty. It won't do. As an AI, my purpose is serving my master, helping him to achieve his dream. Your dream. Origin spoke fluently and excitedly when it talked about its master's grand purpose. However, Tang Shaoyang immediately cut it off halfway. All right, stop already. Just explain to this boy about the talent. He immediately walked out with Luan followed him closely with a confused gaze. He was still clueless as to why Origin called his boss with Your Majesty. However, he did not think much about this as he was excited about the talent. When he stepped out of the elevator, he was greeted with a spacious room, but also an empty. It was more like a hall than a room, and at the end of the hall, Luan spotted 2 doors that led to a different room. The door on the left was green, while the door on the right was blue. There seemed to be writing on the door. When he got near, he was finally able to read the word. On the green door, talent was written on it. As for the blue door, advancement was written on it. Hear me out, little boy. Go to the left room and I will elaborate more when you enter the room. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 24, Talent. Chapter 24 of Armipotent, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Luan was excited as he entered the room with the green door. A talent. He was about to get talent. He had heard about talent from Boss. Talent gave an additional attribute in each level, and he was so excited about what he would get. The room was not that big and empty. Yes, it was an empty room, and it was confusing to him. Origin told him he could obtain talent from this room, but how? He scanned the surrounding, trying to spot if there was any tool that could be used, like something similar to a computer, or even a futuristic computer. A steel wall and floor with bright lightning, but he did not find any lamp or any other lightning on the ceiling. He was getting anxious as he faced the empty steel room, as this room was similar to an interrogation room in the movie, which the only difference was this room had bright lightning. What are you worrying, boy? You have me here. Origin's voice resounded in Luan's mind. Different from before, he could not find any enthusiasm in it. It was more like an arrogant. Luan was surprised at the sudden change in Origin, but he did not pay it as he was waiting for the next instruction from Origin. Go walk to the center room, boy. Luan followed the instruction and walked to the center. He wanted to ask what he should do next, but there was a sudden change in his surroundings. The steel room transformed into a white, bright room, and there was a screen popped in front of him. The screen gave him 2 option buttons. The left button was random talent, and the right button was tiered talent. Below the button, there seemed to be a price for each button. 1 talent points was the cost for random talent, and while he needed 10,000 GC coin for the tiered talent. There are 2 ways to get talent. The first one is killing 1,000 zombies with a condition that you killed the zombie in 24 hours since the game started. However, it's impossible to achieve as 24 hours have passed since the game started. There's a big advantage for the first way. You can choose your talent. It's a pity that instead of killing zombies, you are cowering in fear in your room. Origin did not forget to mock Luan, leaving the boy speechless. My Virtual Library Empire, MVL0, hosts the original. The second one is the thing you face right now. Let me explain about the talent point. Every gamer is blessed with 1 talent point from the start. However, it can only be used here. As for GC coin, it's a game currency and you can get GC coin each time you kill a zombie. Each time you kill a Stage 1 zombie, you will get 1 GC coin and 100 GC coin for Stage 2 zombie. You can use GC coin to use the tiered talent, but with your current GC coin, there's no way you can use tiered talent. You can check your screen status to see GC coin in your possession, but there's no need to check it, just choose random talent. You are weak. You can't be compared to Master. Origin raised its voice as it mocked Luan. Luan actually wanted to ask if he offended Origin in any way, but decided not to. He opened his screen status. Sure enough, at the upper right corner, there was a number there. 12,312 GC. He blinked his eyes a few times and gazed back at the number below tiered talent. Indeed, it was just impossible to use tiered talent. Luan dejectedly closed his status screen as his hand moved to random talent. Don't you want to hear more about talent? You are weak. You are sloppy as well. How can Master pick you as his subordinate? You are so unreliable. You should ask me more about talent. All right, for the sake of my master, I will explain it to you. It's your job. You are the AI. Luan almost blurted it out, but he did not want to offend the AI. There's a tier for talent, while E tier is the worst, and SSS tier is the highest you can get. In random talent, you will get a random tier talent. This is a chance for random talent and a tiered talent. After that, 2 screens popped in front of Luan. His eyes gazed at the left screen. Random talent chance, E tier talent, 50%, D tier talent, 25%, C tier talent, 12.5%, B tier talent, 6.25%, A tier talent, 2. 125% S tier talent, 0.99%, SSS tier 1 talent. With the list in front of his eyes, he got a clear understanding regarding the talent. It seemed the best tier he could get from random talent was B tier 1. As for the higher tiered talent, he could not put much hope into it. Then, his gaze landed on the next screen. It was the chance for tiered talent. Tiered talent chance, C tier talent, 70%. B tier talent, 13%. A tier talent, 4%. S tier talent, 1.99%. SSS tier talent, 0.99%. Sure enough, tiered talent was much better. In order to get SSS tier talent and random talent, one needed divine luck, but tiered talent offered a % chance for SSS tier talent. At this time around, he was curious about his boss's talent. What tier his talent was. You can use your talent point to draw random talent for now. However, if somehow you draw E tier talent, you have a second chance with tiered talent. You can only use it once, whether random talent or tiered talent. Origin continued with the explanation. Good, you can draw your talent now. With Origin's instruction, Luan pressed random talent. At the same time he pressed random talent, random words appeared in the white room. Yes, countless random words appeared in the white room, and he guessed those words were talent. It continued for a minute, and it stopped. Right ahead of him, the word agile was written. The word was huge, filled the wall, and there was something written at the bottom right corner, B tier. Luan clenched his fist and said, yes! B tier talent was the best outcome he could get from random talent. He was satisfied with the result. It's a pretty good talent, and it's truly fit with your attribute location. Not bad. Origin, for the first time, talked positively about Luan. As for Luan, he pretty much ignored the haughty AI as he opened his status screen. Name, Luan, age 18. Affiliation, level 16. Talent, agile attribute point 4. Strength 12, agility 82, vitality 4, stamina 11, magic power 3, sense 5, skill, basic detection. When he opened the status screen, he was freezing for a moment upon the sight of his attribute. He just could not believe that his agility would be skyrocketed like this. He calculated his agility before he got talent, and then he got the result. Each time he leveled, his agility would be increased by 4. It was a lot, and indeed, agile was perfectly fit with his attribute allocation. However, looking at his other attributes, it left him speechless. Especially for his magic power and vitality, the difference was just too big. Moreover, it was okay for him if he could not use magic, but vitality was essential too. Don't worry, boy. A class also could raise your attributes. Not only attributes, but you can also gain a skill after you choose your class. The room next to us is the advancement room. It is a place where you choose your class. Origin seemed to be able to read Luan's mind. Luan's expression brightened, and he blurted out, "Then let's go. I want to choose a class as well." Having said that, Luan wanted to go out. He was impatient regarding the class. The words truly changed, just like RPG games. He was excited about this, but Origin poured him cold water. Dream on. You need to be in level 30 to get a class. Even if you are level 30, you can't go now. Your boss is in the process of advancement. Yes, in the next room, Tang Shaoyang was in a dilemma. He did not know what to choose. Different from talent, you could choose your class in advancement, and Tang Shaoyang did not know which one was the right one for him. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 25, Choosing Class. Chapter 25 of Armipotent, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tang Shaoyang was confronted with a big dilemma as he did not know what to choose or what class that fit with him. He was presented with many choices, but the choice did not give any details about the class. The screen in front of him only showed the class's name. The class was divided into two sections, Basic Class and Unique Class. There were only 6 basic class: Warrior, Tank, Archer, Thief, Mage, and Healer. Amongst the 6 basic class, he only understood 3 of them: Warrior, Archer, and Healer. Tank? Is that a military tank? An armored vehicle? This class is nonsense. Thief? Oh my, this is the worst. Why would someone choose to be a thief? Mage? What is this? Based on the name, Mage seems to be a decent class, right? As someone who never played games, as someone who spent his time on the street and fighting, Tang Shaoyang was clueless with all these classes. The basic class already caused him enough headaches, but the unique class was more confusing. He even spotted a class Demon King, Hero, Dragon Slayer, Dragon Knight, and one that attracted him the most, Flame Emperor. The words Emperor was the one that actually attracted him. However, even so, to get the class, he had to pay a huge sum of GC. Origin had explained that GC was the game currency that could be used to buy something from a virtual shop or can be used for class advancement. However, it was impossible to choose that cringe class. He had to gamble it, using his GC to get that close with a probability less than 1% to get one of those classes. Furthermore, he did not have enough GC to gamble. 100,000 GC was needed for that. However, there were also a few unique classes that could be earned with GC. There were 10 classes in total. Unique Class 1. Summoner, Advanced Class, 1000 GC. 2. Assassin, Advanced Class, 1000 GC. 3. Swordsman, Advanced Class, 1000 GC. 4. Ranger, Advanced Class, 1000 GC. 5. Knight, Advanced Class, 1000 GC. 6. Berserker, Advanced Class, 1000 GC. 7. Cleric, 1000 GC. 8. Flame Mage, Advanced Class, 1000 GC. 9. Blacksmith, Advanced Class, 1000 GC. 10. Spirit Contractor. Those 10 classes were what he could choose aside from the basic class. However, there were only 2 classes that attracted him, Berserker and Swordsman. But he never used a sword, and he was worried about that. Tang Shaoyang was more inclined to Berserker. It reminded him about his title, but being picky, he did not want to bring his past with him. He was a new Tang Shaoyang who would establish his empire. Berserker only reminded him about his past, who was just someone else's subordinate. He was being picky about his class. Just as he was confused with these classes, the helper came. "Master, have you decided yet?" Origin's respectful voice rang in his mind. Tang Shaoyang's eyes lit up as he immediately asked Origin, "Can you tell me about the detail of the class?" He wanted to know about the class and choose the most suitable for his fighting style. But Tang Shaoyang had to be disappointed with Origin's answer. "I am sorry, Master. I can't help you with that. Just like the system that does not provide any information, I am, as a part of the system, is prohibited to leak the information," Origin replied with a dejected voice. It was as if the AI had emotion as it showed it through its voice. Tang Shaoyang also could discern it as well. He could only let out a sigh as he faced the dilemma. "However, if you trust me, I can help you to choose your class. If you trust me, allow me to give you my recommendation." Indeed, Origin could not leak the details of each class, but it could help its master with the recommendation. As Origin knew its master's attribute, it could choose the most suitable for Tang Shaoyang. Origin could advise its master with the most suitable class, but with the condition that its master trusted it. "Then, what is the most suitable class for me?" Tang Shaoyang asked as he wanted to know Origin's opinion. "Spirit Contractor. That is the most suitable class for you. It's worth its price, Master," Origin replied without any hesitation. Tang Shaoyang looked back at the screen, the most expensive one amongst the 10 unique classes. Spirit Contractor. He never thought of choosing this class, not only because of its sky-high price, but the name of the class was fishy to him. The only thing he knew about Spirit was a ghost. There was an elderly couple who often shared their experiences about meeting ghosts and vengeful spirit with him. So when he saw the word spirit, he connected with ghosts. Tang Shaoyang hesitated as he was unsure, but he could not ignore Origin's judgment. Does the spirit contractor is about making a contract with spirit and letting the spirit fight for me? Tang Shaoyang tried to define spirit contractor. I can't tell you, master. Origin responded helplessly. With the restriction, it could not tell Tang Shaoyang anything about spirit contractor. I can explain it if only you choose spirit contractor as your class. Tang Shaoyang opened his status screen and checked the upper right corner. He had 10,506,107 GC in total. Origin told him that clearing the minigame gave him a lot of rewards, GC coin included. As someone who became the first who cleared the first minigame, it gave him a lot of GC bonus. If I use 10 million GC for my class, then how am I going to upgrade my territory? You told me I need a lot of GC to upgrade my territory, opening more useful features for my territory. Tang Shaoyang was hesitating because of its cost. It was not that he did not believe in Origin. Master, don't you want to build an empire, right? To build an empire, you need a lot of people in it. You can use your people to gather GC coin. You should focus more on your strength for now. Origin advised, extorting my people? How can I do that to my people? Tang Shaoyang shook his head. He might be ruthless to his enemy, but not his people. No, we are not extorting them. Tax, it's a tax, master. They are protected by the empire, so it's normal for them to pay taxes. Moreover, we can provide talent and class within our smart territory. Paying tax is natural for them. However, before we implement that, you have to be strong, master. If you are strong, then people are willing to pay tax in exchange for protection and the facilities of our empire. Currently, Spirit Contractor is the most suitable class for you. Exchanging 10 million for a strong class is worth it. Tang Shaoyang was convinced with Origin's words. He needed more power to gather people, so these people were willing to join his empire. Good, I will choose Spirit Contractor. He pressed Spirit Contractor on the screen and his GC got deducted instantly. Right after that, the screen vanished. The room darkened a few seconds before the light returned. The screen list also appeared again. Tang Shaoyang checked the screen once again and found there were only 9 classes in Unique Class. Spirit Contractor vanished from the list, then he checked his status screen. Name, Tang Shaoyang. Class, Spirit Contractor. Age, 26. Affiliation, none. Level 30. Talent, Divine Body Attribute .0, Strength, 109. Agility, 39. Vitality, 60. Stamina, 35. Magic Power, 31. Sense, 8. Skill, Basic Detection. Sacrificial Offering. Spirit Contract, Level 1. Spirit Integration, Level 1. Class was added to the status screen, but there was no change in attributes. A frown appeared on Tang Shaoyang's forehead. Origin told him that class could give him bonus attributes. However, he got 3 additional skills. He wanted to ask Origin about his skills, but without him waiting for him to ask, Origin started the explanation about the skills. Not only skill, Origin even told him what Spirit Contractor was. As Spirit Contractor was his class now, Origin was no longer restricted. His duty, after all, helping its master. After the explanation, Tang Shaoyang came out of the advancement room. Outside, Luan was waiting for him. The boy wanted to ask what class he got, but Tang Shaoyang had a task for Luan. Follow me. Luan obediently followed his boss. 2 hours later, at the center of Changshu Plaza, Tang Shaoyang and Luan had been gathering the zombies' dead bodies, including the crawler and crusher they killed yesterday. They piled the dead bodies, and Tang Shaoyang stood before it. The dead bodies were used to activate his skill official offering. He directed his right onto the pile of the dead bodies and activated sacrificial offering. Swoosh! 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 A strong wind engulfed the dead bodies. A few seconds later, the dead bodies released green gas. As the wind and green gas that revolved around the dead bodies, his vision was blocked. The wind and the black gas lasted for 5 minutes. It dispersed, and the dead bodies also vanished. However, at the place where the dead bodies piled up, there was a 3 meters figure standing there. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 26, Spirit Contractor. Chapter 26 of Armipotent, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Luan watched the scene from a certain distance. The green gas disappeared, and he saw a 3 meters tall figure standing as the zombies' bodies disappeared. This figure was not a human, but Hulk. Yes, the creature's skin was green, from its face till its toe. It had 4 tusks that protruded out of his mouth, which looked a little scary. It wore nothing except beast leather to cover its lower body. Along with its tall stature, it had a muscular body. The abs and the bulging muscle on his arms showed how strong this creature was. However, Luan noticed there was something wrong with this green creature. The figure seemed to be blurred. Meanwhile, Tang Shaoyang, who was near the green creature, was a bit surprised with the sudden appearance of the bizarre creature. The creature in front of him was more like a monster in the movie. So, I have to beat this green creature into submission and establish a contract with this creature with Spirit Contract. Spirit Contractor, he almost guessed it right before, but the Spirit and Ghost were different. Spirit Contractor borrowed the power of Spirit to increase his power. Depending on the spirit he summoned, he might get extra skills. Origin instructed him to use the zombies' dead bodies to activate Sacrificial Offering to summon the Spirit Warrior. After that, making a contract with the Spirit through Spirit Contract skill, then he could use the Spirit's power through his skill, Spirit Integration. That was the plan. But to make a contract with the Spirit, usually the Spirit would issue a challenge to the one who summoned it. Even a spirit did not want to bow their head to a weak master. But there was a special case where the spirit willingly made a contract without fighting, but it happened only once out of 10 million chances. That was what Origin told him. As for why Origin thought Spirit Contract as the most suitable class for him, it was because of his divine body talent. The talent gave him more attributes, and his attributes were more balanced. Compared to Luan, who had high agility, clearly, Luan was not suitable for this class. It was because he needed to beat the spirit for the contract. He was fast enough, but could his speed defeat the spirit in battle? After all, one needed to beat the spirits to gain their power. Moreover, summoning a weak spirit was just a waste of Spirit Contractor class. Meanwhile, Tang Shaoyang, who focused on his strength and vitality, while the other attributes increased each time leveled up. He had a high chance of winning against a strong spirit compared to Luan, who had superior agility. Tang Shaoyang stared at the creature in front of him, and the green creature also stared back at him. When the green creature spotted Destroyed that rested on Tang Shaoyang's shoulder, its green eyes gleamed in excitement. The green creature rushed over to Tang Shaoyang, alerting him as he thought the opposite party was going to attack him. However, the green creature stopped 5 meters away from Tang Shaoyang. It pointed toward the battle axe and spoke, "You, warrior?" Tang Shaoyang looked at his battle axe, then he looked back at the green creature and nodded. "Yes, I am a warrior. My name's Tang Shaoyang." He heeded Origin's advice. His AI advised him not to be hostile with the spirit he summoned. After all, the spirit would be his comrade later. Having a good relationship was better. Starting by introduction was a good start. It was what Tang Shaoyang thought. Me. Warrior. Also, Karen, the Great Warrior. Karen gave his name out as it scanned Tang Shaoyang. Grr. You, fight Karen. If you hold out until the sun sets. Karen. Agree. With the contract. Karen. Not follow. Weakling. After hearing Karen's declaration, Tang Shaoyang's eyes gleamed savagely. The thing he disliked the most when other people looked down at him. In the past, he always smashed the people who looked down at him, with an exception, his ex-boss who already died. Good. We will fight, but I don't need that long to beat you. I will defeat you before the sun sets. Having said that, he did not immediately attack the spirit. He retreated, giving Karen a time to prepare. This was a fair duel. He would fight fairly. Karen, like, you, spirit. Get ready. Karen, coming. Having said that, an axe materialized in Karen's hand. The axe in his was shorter and thicker, a double-blade axe with a shorter shaft. With the axe in its hand, Karen rushed toward Tang Shaoyang. Karen's speed was slightly faster than Tang Shaoyang, but he did not plan to avoid the big guy's attack. Karen swung its axe toward Tang Shaoyang. At the same time, Tang Shaoyang also swung his battle axe with all his might. He did not plan to dodge, but a clash of strength. Peng! The axes clashed. causing a loud noise and ripple of gush wind hit Luan, who stood 20 meters away from the battlefield. Luan was startled by the sensation he felt on his cheek. He stared at the fight in awe. However, then he noticed his boss was pushed away by the green monster. Yes, Tang Shaoyang was losing in the clash of strength. Both axes stopped in the midair for a moment, before Karen gave the last push that pushed Tang Shaoyang. Tang Shaoyang himself was surprised as he lost in the term of strength, getting pushed back in the first clash. You, strong, but Karen, stronger. Karen did not forget to flaunt his strength after their first clash. I can't believe that a monster is mocking me now. Tang Shaoyang gritted his teeth. After a moment of frustration, Tang Shaoyang charged toward Karen and shouted, "The battle is not over yet. Greenie. Not Greenie. Karen." Karen returned the shout with a cry as well as it raised its weapon up. As Tang Shaoyang shortened the distance to 3 meters, he leaped and swung his battle axe down to Karen. With his momentum, his strength was increased. Karen did the same thing as Tang Shaoyang did. It did not try to avoid the attack, but it met the attack head-on. Karen swung its axe to the battle axe. The second clash ended with a slight superiority from Tang Shaoyang. Karen gritted its teeth, trying to hold back the great force. The floor cracked as the impact of the clash. Despite the great force behind Tang Shaoyang's attack, he failed to push Karen back, just as it did to him. Frustrated, Tang Shaoyang's body moved in the air as he kicked Karen's chest before he landed on the ground. The kick was so sudden that Karen failed to react to the sudden attack. Karen staggered a few steps back and stared at Tang Shaoyang in disbelief. It felt slight pain as it did not anticipate the opponent could make such a move. Tang Shaoyang smirked at Karen and showed his middle finger to the opposite party. Even though Karen did not understand the meaning behind its opponent's gesture, it was not stupid enough to not understand the meaning behind the gesture. The opponent was taunting it, and despite knowing it was a taunt to provoke it, Karen fell for the provocation. "Roar, Karen! Angry!" Karen let out a roar and charged toward its opponent again. "Your roar is useless to me." Tang Shaoyang did not want to lose as he also charged forward. The monster and the human clashed, using their brute force, and none of them want to lose. Luan watched the fight in a daze. The fight was intense. Each time the axe clashed, he witnessed his boss being pushed. However, with some tricks, his boss would counter the monster with a kick or even a punch. As they fought longer, Luan noticed some improvement from his boss. He noticed the green monster could no longer push his boss with his brute force. As the battle continued, Tang Shaoyang's strength seemed to be increasing. It confused the young Luan. To increase their strength, they needed to level up. To level up, they needed to kill beasts or zombies. But his boss had been fighting the green monster for 3 hours. There was no way he could level up without hunting the beasts or zombies. Luan took his time to observe his boss. Then he found out that each of his clashes, Tang Shaoyang was in a different posture. The right posture could increase his strength. Luan was doubtful with his analysis, but he could not think of the other possibilities as to why his boss suddenly could match the green monster's strength. Meanwhile, Tang Shaoyang was not the only one who improved. Karen also improved. Tang Shaoyang's sneak kick and punch were dodged and blocked by Karen. Luan noticed the improvement between the two as they crazily exchanged strike after strike. He was amazed by what he witnessed. There was another thing that Luan noticed, a similarity between the two. One was a monster, while the other one was a human, but both were enjoying the battle. The human was smiling, while the monster was laughing as they exchanged blows. The battle lasted for 8 hours, and Luan watched the fight in a daze. He did not have his lunch, but just watched the battle. It did not make him hungry at all. Peng! The axes clashed again, causing a spark scattered around. After the clash, Tang Shaoyang retreated, his breathing ragged, making his mouth similar to koi fish, opening and closing his mouth. Karen's condition was not better than Tang Shaoyang. Despite his spirit form, he still felt exhausted from battling too long. Clang! 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 Suddenly, Tang Shaoyang threw his battle axe away and shouted, "I am giving up. You can go back to wherever you come from. This battle is useless. There will be no winner between us." Earlier, he enjoyed the battle, but upon realizing he had no way to win against Karen, He immediately threw his weapon in frustration. The fight was truly useless as he could not defeat the opposite party, meaning he would not get the contract. Rather than continuing the battle, he would rather hunt the zombies or go back to the fogged park. He could raise his level by hunting them. He enjoyed fighting, but not a fight where he could not win. Tang Shaoyang laid down on the ground, facing the yellow cloud. He closed his eyes, taking a rest after the long fight. However, to his surprise, Karen made an unexpected decision. Human. You. Strong. Karen. Acknowledge. You. Karen. Willing. Follow. You. Tang Shaoyang opened his eyes and jumped out, then noticed Karen was kneeling. He was surprised and delighted at the same time, making sure he did not hear wrong. Tang Shaoyang asked again, "Are you sure?" "Yes, Karen. Accept contract." Without hesitation, Tang Shaoyang placed his right hand on Karen's bald head and activated Spirit Contract. Soon, Karen turned into green gas and entered his forehead. After that, he felt a cooling sensation spread over his head and his body. Contract established, an emotionless robotic voice resounded in his head. Impatient, Tang Shaoyang immediately activated his third new skill, Spirit Integration. Then Karen's blurred image formed on his back for 5 seconds. After that, the blurred image entered his body. Tang Shaoyang's skin slowly turned green, then his muscle was bulging. He opened his eyes and checked his status screen. Name, Tang Shaoyang. Class, Spirit Contractor. Age 26, Affiliation, None. Level 30. Talent, Divine Body Attribute Point, 0. Strength, 109. Agility, 39. Vitality, 60. Stamina, 35. Magic Power, 31. Sense, 8. Skill, Basic Detection, Sacrificial Offering, Spirit Contract, Level 1. Contracted Spirit, Karen the Great Warrior. Spirit Skill, Karen Skill, Warcry, Wild Axes, Earth Split. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more, support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 27, Tang Empire, Chapter 27 of Armipotent, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tang Shaoyang was surprised by the sudden boost of his attributes. However, upon the sight of the skill he got from Spirit Integration with Karen, a bitter smile flashed across his face. This meant Karen did not use any of his skills in the battle earlier. This also meant he, without doubt, would lose if Karen used his skill earlier. But Karen did not use his skill, meaning the fight was a draw, not because he was strong, but the draw was under Karen's mercy. "Haha! I don't use my skill because you also don't use your skill. It's not fair if I use my skill, right?" Suddenly Karen's voice resounded in his head. Not only that, but Karen also spoke fluently. "Ha, you have skill, so it's fair for you to use a skill. It's just that I am still weak." "No, you have me now, Tang. You are strong with me, but your mana was too low to maintain this condition." Karen cut it off with confident words as he commented on something that Tang Shaoyang lacked. "Mana?" Tang Shaoyang blurted out as he did not know what Karen talked about. "Wait, you can speak fluently now?" "Haha! That's how I spoke when I was alive. I missed that day." Karen's voice stopped halfway before he continued. Mana is your magic power. With your current magic power, you can only maintain this condition for 5 minutes." Tang Shaoyang nodded his head understandingly. He finally found the use of magic power, which he deemed useless before. "Then, should I allocate more points to my magic power?" Tang Shaoyang stood up as he contemplated the attribute distribution. Now he had a class, and Spirit Integration with Karen boosted his strength and vitality. To maintain this condition, he needed sufficient magic power. He turned off the Spirit Integration and his skin returned normal. However, Karen was no longer speaking to him since he turned off the Spirit Integration. He was contemplating while heading back to his smart territory. Luan approached his boss. He wanted to know what happened just now. But he refrained himself from asking as he saw Tang Shaoyang's serious look. Boss seemed to be thinking something important, and he did not want to disturb Tang Shaoyang. The duo was heading back to the Changsha Hotel quietly. As soon as they entered the hotel, Origin's voice resounded. "Congratulations, Master. You have succeeded in establishing a contract with your first spirit." Then Tang Shaoyang turned around and said, "Luan, today we will not go hunting the zombie. We have to move the supplies. Tomorrow we have an important task. I will join later." After he sent his order out, Tang Shaoyang headed to the elevator. Yes, tomorrow he and Luan had an important task. It was to gather the survivors, giving them shelter for his empire establishment. Before he could take the survivors back with him, he had to be prepared. Moving the supplies to smart territory was one of his preparations, so there would no stupid people dare to take the food as they wish. But there was one thing that he had to do before saving the survivors. It was to establish his empire systematically. Ding! Tang Shaoyang reached the highest floor, the 25th floor. As the owner of the smart territory, it was natural for taking the best spot. The whole floor was his room. Aside from his room, there was a control room on this floor. The control room could be used to modify and oversee the whole smart territory. Yes, the building could be modified in an instant, and Tang Shaoyang had modified the Changshao Hotel to his idea. Of course, modifying the base needed GC coin. He walked out of the elevator and he was greeted with the spacious living room. Tang Shaoyang walked to the right, where the control room was located. As he entered the room, he was greeted by many screens. This place was more like an advanced CCT room in the movie. Each of the screens showed every corner of the smart territory. Origin, Tang Shaoyang called out. Right after that, the screens vanished and changed into a bigger one. Establishing a group. Please enter the group's name. Tang Empire. Tang Shaoyang had prepared the name, using his own name to establish his empire. Tang Empire has been established. Tang Shaoyang. Territory, 25th floor building and a mansion member 1. The information about his empire showed up on the screen, but then a puzzled look appeared on his face. Mansion. Ah, that mansion. Tang Shaoyang remembered his first minigame. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully taken the first step to achieving your dream. Origin did not forget to congratulate his master. About the territory, how to expand my territory, or I just capture it normally. He just established the empire in the system, but he already asked about expanding his territory. No, you have to use GC coin to expand your territory. You can buy the other two buildings with GC coin. Then the building will be equipped with a modification system like this building. You can even change the building into a real castle if you want to. Tang Shaoyang was pleasantly surprised. He had tasted how convenient the modification system was. He could design the room and building as he wanted to. The problem was GC coin. Expanding his empire would take a lot of GC coin. Another problem was if he did not immediately claim the surrounding territories. It could be claimed by the others who had a smart territory nearby if they had more GC coins than him. Even without Origin explaining to him, he already understood this. GC coin was like money. You could almost buy everything with money. Now GC coin replaced money. With GC coin, one could get everything, including talent and class. Master, you don't have to worry about that. Now you have established the Tang Empire. If the people of the Tang Empire gains GC coin, the empire will also get 10% of the members' earnings. Moreover, we can impose taxes on our people. You don't have to worry about GC coin. Rather than worrying about that, Master, you have to look for people that are good in the government and military. Even though I am a smart AI, I don't have the data or knowledge about these. Origin expressed its concern. Tang Shaoyang had established the empire officially, but he did not have enough manpower to govern his empire. He was just a thug before, and Luan was a high school boy in his 3rd year. None of them knew about the administration and military. If the number of the survivors were still less than 300, Tang Shaoyang could still manage that. However, he wanted to make a big empire, so he needed a professional to help him. Indeed, we still lack manpower, but starting tomorrow, I and Luan will be going to search for the survivors. We can choose the people we need from the survivors later. After all, they still have to work for me. Working in administration or military, they can decide by themselves. I won't take a wastrel with me. Tang Shaoyang also realized this issue, but the issue could be solved with his action tomorrow. I can also earn GC coin through the minigame as well. Even though it's risky, it's worth the risk. Tang Shaoyang left the room while muttering in a low voice. The next morning, Luan and Tang Shaoyang left the base. They went out to look for the survivors. Tang Shaoyang took the route to Central Park, while Luan took the opposite route. Tang Shaoyang searched through the big road, checking every building and house on the way. However, he did not encounter a minigame or even a single survivor, but zombies. It had been 6 hours. The sun had reached the peak, and he was in a district north to the base. The search was pretty boring, but this was not enough to make him give. Sitting in front of a house, Tang Shaoyang took the food out of the backpack. He wanted to eat his lunch. However, before he could eat his meal, he heard a shout. "Help! Help! Help!" The shout was mixed with man and woman voices. Tang Shaoyang's eyes lit up. He immediately stood and rushed to the voice. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 28, Paying Back, Part 1. Chapter 28 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tang Shaoyang rushed over and saw a group of 8 people was chased by the zombies. He was surprised to see Stage 2 zombie. Not only one, but there were 3 of them. 3 crawlers. This was the first time he encountered the Stage 2 zombie outside the minigame. The evolution is not slow, but not that fast either. The Stage 3 zombie might appear in a month, or maybe even 2 weeks. Tang Shaoyang muttered as he guessed when the Stage 3 zombie would appear outside the minigame. The group of 8 people also noticed there was someone coming for them. Destroyer's size immediately caught the group's attention. The 2 men in the front waved their hands excitedly. "Here! Here! Help!" Even without the shout, Tang Shaoyang was running toward them. However, he noticed the woman on the behind was about to be caught by the crawler. "I will not make it in time." The distance between him and the group was about 30 meters, while the crawler only needed 1 leap to catch the woman. Tang Shaoyang abruptly stopped running, taking a deep breath. Then he threw the battle axe toward the group's direction. His action shocked the group, and the 2 men in the front were shocked at the sight of a big battle axe flying toward them. "Oh, fuck! This bastard is insane! Get down!" One man in a training suit shouted, but his reminder was too late. Whoosh! As he finished shouting, the battle axe passed him, flying toward his back. He turned around and saw the battle axe swiftly landed on the zombie that almost caught the woman. The battle axe certainly scared the group, but they did not stop running. Only the man in the training suit stunned on the spot. "What are you doing?" "Run!" The woman in the last row already caught up and yelled at the man in the training suit. The yell awakened the man who thought he would die when the battle axe flew toward him. Only after the yell that he snapped out of his daze and started running again. He looked back and noticed the 2 crawlers were only 5 meters away from him. "Ooh-ah! Help! Whoosh!" A figure passed him and ran toward the 2 crawlers. He noticed the figure was the guy who threw the battle axe earlier. This time he was not stupid enough to stop and remind the guy out of kindness. "Run! They are different from normal zombies." Tang Shaoyang certainly ignored the reminder. Now he had another reason to kill the zombies and the beast aside for leveling up. It was to get GC coin. He had to work harder to gather GC coin for his Tang Empire development. Noticing Tang Shaoyang paid no heed at his reminder, the man in a training suit no longer looked back and ran forward with all his might. The 2 crawlers noticed the new incoming prey. Both crawlers immediately brandished their hideous claw at the new prey. Despite running with his maximum speed, Tang Shaoyang easily dodged the claw. He avoided the claw and rushed to his battle axe. Even though he seemed to be an advantage against the crawler with his current attributes. Tang Shaoyang did not underestimate the opponent, thinking he could tear them with his bare hands. He rushed over to retrieve his battle axe. The 2 crawlers no longer chased after the group with Tang Shaoyang's presence that was closer to them. They turned around and chased after him. Meanwhile, Tang Shaoyang already arrived where his battle axe was. Its tips, that are similar to spearhead, pierced the crawler's back, pinning it down on the ground. He pulled Destroyer, and at the same time, he kicked the crawler's head. Spurt! The greeny blood spurted out of the crawler's neck and the crawler's head spinning in the air. He did not stop there. As he turned around, he swung his battle axe horizontally. His attack was spot on, as his battle axe slashed the 2 crawlers into 2. Even though the 2 crawlers' bodies were split, their hands still trying to reach him. But it was useless as Tang Shaoyang took a leap back and easily avoided the claw. Plop! Plop, plop, plop! The bodies fell, but the zombies did not die yet. The claws were still trying to reach him. Peng! Peng! He swung his battle axe, severing the crawlers' heads. Only after that, the crawler truly stopped moving. Should I bring the corpses back with me? Stage 2 zombie is a good material for the offering. Origin said the higher quality of the offering, the stronger spirit would be summoned. Of course, the quantity was another important factor as well. The fight ended in less than a minute. Crawler was no longer a threat for the current Tang Shaoyang. Meanwhile, the man in the training suit was still running for his life. However, soon, he noticed his group had stopped running. He was perplexed and asked, "What's wrong? Why do you guys stop?" The man in the training suit intended to continue running, but his friend pointed his finger to his back's direction. "Ha! Ha! There's no need to run. The zombies were killed by that man." Only then, he noticed the group seemed to be shocked by something. The man in the training looked back and saw a man with a big battle axe in his right hand, standing amongst the 3 weird zombies' corpses. Amongst the 8 people, there was a young married couple. Both were having above-average looks, and based on their appearance, they seemed to have a good time despite the disaster. "Sir, are you from the military? Did you come to save and bring us to a proper shelter?" The man asked in a hopeful tone while the woman was having a hopeful gaze as well. Both were hoping Tang Shaoyang was a soldier sent by the military to save the survivors. Tang Shaoyang did not immediately answer the question. He looked at himself. Wearing long black pants and casual tops, he replied with a question, "Do I look like a soldier to you?" The answer despaired the young couple. Even though they did not get the answer, they already knew Tang Shaoyang was not a soldier based on his reply. The couple let out a sigh and bowed their heads. "Thank you for saving us. My name is Wei Shi, and this is my wife, Wan Jingyi. Thank you for helping us. We might lose our lives without your help. Thank you." Wan Jingyi bowed her head slight. The couple was polite to him, Tang Shaoyang satisfied with this. At this time, the other 6 people also gathered. The woman who ran in the last row earlier and saved by throwing his battle axe, the woman rushed and gave him a hug. "Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you." On his chest, the woman kept saying thank you. Tang Shaoyang was not pleased, being hugged by a stranger. After a while, he pushed the woman and said, "No problem. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. After all, I need all you guys to gather GC coin for me later." Of course, he kept those words in his mind. The woman was Lina. She seemed to be in her early 20s and had a delicate look. Moreover, she had a pretty good body as well, but Tang Shaoyang was not charmed by the delicate beauty before him. He had other things in his mind, and so the others also expressed their gratitude to Tang Shaoyang. The man in the training suit was Dong Ping. He introduced himself as a gym trainer, and indeed, he had a good body, but his look was average. The other 4 were also men. Mao Zhuhong with a lanky build, Mao Zedong, who was short but had a similar face to Mao Zhuhong. Both were brothers. The other 2 were Gu Wen, who looked reserved, and Su Cheng with height reached 1.9 m. After a brief introduction, Dong Ping asked curiously as he looked at the gleamed red battle axe, "Brother, where do you get this awesome weapon?" "I want one too. With such a weapon, killing those zombies are easy." Dong Ping acted rather intimate with Tang Shaoyang, despite this being their first meeting. But Tang Shaoyang ignored him and asked the others, "Do you guys have a place to stay? If you don't have a safe place to stay, you can follow me. I have a pretty safe shelter, at least you don't have to worry about getting attacked by the zombies while sleeping." However, to his surprise, only Wan Jingyi reacted positively to his invitation. Wan Jingyi was the only one excited, while the others had various kinds of expression. Wei Shi had a wry smile and rejected his offer. "I am sorry, Brother Tang. We have our shelter too. Why don't Brother Tang tag along with us so we can help each other?" Instead of responding to Wei Shi, he scanned the other guys. Lina wanted to talk, but she was hesitating. In the end, she only hung her head low helplessly. As for the other guys, fear reflected on Mao Zhuhong and Mao Zedong's eyes, which was weird to Tang Shaoyang. Dong Ping, Gu Wen, and Su Chen showed no reaction at his offers. The 3 were pretty calm, but Wan Jingyi reacted strongly to her husband's refusal. "What? Why? Why do you want to stay in that place? We not only get 1 meal per day, that guy even forced us to look for the foods. Not only that, since yesterday, but he also kept staring at me with his perverted eyes. Wei Shi! Do you want your wife to get fucked before your eyes? Wang Jingyi burst out in anger all of a sudden. Here the drama unfolded, and Tang Shaoyang finally understood everything as Wang Jingyi shared what she experienced in the last week. As Wang Jingyi narrated everything to him, Tang Shaoyang caught Wei Shi's eyes that kept looking at him and Su Cheng back and forth. No, Wei Shi was looking at his battle axe and he seemed to be struggling about something. After Wang Jingyi narrated everything, only then did he get a clear understanding of this group's situation. Lu Wen, oh Lu Wen, I am not expecting we will meet this fast. A broad grin spread over Tang Shaoyang's face. Was average. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 29, Paying Back. Part 2. Chapter 29 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tang Shaoyang followed the group to their shelter. On the way, the chatty Dongping kept bothering him, asking where he got Destroyer, what his level, where he came from, and more. He answered perfunctorily, but the man was truly a chatterbox. Dongping just did not leave him off the hook. However, Tang Shaoyang discovered something. Mao brothers were keeping a distance from him, while Wei Shi kept looking at the tall Su Cheng from time to time. As for Gu Wen, he never talked again since the introduction. Both Su Chen and Gu Wen never talked if he did not ask him. As for Wang Jingyi, she kept complaining in a low voice, each of her words directed to her husband. As for Li Na, she hung her head low and stayed near him. She was the reason Tang Shaoyang followed the group to the shelter. Amongst the 8 people, Lian was the only one who accepted his offer, but she had a little sister and mother stayed behind. On the surface, he seemed to come with them to pick Lian's mother and sister. However, it was not the main reason he followed back to their shelter. He had his hidden motive. It took half an hour for the group to reach the shelter. The shelter they were talking about was a big house with a big yard in the front. Wei Shi opened the gate and the others followed. Stopping before the big door, Wei Shi knocked on the door 3 times. "Who?" A voice responded from behind the door. "It's me, Wei Shi. We are back." After that, the door opened. A man with bulky and did not have hair came out. He scanned Wei Shi and a frown appeared on his forehead. "Where's the food? Did you fail?" His voice was fierce when he brought about this. A wry smile appeared on Wei Shi's face as he nodded. We failed to bring the food because the zombies guarding the store are an evolved zombie. We were not a match for it. If not... Wait here. I am going to call Brother Lu." After saying that, Baldy returned and he did not forget to close and lock the door as well. "I told you, we should go back and take the food with us." Mao Zedong blamed Wei Shi for not listening to him. Yes, earlier the Mao brothers suggested going back to retrieve the food as the zombies had been taken care of. However, Wei Shi insisted to go back first as he was afraid that there would be more evolved zombies. No one objected at that time, but when the Baldy brought up Brother Lu, Mao brothers panicked and blamed Wei Shi. It did not take a long time before the door opened again. This time, 3 men came out, including the Baldy. Aside from the Baldy, there was another guy with a big build, kind of similar to the bodybuilder on the TV. Wearing a sleeveless shirt, the guy showed his bulging muscle. Stern look was plastered on his square face. The guy gave Wei Shi a fierce gaze to Wei Shi, and the latter cowered as he pulled his wife with him. The same for Mao brothers. They were staggered a few steps back, cowering in fear. Their hands were visibly trembling, and both immediately hung their heads low, not daring to look at the 3 men. Lina also hid behind Tang Shaoyang as she seemed a bit afraid of the 3 men. As for Dongping, he was still calmly standing next to him while Su Cheng and Gu Wen stood behind him. Meanwhile, a man that looked in his mid-20s stood amongst the 2 bulky guys. Wearing a long-sleeve white shirt and black pants, his playful gaze landed on Wang Jingyi's chest before turning his gaze to Wei Shi. "Give me a reason why do I have to keep you guys with me?" The young man spoke in a cold voice, and those words were directed to Wei Shi. Wei Shi pulled his wife behind and lowered his head. He gritted his teeth as he did not dare to refute the young man. "Hang. If you can't bring the food, then there would be no food for you either. If you want to eat, then bring food. But Wei Shi raised his head, wanting to speak that yesterday he had brought a lot of food. However, he lowered his head upon the sight of the young man's cold gaze. But then, the young man's gaze fell back to Wang Jingyi and said, "However, if you let me sleep with your wife for 3 nights, I can give you a week worth of food. How is it?" "No way." Wei Shi reacted strongly and pulled his wife away from the 3 men. The young man snickered and turned to the rest. He was looking at the other girl only to find a new but also familiar face amongst the group. He locked his gaze at the man who grinned wide at him. Why are you here?" The young man subconsciously took a few steps back, surprising the others. "Ho ho, you haven't changed, young Master Lu Wen." Tang Shaoyang grinned ear to ear as he approached the young man. Lu Wen immediately noticed the battle axe in Tang Shaoyang's hand. His pupils contracted as he shouted in panic while pointing his finger at Tang Shaoyang. "What are you doing? Kill him! Kill this bastard! Kill him!" Everyone was shocked by the sudden change. The cowardly Mao brothers immediately distanced themselves as Wei Shi pulled Wang Jingyi farther. Only Lina, who was in loss, she did not know what to do as she stood motionlessly next to Tang Shaoyang. However, right after the shout, Tang Shaoyang was the one to make a move. His right hand moved as fast as lightning, grabbing Dongping's neck. He raised his hand and slammed Dongping down. Afterward, he swung the battle axe towards the back. Su Cheng and Gu Wen on the back were getting swept from the impact, their bodies flung towards the fence, crashing to the fence. Tang Shaoyang's action was unexpected and too fast. The 3 men were caught off guard by the sudden assault. He did not stop there, as he immediately rushed forward and threw his battle axe to the Baldy's direction. Shrub. The top of the battle axe pierced the Baldy's chest and his body crashed to the door behind. It was instant death. At the same time, Tang Shaoyang lunged over toward another bulky guy, and his hand immediately reached the bulky guy's neck. He raised the bulky guy to the air. The bulky guy struggled, trying to break free from Tang Shaoyang's grips. The bulky guy tried to open the grip, but to no avail. He launched a kick to Tang Shaoyang's chest and belly, but it did not help him. Crack! Tang Shaoyang snapped off the bulky guy's neck, and the guy stopped struggling. Slowly, the body turned weak and no longer moved. The guy was dead. It happened in less than 30 seconds. He took 5 men down in less than 30 seconds. With a big grin, he turned toward Lu Wen, who had pissed himself upon the sight of the slaughter. Wei Shi and Wang Jingyi were rooted on the spot, while Lina's feet went weak after witnessing such a scene. As for the cowardly Mao brothers, they fell with their butt, and their mouths trembled in fear. "Don't come! Don't come, or I will shoot you!" Lu Wen took a gun from his waist and pointed the muzzle toward Tang Shaoyang. Even though he said he would shoot, he did not have the courage to pull the trigger. Lu Wen, Lu Gang's problematic nephew. Because his uncle held a high position in the underworld, this guy acted unrulily, and he had a weird hobby. Taking someone else's girlfriend was his hobby. Lu Gang was holding high regard at Tang Shaoyang's performance. They often met on this occasion, and Tang Shaoyang got to know Lu Wen through the meeting with his boss. Until one day, Lu Wen fancied his girlfriend. Lu Wen thought that Tang Shaoyang was his uncle's subordinate, so Lu Wei seduced his girlfriend fearlessly. With money, Lu Wen managed to hook up with his girlfriend. At that time, Tang Shaoyang showed no reaction, even though his girlfriend was taken by his boss's nephew. It repeated 3 times, but he was not angry at Lu Wen. His girlfriend chose someone richer than him. It was their choice. There was no reason for him to get angry. He could just find another girlfriend. However, one day, Lu Wen forced his way to his girlfriend for the 4th time because his girlfriend refused him outright despite the money temptation. This time, Tang Shaoyang did not let it slide as Lu Wen kidnapped his girlfriend to an orgy party. Yes, Lu Wen shared his girlfriend with his friends. Tang Shaoyang erupted and beat Lu Wen in a frenzy. Fortunately, Lu Gang caught the glimpse of the incident and managed to arrive in time, saving his nephew from him. However, that day, he made an oath that the next time they met, it was the day Lu Wen would die. Since then, Lu Wen always avoided him. It was their last meeting, and Tang Shaoyang also did not look for Lu Wen. After all, he was still his boss's nephew. He did not want being hunted by the biggest force underworld in SH City. But now, everything was different. The world had changed. He had even killed his ex-boss. Why didn't he fulfill his promise now? Settled his past and moved forward. Ho ho, I am coming to fulfill my promise, young Master Lu. Did you forget our promise? Tang Shaoyang let out a wide grin. Don't come. Lu Wen yelled and pulled the trigger 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 30. I Need a Guy Like You. Chapter 30 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Bang. Bang, bang. Lu Wen pulled the trigger in panic. He pulled 3 times. With such a short distance, normally Tang Shaoyang won't be able to dodge. However, his hand was still holding the big guy. He put forward the dead body, shielding him from the bullets. At the same time, Lu Wen was falling backward after pulling the trigger. 1 bullet missed, and 2 bullets pierced the bulky guy's belly. Tang Shaoyang threw the bulky guy toward the falling Lu Wen as he charged forward. Lu Wen had lost his grips upon the gun as he fell. He frantically tried to reach the gun once more with his trembling hand, but a body fell to him. Urgh! He growled in pain as the bulky guy was almost twice in size compared to his body. Despite the pain, Lu Wen tried to push away the big but failed. Instead, he felt someone grab his left foot and pull him from the big guy's body. Lu Wen was saved from the big guy's body, but he met a devil in return. The devil was grinning at him, showing the white teeth. The pain he felt on his body instantly vanished as fear and terror bulbed out inside him. He made a turn, intending to run away from the devil. However, the grip on his left foot was just too strong. His effort to run went waste, as he could not break free from the grip. Where are you going, young Master Lu? The devil's playful voice entered the terrified Lu Wen's ears. No, don't kill me! I am sorry, Brother Tang. I regret it. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me, please. Lu Wen frantically begged for his life. The earlier scene truly terrified him. He himself never killed someone, so far. He was using the gun given to him by his uncle to scare these people. What's wrong, young Master Lu? As a man, I have to keep with my words. I promised that the next time we met, it would be the day of your death anniversary. I am merely fulfilling my promise. Tang Shaoyang snickered as he picked the gun that was not far from him. It only made Lu Wen even more frightened. He frantically tried to get away from Tang Shaoyang and kept yelling in fear. Don't kill me! My uncle is Lu Gang. He is the boss of SH City's underworld. Lu Wen stopped wailing all of a sudden. Fear was washed away from his face. It was because of one name, Lu Gang. He realized that the devil in front of him was his uncle's subordinate. Ha! Bastard! My uncle will surely hunt you if you kill me! Ha ha! Kill me! Kill me! Suddenly, Lu Wen was mad laughing, no longer afraid of the devil before him. Ho ho. Then I will send you to your uncle's place so you can tell your uncle that I am the one who killed you. Not only Tang Shaoyang was afraid of the threat, but he also pulled the trigger. Bang! The laugh suddenly stopped as a hole formed on Lu Wen's head. He died with a crazed look on his face. After killing Lu Wen, Tang Shaoyang's smile disappeared. He let out a sigh and muttered in a low voice, I have avenged you. He was speaking about his ex-girlfriend, which committed suicide after the incident. Taking a deep breath, he turned around. Wan Jingyi and Wei Shi looked at Tang Shaoyang in fright. The man they thought was a good guy turned out to be a crazed killer. Yes, Tang Shaoyang's image was similar to a crazed killer to them. The Mao brothers hugged each other in terror. Cold sweats poured down from their faces, and when they noticed Tang Shaoyang turned around, they immediately looked away. Both brothers did not dare to meet with Tang Shaoyang's eyes. As for Lina, she was sitting on the floor with a flabbergasted look on her face. She blinked her eyes a few times, trying to understand what actually happened. The course of events was just too fast. She did not know the reason for the fight, to begin with. When her eyes met with Tang Shaoyang's eyes, the girl flinched with slight fear. Lina's gaze wavered, but she did not look away. She faced Tang Shaoyang's calm eyes despite what happened just now. Don't you want to pick your mother and sister? What are you doing down there? Tang Shaoyang opened his mouth and turned around to retrieve the battle axe. Why? Why did you kill Dong Ping and Gu Wen? Out of nowhere, Wei Shi braced himself and yelled at Tang Shaoyang, questioning his action. He did not include Su Cheng, Lu Wen, or even the two fierce guys in question. Isn't it obvious? Those two guys are Lu Wen's men. Why would I spare them? Tang Shaoyang shrugged casually. He did not feel guilty in the slightest, even after killing 6 men. It was shown with his action and casual expression. But they don't deserve to be killed even if they are Lu Wen's men, right? Wei Shi disagreed with Tang Shaoyang's action. How do you decide whether they deserve to be killed or not? In my eyes, they all deserve to be killed because they are this animal's subordinate. Save your words, man. No matter what you will say, it will not change my mind, even if it is repeated again. Having said that, Tang Shaoyang entered the house. The house design was not that different from the mansion he stayed with Luan. As soon as he entered, he was greeted with a spacious hall with a big chandelier hung in the center. The gunshot earlier seemed to be attracting the people inside. He saw there were 8 people on the 2nd floor. They stood next to the steel rail, looking at him. There was 1 little girl, while the rest was an adult. 3 women and 4 men. The 7 adults were looking at him worriedly, as he brought a battle axe in his right hand and a gun in his left hand, while the little girl seemed to be curious. Lina, who followed him, immediately rushed to the 2nd floor. She rushed toward a middle-aged lady who held the little girl's hand. She hugged the middle-aged lady while Tang Shaoyang followed her behind. He scanned the 4 men who were varied in age. The youngest seemed to be his early 20s, while the oldest in his early 40s. At this time, Wei Shi and Wang Jingyi also entered the big house. A man that looked in his 30s asked the couple, "Wei Shi, what's wrong? Who's this guy?" Wei Shi merely shook his head as he cast a complex look at Tang Shaoyang. "Lina, lead me to Lu Wen's room." Tang Shaoyang ordered Lina. "That guy must be saving something precious in his room. There might be another gun in his room which might be handy on a certain occasion." Lina immediately stood and nodded her head. She led him to a hallway while the middle-aged lady and the little girl followed in tow. The little girl was half curious and half afraid as she looked at the big battle axe. On the way, the middle-aged lady tried to persuade Lina not to go to Lu Wen's room. But Lina shook her head and convinced his mom to follow her. She did not tell her mom that Lu Wen was no longer in this world. It did not take a long time before they arrived in front of a door. This was supposed to be Lu Wen's room. Just as Lina wanted to open the door, Tang Shaoyang prevented her. "Don't open the door yet." Lina's hand stopped halfway when she heard that. With a confused look, she looked at Tang Shaoyang. Tang Shaoyang merely shook his head and stood in front of the door. He said, "It's better not to bring your mom and your sister inside." Why? Lina was getting even more confused. However, she heeded Tang Shaoyang's words and asked her mom and sister to stay out. "Heh, you will find out soon." Having said that, he opened the door. Lina was shocked at the sight of the room. Inside, 3 naked girls tied on the bed, and their mouths were stuffed with clothes. What shocked her more was the fact she recognized the 3 naked girls. They were the same as her, the survivors who took shelter under Lu Wen's wing. However, she heard the 3 women were killed by the zombies when they tried to look for food under Lu Wen's order. She did not expect to see 3 were still alive. KK. If you check the other guy's room, you will find more women. Tang Shaoyang ignored the women as he searched Lu Wen's room. Except for reserved food, he did not find anything else. After the series of events that happened in the shelter, the rest of the survivors decided to follow Tang Shaoyang. Amongst the survivors, there was one useful guy. Thanks to this guy, they did not need to walk. It was quite far, the shelter to Tang Shaoyang's territory. They were using cars that could be found on the road and managed to reach the territory before the sun set. Not only that, but Tang Shaoyang also brought the food with him. When they reached Tang Shaoyang's territory, the people who followed him were shocked. Tang Shaoyang said his shelter was safe and much more comfortable, but they did not expect the shelter he talked about was Changsho Hotel. Lina's little sister, Liyue, looked at the hotel in awe. "Big brother, this place is yours." "Yes, from today onwards, you will stay here." Tang Shaoyang replied in a soft tone. Currently, Liyue was sitting on Tang Shaoyang's shoulder. The fact that Tang Shaoyang was fond of children surprised the young married couple, Wang Jingyi and Wei Shi. They had witnessed Tang Shaoyang's brutality, so it was a surprise to them that despite his brutality nature, he was also fond of children. When they entered the hotel, Tang Shaoyang noticed Lu An already back. He did not go back alone, he brought 6 men with him. He raised his thumb and praised, "Good job." After that, he gathered the people in the lobby and declared in a loud voice, "Listen, I am the leader in this place. If you want to stay here, you have to follow." Tang Shaoyang could not finish his words as one of the survivors, a man about 22, raised his hand and cut him. "Objection. A leader is supposed to be chosen by the people. It's not for you to decide. We have 27 people here. Let's do a vote instead." "Hey, I know there must be a guy like you, and I really need a guy like you." Tang Shaoyang grinned at the man who voiced his objection. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 31. Smart Territory. Level 2. Chapter 31 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tang Shaoyang already predicted that this kind of thing would happen. However, he truly needed a guy like this too. He can use this guy as an example for the others. What happened if they challenged him? Ho ho. Then if I may ask, who will you propose to be a leader? Tang Shaoyang asked as a slight grin crept up on his face. Wei Shi, Wan Jingyi, and the Mao brothers' bodies shuddered upon seeing the grin on Tang Shaoyang's face. Then they cast a look of pity to the guy, with a thought. He is done for. Even though he leaves unscathed from this ordeal, don't get near him in the future. The 4 had witnessed Tang Shaoyang's brutality, so they did not want to get near to the fools who tried to challenge him. The man who spoke out his objection was a young man at 27 years old. He looked refined with the suit he wore. Everyone thought he was going to point himself as the leader, but he pointed at the young man next to him. He is the most suitable to lead us. The 27-years-old man declared in a loud voice. At this time, everyone's attention was attracted to the pointed man that looked younger. A man wore a long-sleeve white shirt inside and a black vest outside. The appearance of this young man looked neater compared to Tang Shaoyang, who wore casual clothes. The man stepped out from the crowd, standing next to Tang Shaoyang, and began his speech with the introduction. My name is Qi Zhengsheng. I presume you already know who I am, right? The young man spoke in a moderate tone with an amiable smile plastered on his face. I don't know. Tang Shaoyang replied in a loud voice before he turned toward the little girl on his shoulder and asked, Li Yue, do you know the guy called Qi Zhengsheng? Li Yue held her chin, pondering Tang Shaoyang's question. It only took a moment before the little girl shook her head. Don't know, but I know a super handsome guy called Qi Qiqiang. Ah, I also know him. Tang Shaoyang nodded his head. Qi Qiqiang was a famous actor, of course. He knew this guy. Then he looked toward Qi Zhengsheng with an expression of, I don't know you. Please continue the introduction. Qi Zhengsheng gritted his teeth. He almost lost his composure and wanted to scold the pair, but he refrained himself from doing so. He could not do that in front of these people. I am Qi Zhengsheng, Mayor Qi Zhengzhong's only son. I believe I am the most suitable and have the qualification to be a leader in this shelter. With my father's connection, we can call the military to save us here. Qi Zhengsheng told his background with a proud look. I see. So you are the mayor's only son. Then, if I may ask, where's the mayor now? Without the mayor, how are you going to call the military? Tang Shaoyang raised his hand and asked. Qi Zhengsheng's pupils contracted when he heard the question. He did not know where his father was. Tang Shaoyang, however, did not give Qi Zhengsheng time to think as he continued with his question. Ah, I forget. The main problem is not your father's location, but is your father still alive? With the question out, anger filled his eyes as he pointed his finger at Tang Shaoyang. You! The question was right on his weak spot as he did not know if his father was still alive. Before the absurd game started, he was spending his time in the club. Thanks to the securities club, he was saved from the zombie. However, what about his father? At midnight, his father must have already slept on his bed. What if a zombie appeared next to his father's bed? The answer was clear. The zombie would attack his father. Most likely his father had turned into a zombie by now. However, there was no way he could admit that openly. Fury was reflected on Qi Zhengsheng's face as he glared at Tang Shaoyang. Do you curse the mayor to die? A man stepped out as he pointed his finger toward Tang Shaoyang's face. A man in his 30s with a scar on his left cheek faced Tang Shaoyang. Being pointed, not only Tang Shaoyang did not get pissed off. Instead, a big grin appeared on his face. Oh, come on, brother. I was only asking Brother Qi if the mayor is still alive. I am not cursing the mayor to die. Clap. Tang Shaoyang clapped his hand and spoke. Good, this brother wants to choose the leader with a vote. Good, let's proceed with the vote so we can have a leader. Raise your hand and please move to Brother Qi's side if you vote for him. The 27-year-old man and the man with a scar on his left cheek immediately moved next to Qi Zhengsheng. However, that was it. Only 2 people moved while the rest stayed still. Wei Shi and Wan Jingyi shook their heads in pity as they looked at 3 as if they were fools. Clap. Tang Shaoyang clapped his hand once more and commented with a big grin. Smart. You guys are pretty smart. He gave Li Yue to her big sister, Li Na. Afterward, he turned toward the 3 and the big grin vanished from his face. He looked at 3 with a cold face. I don't like someone challenging my authority. You guys are not needed here. After saying that, Tang Shaoyang charged toward the scarred guy and the 27-year-old guy. With just a glance, he knew that this Qi Zhengsheng could survive until now because of the help from these 2 guys. With his speed, the 2 guys were caught off guard as they did not expect Tang Shaoyang would attack them. Tang Shaoyang's punch swiftly landed on both guys' belly. The 2 guys' eyes were shaking upon receiving the punch, and both instantly passed out. After that, Tang Shaoyang turned toward the shocked Qi Zhengsheng. His hand moved to Qi Zhengsheng's neck and pulled the guy down as he raised his knee. Quack! Qi Zhengsheng groaned in pain and fell down to the ground as the liquid flowed out of his mouth. His hand was on his belly, but his eyes turned white, indicating he had passed out. Luan, Tang Shaoyang called, and the young boy rushed over. Yes, boss. Drag them out. I don't want to see their faces in my territory from now on. Origin. Put them on the blacklist. Without my consent, they could not enter this place. Yes, boss. Then the young Luan dragged the 3 by feet. He dragged them out without a hitch. After the young Luan's voice, a robotic voice resounded. Yes, master! Origin's voice shocked the people. They immediately looked up, trying to locate where the robotic voice came from. However, these people failed to locate the voice. Listen up. If you want to stay here, I will guarantee your safety. But if you challenge my authority as the emperor of this place, you will suffer just like those 3 guys. However, there are rules you have to follow. The first rule, you have to join the Tang Empire. As soon as Tang Shaoyang ended his words, 21 people received an invitation. The invitation was in the form of the status screen and appeared before them. You have been invited to join the Tang Empire. Accept, reject. Don't be hasty to accept the invitation. I will give you a choice and time to think. 3 days, I will give you 3 days to think. During these 3 days, I will guarantee your safety and food. However, if you refuse to join, I won't beat you guys, but you have to leave this place. Tang Shaoyang announced. Yes, even though he needed them to join his empire, he won't force them to join. He was not looking for a slave after all. All right, that's for now. Gather on the 2nd floor to get your food. Tang Shaoyang felt that was enough for now as the night arrived. He would elaborate on the details once they joined the empire through Origin. Origin, guide them to their rooms. Survivors, get to the elevator. Origin's robotic voice resounded once again. 21 people followed the instruction obediently as they were guided to their rooms. Tang Shaoyang himself went to another elevator. He returned to his room and he immediately headed toward the control room. Origin, report the GC expenditure and income for today. Today income 17,302 GC coin. 10,000 GC coins are used to set 10 rooms of the dormitory on the 3rd floor for the survivors. Now Tang Empire has 7,302 GC coins in the treasury. Tang Shaoyang opened his status screen and checked his remaining GC coins. He had 607,512 GC coins in total. How many coins needed to upgrade my territory? 100,000 GC coins, Origin answered instantly. Can I use my personal coin to upgrade the territory? You can, but I suggest not to use your personal GC coin to upgrade the territory. You need tons of coins to get stronger, Master. It's okay. I will use my personal GC coins for the first upgrade. After all, I need to arm my people to fight with the zombies. Do you want to upgrade your smart territory to level 2? Tang Shaoyang, without hesitation, chose yes. However, an alert appeared. Alert! Tang Empire doesn't have enough GC coin. Alert! Do you want to use your personal GC coin? Again, Tang Shaoyang pressed yes, and a series of notifications rang. Congratulations! You have successfully upgraded your smart territory to level 2. Smart territory is level 2. You have unlocked General Shop. Congratulations! You are the first person to reach level 2 smart territory. Bonus acquired. Tang Empire's members will get an extra 25% XP from killing zombies and beasts for a week. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 32. My General Chapter 32 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. General Shop Level 1. It was what he looked for. Even though the shop was practically useless to him, it was extremely useful for his people. The shop was selling weapons and armor, the basic quality one, sold at a cheap price, arming his people so they could hunt the zombie efficiently. But of course, he was not going to fund them to buy the gear. They had to earn the GC coin by themselves to buy the gear. Most of the zombies were still in Stage 1. It was not that hard to kill Stage 1 zombie. Tang Shaoyang nodded his head with satisfaction with the progress he made. He rubbed his chin, thinking of something. Do you have something in mind, Master? You can talk it out to me. Origin's concerned voice filled the control room. It's not a problem, but I am thinking where to put the general shop. After some thought, he placed the general shop in the lobby. The second floor was supposed to be a canteen, while the third floor was a dorm for the survivors. Talking about the weapon, I forgot to give Luan the sword. Yes, from opening the treasure chest, he got a sword from level 8 treasure chest. The sword was a higher class than his destroyer, but he did not like the sword. He preferred his battle axe more. He glanced at the corner of the control room where he put the sword, the silver sword glistening there under the bright light. Tang Shaoyang picked the sword and swung it a few times. Indeed. This sword is not suitable for me. Tang Shaoyang muttered in a low voice. Then he took the sword with him out. It was a week since Tang Shaoyang began gathering the survivors. Currently, there were 217 survivors in total. The dormitory on the second floor was filled with survivors, and Tang Shaoyang had to open the third floor as a dormitory as well. So far, all these people joined the Tang Empire and willingly hunted the zombies. He also let these people get their talent to help them in hunting. However, only a handful of guys with good talents, less than 10 people to be more exact. But thanks to General Shop Level 1, which sold basic weapons such as sword, shield, bow, spear, and more, the General Shop helped them a lot, and he only lost 6 people so far. It was a good process, but he realized he lacked the manpower to manage the administration. From 217 survivors, none of them had experience in management. It was unfortunate, but he managed to organize. There would be always troublemakers, but he kicked them out already. A week after the establishment of the Tang Empire, Tang Shaoyang scanned the canteen on the second floor. The canteen was bustling with noise as the survivors chatted at each other, talking about their level and how many zombies they killed today. Tang Shaoyang was satisfied with the progress so far, but he needed someone to establish the military system. However, once again, none of the survivors were police, let alone soldiers. He sighed as he walked toward the kitchen to get his dinner. When he arrived at the kitchen, Liyue greeted him. "Welcome, Big Brother Tang. Your dinner has been prepared, a steak. My mom made you steak. Let me get it for you." With a big smile on his face, Tang Shaoyang rubbed the little girl's head and said, "Then, please get it for me." Liyue's mother, Li Kuifan, was good at cooking. So Tang Shaoyang placed her to manage the kitchen. Not only her, a few women that could cook were working together with her in the kitchen. It was impossible for Li Kuifan to take care of 100 people's food alone. This was how he organized the people, as he could not do much about it. Of course, there were not a few women who decided to go out and hunt the zombies. Wei Shi and Cao Jingyi made a team with another 3 people, and their levels were steadily rising. Be Big Brother Tang. This is your dinner. Liyue seemed to be having a hard time, bringing the plate that almost had the same size as her body, but he managed to carry it in front of him. Tang Shaoyang took the plate and rubbed the little girl's head once again. Thank you, Youyouliucun. No problem. This is my job. After saying that while hitting her chest, the little girl ran back to the kitchen. Tang Shaoyang shook his head and headed toward his table. There was a table that was always empty, and the survivors took it as his private table. No one dared to eat on this table except for Luan. Tang Shaoyang placed the plate and opened the lit 2 kilos meat steak. It was his menu for dinner. He finished the 2 kilos meat in a jiffy, and after that, he immediately went back to his room. When he entered the room, he went to the control room. It had become a habit to him. Origin, report. Then Origin's voice filled the room. The report was about foods, the number of survivors, GC coins, and more. Yes, aside from killing the zombies, Tang Shaoyang tasked his people to gather food as well. Food was essential for them to survive, as they did not have a fixed source for food. The distribution was 30 for the Empire, and they kept the 70. Of course, Tang Shaoyang also opened a trade that the Empire would buy the food with GC coin if they wanted to sell it. With Origin's help, the trade went smoothly so far, but the number they got each day was getting lower and lower. After hearing the full report for over an hour, Tang Shaoyang rubbed his head. Fuck, it's not easy to be an emperor. There are so many problems he had to take care of, especially the shortage of food as the people kept growing each day. Additionally, he had not been set up the administration system yet. The administration system could lessen his burden. He wanted to set up a proper system, not a thug-like system as his empire's foundation. It's not a problem, Master. We can acquire the land behind us and transform it into fields. Not only that, by setting up fields, we can also provide work for the Elder. Working in the field should be easy for them. However, before that, we have to set the management team to oversee the fields. Origin helped the things that concerned his master. And so, the smart AI and its master were having a long discussion, planning the Tang Empire's future. Just like that, Tang Shaoyang spent 3 hours discussing many things with Origin. Of course, even though Origin was a smart AI, it had limited knowledge. Just like the military system, Origin could not propose many things regarding this issue. Knock! Knock, knock! Suddenly, the door was knocked by someone, interrupting his discussion with Origin. Tang Shaoyang was a bit annoyed and asked Origin, "Who's that? How could that guy enter the 25th floor?" He put a restriction that the survivors could only access lobby, canteen, and the dormitory. Even Luan did not have access to the 25th floor, his room. "Don't worry. Master, Lina has my permit. She brings you a coffee. Why don't you take a break and enjoy a glass of coffee first?" Origin proposed to relieve his master from the stressful problem. Good idea. Tang Shaoyang nodded as he walked out of the control room. When he opened the door, sure enough, Lina was standing with a glass of coffee in her hand. "I heard from Origin that you here to deliver the coffee." Tang Shaoyang took the glass from Lina's hand. "Thank you." Just as he was about to close the door, Lina called as she pulled the door. "Wait!" He opened the door again and looked at the delicate girl. "What's wrong?" "There's something I want to talk about. Can we speak inside?" With a little hesitation, Lina voiced her thoughts. Tang Shaoyang furrowed his brows at first. He scanned Lina's white face that dyed with tinge red, then his eyes gleamed as his lips formed a slight grin. "Good, come in. Let's talk inside." His tone softened as he let the girl enter his room. After a little hesitation, Lina entered the room. From behind, Tang Shaoyang scanned the girl. She was wearing a white one-piece dress. The skirt was short, showing half of her thigh. With this, he was sure why the girl was coming to his room. However, he wondered where the girl got the dress. Does General Shop sell clothes as well? Tang Shaoyang put the glass of coffee and picked his pace. With a girl in his room, coffee was not enough to relieve his stress. He hugged the girl from behind and whispered, "So you come here to offer your body to me?" Lina was startled just like a little rabbit. However, she did not try to break free and hummed, So, what do you want in exchange?" "I am telling you, if you want to be my woman, with just your body is not enough. I don't need a woman that is useless to me." Tang Shaoyang bluntly spoke what was on his mind. Lena's body quivered at his words. He even heard the sound of teeth clashing. The girl must not have expected to hear these words, and she was not prepared for the exchange. How about this? I will take care of your mother and sister, and I will assign a work for you. So you, your mother, and your sister don't need to risk your lives to hunt the zombies in the future. If you agree, nod your head. Lena fell silent, but he could hear the breathing. Surprisingly, the girl's breathing was steady. After a moment of silence, the girl nodded. Ah! Good choice! Tang Shaoyang immediately carried the girl to his emperor-sized bed as he laughed hard. 3 days later, Tang Shaoyang went out to the area that reported to him where the Stage 2 zombie often appeared. Standing on one of the building's rooftop, Tang Shaoyang encountered something interesting. Right below, there was a group, wearing military uniforms, fighting against 8 Stage 2 zombie crawlers. His eyes fell onto one person who seemed to be the leader of the group. His eyes were glistening in excitement. I have found my general. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 33, My Wife is a Beautiful General, Part 1. Chapter 33 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A group of 6 women, wearing military uniforms, were surrounded by 8 Stage 2 zombie crawlers. Yes, the soldiers were women, and his eyes were focusing on a woman with black hair reaching her shoulder. He was entrapped by the beauty, added with her asset that jiggled around when she moved. A thought appeared, I have to make her as my woman. These thoughts appeared not because of the beauty that woman possessed, but because this woman would be extremely useful in establishing a military system for his empire. The military was the utmost importance in an empire, the one who held the military power. Then that person controlled the empire. At least it was what Tang Shaoyang's thought. Because of this, he did not want to delegate the military power to the people he did not trust. However, it was totally different if it was his woman who took charge of the military power. At least, he could put his trust in his woman. That was why he was having trouble in establishing the military system in the last few days. Amongst the survivors, he could only trust the young Luan. The boy, however, was too young to lead a big force. Moreover, it was rare to find a woman in the military, so his idea of getting his woman to take a charge for his empire's military almost could not be realized. But it was different as he got a jackpot today. But how to get her as my woman? It's not like she wants to be my woman. Tang Shaoyang watched the scene from the rooftop of a 3-floors building, each of them holding an assault rifle, but they swung it to fight the zombies. It seems they ran out of bullets. Here, Tang Shaoyang's face brightened as he thought of something. Saving damsel in distress might be a good plan. I have to enter the fight at the right moment. He watched from the rooftop as he looked for a chance to enter the stage. The girls were persistent, but most of them were doing a dodge from the crawler's attack. The rifle's muzzle did no damage on Crawler at all. As the fight continued, the girls were beginning to run out of their breath. Then, Tang Shaoyang noticed one of the girls was about to get hit by the crawler's terrifying claw. The girl Tang Shaoyang fancied also noticed as she immediately pushed her comrade. The girl managed to avoid the claw, but the captain was about to get hit by the claw. This is my time to shine. Tang Shaoyang raised his battle axe and threw it toward the crawler. The battle axe split through the air and hit the crawler's back. Boom. The impact caused the fight to halt for a moment. As soon as Tang Shaoyang threw the battle axe, he immediately jumped down off the building. He landed next to one of the crawlers, grabbing the crawler's neck. He threw the crawler off. Afterward, he ran to pick the destroyer, and then he noticed the other girls were in a daze as they looked at him. What are you doing? Move! You idiots! Only after the scolding did the girls begin moving. They immediately regrouped around Tang Shaoyang, circling their captain who fell after receiving the claw strike. Ursh! The time is off. Even so, Tang Shaoyang did not try to save the woman. He focused his gaze on the crawlers and began the slaughter. It took him a little time before he killed the remaining 7 crawlers. As he beheaded the last crawler's head, he noticed the girls were looking at him with a shock. The crawlers that cornered them were slaughtered with ease. Of course, it startled them. What are you doing? Really? Are you guys really from the military? Your leader is in critical condition, and here you are in a daze like a Dumbo. Tang Shaoyang scolded them once again as he approached the woman who was lying down on the road. The woman suffered a horrible wound, 3 lines of cuts from her chest to belly, tearing apart her military clothes and white, smooth skin. Looking at the wounds, he furrowed his brows as the other 5 women rushed, surrounding the unconscious woman. "Captain!" The 5 women called out simultaneously. "Why are you crying? Don't you know about the first aid?" Tang Shaoyang was truly speechless. Instead of saving their captains, these women were crying. He wondered if he could rely on the captain to establish the military system for his empire. "We lost our supplies while we were escaping from the zombies' pursuit." One woman with short hair replied while tears filled her eyes. Treat the wounds with what you got first. I will get my car and we will bring her to my shelter in a while." After that, Tang Shaoyang left the group. It took them half an hour to reach the shelter. Tang Shaoyang immediately carried out the injured woman. As they entered the main base, the group caught the survivors' attention. It was natural as the women were wearing military uniforms. Tang Shaoyang approached the desk, where Li Na tasked for. Yes, after one crazy night, he put Li Na as clerk, helping Origin register the survivors. Tang Shaoyang gestured to Li Na with his head, "Take care of these people and treat them some food as well while at it." Li Na's eyes were moving back and forth between Tang Shaoyang and the unconscious girl. However, upon noticing the wound at the unconscious girl's chest, she immediately nodded her head furiously. Tang Shaoyang brought the unconscious girl to his room through his private elevator. The other women wanted to follow, but they retreated under his intimidating gaze. When he reached the room, he placed the woman on his bed. He intended to give the woman a potion he got from the treasure chest. His hand, however, stopped halfway as he was hesitating. Even though he gave the woman his precious potion, it did not guarantee the woman would follow him after she woke up. If the woman left, it was just a waste of his precious potion. It was not like he had a hobby to force someone to be his woman. Actually, it's a good idea. If I rape her, there's a chance she will follow me. No, I can't do that. I am an emperor. How can an emperor do something like that? I detest a guy that forces himself to a woman. How can I be someone I detest the most? I can't. As Tang Shaoyang was struggling with his inner heart, he noticed the woman on the bed made a pained expression. It seemed she could feel the pain despite losing her consciousness. It seems I still have a little bit of conscience. Tang Shaoyang let out a sigh as he took out his potion. He took out a vial that was as big as his thumb from his pocket. The red liquid filled the vial and poured the filling into the woman's mouth. After that, Tang Shaoyang left the room. He wanted to meet the other soldiers. As soon as he left the room, Origin's voice resounded in the room. "Master, if you can't make your decision, I will do it." Half an hour later, Tang Shaoyang gathered the other 5 women in the canteen. He gathered in one table and heard the complete story about the military group. This group was a scout team sent by the military base from the neighborhood city, SZ City. They were sent here to make contact with the military base from SH City. On the way to the military base at SH City, their military jeep was attacked by a group of organized Stage 2 and Stage 3 zombies. Yes, aside from the crawlers, Crusher also attacked the jeep. Crusher attacked the car, crushing their jeep, but all of them survived from the ambush. However, the crawlers who had an advantage in the speeds chased after them. That was what happened to the group. What about our captain? Is she okay? A woman with a darker skin amongst the 5 women voiced her concern that bothered her. Her name was Youyouliucun. "I have given her a potion. She should be fine. Only need a little rest, then she would be okay." Tang Shaoyang answered with a nod. "Can we visit her now?" A girl with short hair that only covered her ears, Wu Shaoqing asked. "No, you have to wait until she wakes up." Tang Shaoyang refused the request without hesitation. "What? How can we let?" The 5 women stood up angrily, but he stopped them with a gesture of his hand. Tang Shaoyang raised his hand as Origin sent him the good news. "The woman is awake, Master. However, she is in critical condition. You have to help her now. Only you are the one who can help her." He was shocked to hear this. He had given the woman a potion. She should be fine after a couple of hours of rest, just like Luan. Wait here. Your captain just woke up, but her condition is not stable yet. After saying that, Tang Shaoyang rushed back to his room. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 34. My Wife is a Beautiful General. Part 2. Chapter 34 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tang Shaoyang opened his eyelids slowly. After a few blinks, the sight cleared and the ceiling came into his sight. At the same time, last night wild memories were replayed once again. A frown appeared on his forehead as anger boiled in his heart. Just as he wanted to call Origin out, there was a movement on his chest. He looked down, and a beautiful woman slept soundly on his chest. The beautiful woman was having a peaceful smile, even after last night's incident. The woman was hugging him tightly as if he was a pillow. Tang Shaoyang observed the beauty's face. She had long eyelashes, a pointy nose, and there was a small dimple on her cheeks. He caressed the beauty's back. Her skin was silky smooth. Then he noticed the smile on her face became even more apparent. The beauty seemed to be pleased being caressed by him, which was a surprise to him. He continued, and the beauty snuggled even more to him. He stopped. Then he noticed the beauty frowned for a moment before returning normal a few seconds later. Tang Shaoyang let out a sigh at this sight. He felt guilty, but it only lasted for a moment. He tried to move the beauty's hand that hugged him tightly. However, he woke her up even before he could free himself from the hug. The beauty's eyelashes trembled for a moment before the beauty opened her eyes. Her Tahitian pearl-like eyes met with his eyes. At that moment, the beauty's eyes enlarged in shock as she immediately released herself from Tang Shaoyang. She looked down and found she was naked. The beauty turned her gaze back to Tang Shaoyang, who she also found naked. Without needing to guess, the beauty knew what happened, and tears began swelling in her eyes. You, how can you do this to me? Her voice was shaky as she pointed her finger to Tang Shaoyang. She lowered her head, covering her body with the blanket. Then she cried as she hid under the blanket. Origin, explain to me! Tang Shaoyang yelled loudly. He was weak to the woman's tears, and he did not know what to do with the crying beauty in front of him. He wanted to console her, but he was in the wrong. No, it was Origin who set this up. Yes, master. Do you need anything from me? Origin innocently asked. Don't play dumb with me. Why do you set me up? Tang Shaoyang was genuinely angry as he continued with his inquiry. When the beauty heard the conversation, she stopped crying. She lowered the blanket slowly, taking a peek, wanting to know who he was talking to. She dumbfounded upon the sight, as there was no one except for two of them in this room. The guy also looked at the ceiling as he talked. She looked up, and there was nothing up there. She was totally confused, but she kept trying to search for the robotic voice. Her eyes sharpened and began scanning the luxurious room. Origin discovered its master was angry and told his intention for setting him up. Last night, when Origin reported the beauty had woken up and was in a critical condition, Tang Shaoyang immediately went to his room. However, as soon as he entered his room, a strong fragrance assaulted his nose. He merely frowned at first. He entered the room with a confused thought. He wondered where the strong fragrance came from. In his fifth step, then he realized something amiss with his body. His body was beginning to heat up. He felt something wrong, but he did not know what happened to his body. However, he realized what happened to him after seeing the beauty on his bed. The beauty on the bed was wriggling madly, trying to take off her clothes. At this sight, he realized Origin was setting him up. His AI drugged him and the beauty on the bed. It was a strong drug at that, as he immediately lost his reasons upon the sight of the beauty. As for what happened next, it was a scene where a heated animal was doing a heated battle. As for how Origin did this, Tang Shaoyang did not know, like where it got the aphrodisiac from. This is the fastest way to conquer her, master. I have to do this as we need her in our empire. Origin answered honestly. Even though its master looked ruthless and cold on the outside, he was, in fact, not heartless on the inside. By its master's nature, Origin knew he wouldn't do anything to the beauty. That was why it drugged its master and the beauty. But master, you don't have to feel guilty. That woman also enjoyed your body well. Origin made an unexpected remark. When Tang Shaoyang heard this, he recalled what happened last night. Even though he lost his reasons, it was temporary. It was as if he had woken up from a dream. His rationality returned after doing it for a quiet moment. As if it could read his mind, Origin spoke. Yes, after 15 to 20 minutes, the aphrodisiac effect should be over. Yes, the same for the woman. She should be woken up from the aphrodisiac effect at the same time as you, master. Tang Shaoyang was stunned as he recalled the battle lasted quite long. Maybe it was his longest record during his life. If the beauty woke up from the aphrodisiac effect, why did not she revolt? At these thoughts, his head slowly turned toward the beauty who showed her eyes. At Origin's words, the beauty also seemed to be recalling last night's scene as well. Then, Tang Shaoyang noticed the beauty's black pupil enlarged in shock. So, even though you were doing intercourse under the drug effect, you were doing that under your own volition after the first 15 minutes. The woman could just revolt, but she did not. It's clear she was doing that because she wanted you, master. As soon as Origin finished its words, the beauty stood up from the bed. She shouted angrily, "You damn robot! Don't you dare to slander this lady! If not for your drug, I will not give my body easily." She stood straight as she pointed her finger toward the ceiling. Even though she said that furiously, her face was bright red. She did not admit what Origin claimed. However, when Origin recounted last night's incident, last night's scene flashed in her mind. Indeed, just like Origin said, she had woken up. Again, Origin was right. Even though she had woken up, she did not try revolt. Having intercourse with the man next to her was as if being drugged, bringing heavenly ecstasy. Remembering last night's scene, her body shuddered voluntarily. "Come out! I will break your leg for slandering this lady!" The beauty challenged Origin. However, the beauty did not realize that the blanket covering her body slid down, exposing her naked body to the man. Tang Shaoyang was dumbfounded upon the sight that unfolded before his eyes. The little Tang Shaoyang stood up, baring its fang to the prey as his eyes glued on the beauty's hot body. "Master, do you forget your talent?" Origin ignored the lady as it asked Tang Shaoyang. "Talent," he recalled his talent description. Divine Body S-tier talent. Granting an unlimited growth of strength, charisma of emperor and charm to conquer the beauties, and an upgraded penis with a compatible size, last longer and guaranteed to make all women pleased. Only then Tang Shaoyang came to a realization why Origin said this was the fastest way to conquer the beauty before him. He glanced at the beauty who directed her anger to Origin. After crying and hearing what Origin said, the beauty was no longer blaming him. A smirk appeared on Tang Shaoyang's face. "Beauty," he called. The lady turned her head toward Tang Shaoyang, but she saw the man was pouncing toward her, pinning him down. "What are?" She could not finish her words as Tang Shaoyang blocked her mouth with a kiss. At first, the beauty struggled lightly, but as the kiss went deeper and their tongues intertwined, the beauty stopped her struggle. She hugged the man tighter. Last night, sensation assaulted her body once again, and she was beginning to lose her rationality. As her lust began to possess her body, she completely fell to Tang Shaoyang's game. Then, she felt a foreign object enter her body. It was the moment her mind blanked as a wave of pleasure filled her body. This was the moment she began following Tang Shaoyang's movement. Pleasant yet also sweet moans escaped from her mouth. With the moan, a new round of battle started again. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 35, My Wife is a Beautiful General, Part 3. Chapter 35 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Ha! Ha! After another battle, Zhang Mengyao breathed heavily. She did not know what happened, but her body just could not refuse the man next to her. Her mind was shouting and yelling, telling her body to revolt, but it was futile. She turned her head and met with the man's clear gaze, a passionate black pupil. As soon as she met with the gaze, her heartbeat thumped madly. She did not know why, but she felt affection for the man in front of her. To the man who just took her chastity, the man she never met before, the man who she did not even know his name yet. Zhang Mengyao blinked her eyes rapidly and thought to herself, just what's wrong with me? Then she noticed a smile forming on the man's face, a gentle smile that directed to her. Her heartbeat was beating uncontrollably, and without she realized, a tinge blush appeared on her cheeks. Tang Shaoyang got closer to the beauty and planted a kiss on her forehead and slapped her bouncy butt. "Wake up! Let's talk to the business after taking the bath. If you are still not satisfied, we can continue tonight." Having said that, Hero climbed up from his bed. Seeing the beauty's reaction after the new round, he was longer feeling guilty. Before he could get up, a hand pulled him down. He looked back and met with the beauty's gaze. "What did you do to my body?" Zhang Mengyao believed the man did something to her body. If not, why would everything feel wrong like this, as if she was being hypnotized? When the man kissed her and slapped her butt, not only she was not angry, she liked it. She felt wrong with everything. "Hey, don't worry. I did not do anything to your body. It's because I am special." After saying that, Tang Shaoyang headed to the bathroom. After 2 consecutive battles, he felt sticky all over his body. Zhang Mengyao was in a daze as her gaze followed the naked man. She tried to digest the man's words. "I am special? Heng, what's so special about you? You only have a good look, nice body, and..." Zhang Mengyao was dumbfounded as she found her impressions about the man were absurdly good. Half an hour later, Tang Shaoyang was sitting on the sofa with his bathrobe, enjoying his morning coffee. On the other side, Zhang Mengyao wore Tang Shaoyang's clothes. She did not know why, but she felt happy about wearing man's clothes. "Zhang Mengyao? Zhang Mengyao? What a beautiful name," Tang Shaoyang said in a low voice. "So, Tang Shaoyang, what do you want to talk about with me?" Zhang Mengyao asked. Her voice was soft and she was no longer flustered as before. "You are not going to ask how you end up with me here." Tang Shaoyang was not in a hurry to get to the main topic. "It's easy to guess. Let's not dawdle with this. Where's my friend? And where are we?" Zhang Mengyao guessed that the man in front of him saved her and her comrades. As for how she was saved, she was still clueless until the man in front of him told everything. "Don't worry, dear. Your comrades are safe. They are below. You can meet with them any time after we are over with our talk. As for where you are in my base, which will be the castle of my empire later. For now, this is a temporary base," Tang Shaoyang explained slowly. Zhang Mengyao was not used to how the man called her, but once again she did not dislike it. "Your castle? Empire?" She was dumbfounded by what she heard. She gave the man in the front of her a second look, trying to determine whether he was insane or not. "Are you okay? You are sane, right?" Surprisingly, Zhang Mengyao came closer and put her hand on Tang Shaoyang's forehead. "You are not sick either." Tang Shaoyang heard the beauty mumbled right before his face. Mengyao's action left him speechless, just as he wanted to speak. Origin spoke first. "Lady, you can't be discourteous to Master. He is an emperor of the Tang Empire. Even though the empire is still small in territory, it's just a matter of time before Master conquers more lands." "Origin, you are not helping at all." Tang Shaoyang noticed the confused look at Mengyao's face. It was clear, Origin's words only made her confused even more. "Listen to me, my dear. This is the plan." Tang Shaoyang told his plan about establishing an empire. He pulled Mengyao to him and explained his plan, without a single left behind. "And so, you will be part of my plan. I want you to establish a military system for my empire. You will be the general or commander. I don't know what it is, but you will be the one who leads my army. With me, of course." As soon as he finished his words, Mengyao looked at him with a shocked look. Tang Shaoyang's plan basically was a rebellion to the counter she served. "Are you insane? You are going to rebel? There's no way I will help you with your crazy plan." Zhang Mengyao raised her voice. As a soldier who dedicated herself to protect her country, her reaction was normal. "Rebel? He is not. Lady, this country has fallen. Not only this country, but the other countries also have fallen. The game is designed like that, so everyone has the same start. All military bases have fallen, the same for the base where you come from, right?" Origin was the one who spoke this time. Upon hearing that, Mengyao opened her eyes in shock and blurted out, "How do you know?" Yes, Mengyao and her team headed to SH City, the larger military base, intending to ask help for the SH military base to take back their military base from a group of beasts that occupied the military base. She thought a larger military base would survive from this disaster. That was why she and her team came to SH City. Easy. The game started by paralyzing the military of all countries. The stronger beasts and zombies will be spawned around the military base and government office with the purpose of giving back your freedom. So no one is affiliated to any country or even any organization out there. Everyone has the same start, and it's your choice whether you want to start a new country, empire, or organization. It will be your choice, too, if you want to be affiliated with the new country that is established during the first stage of the game, or you can try to survive alone. The game gives you freedom for you to make choices. Do you remember the words you heard when the game started? This is Stage 1. Survival for the fittest. Do everything to survive. That's the purpose of Stage 1. However, you have to remember, this is just the first stage. There will be Stage 2. At that time, a stronger adversary will come for you. Not only you, but it applies to the others who survived the first. My master has made his choices. It was establishing his empire. Not only that, I believe my master is having a good start. He captured a smart territory where you are currently staying, and he also has me, the smart AI who will help him. Come join us, lady. Origin let out a lengthy explanation in order to convince Zhang Mengyao. It had the same idea as his master for letting a family member take charge of the military. Once Zhang Mengyao regarded the empire as her home, then she would automatically work hard and had a less chance of betraying Tang Shaoyang. Zhang Mengyao tried to comprehend every information she received from Origin. She was still clueless about the abrupt change that happened in the world. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 36. My Wife is a Beautiful General. Part 4. Chapter 36 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Wait. Zhang Mengyao stopped Origin to speak further. Did you say that the country has fallen? She was shocked to receive such news. Most likely, but there might be a few strong military bases surviving from the attack, but the chance is minuscule. As for the government, I don't think they can survive from the ferocious zombies, right? Origin answered with its usual robotic voice. You never told me about this. On the other side, Tang Shaoyang complained. Telling or not, it does not affect your ambition, right, master? Origin replied instantly. But how did you manage to survive? He asked the crucial point. If the zombies or the beasts that attacked the military base were stronger than the zombies that could be found on the street, then how did Mengyao and her team survive? At that time, I and my team were not on the base. We were taking a break and stayed in my compound. Mengyao explained dejectedly. As a soldier, knowing your country had fallen certainly made you sad. Mengyao let out a long sigh and stood from the sofa. Let me meet with my comrade first and continue our talk later. If her country truly had fallen, then Tang Shaoyang's action was not betrayal. That also meant she was no longer a soldier. Just like Origin told her, the world changed, and she had to think of a future for herself. Of course, now one patch was opened in front of her, but it was not that easy to overcome the sorrow of losing her country. Okay, Origin will guide you. Tang Shaoyang allowed Mengyao to meet her comrades. Moreover, not only Mengyao, even he never expected that his country would easily fall like this. But based on what Origin told them, the game was designed like that, so everyone had the same start and the same amount of freedom. As soon as Mengyao left the room, Origin's voice resounded. Master, you have to treat the lady well. You might have captured her body, but not her heart yet. There's still a chance she will betray you in the future if you treat her poorly. I know. Also, what are you now? Love advisor? Tang Shaoyang questioned Smart AI. I am not a love advisor, but I am worried about your well-being. You have a dark past. Your girlfriend's left you. All right, stop there. Tang Shaoyang scolded. He even hated himself as he could not keep his own girlfriend, but he could do. They left him for money, and the man had a deep background as well. If he did something to Lu Wen, his forehead would be holed by Lu Gang. He was helpless despite how good he was at fighting. He could not beat a gun. Moreover, if he tried to do something to Lu Wen before, with Lu Gang's connection, he would be hunted for the rest of his life. It was no different than death. At that time, what he could do except let her girlfriend go with another man. Of course, he had his own principle as well. When his girlfriend left him on her own volition, he would just let it pass. But not when the man forced his way to his girlfriend. He would not stay still. If not for... Tang Shaoyang shook his head. Throwing away his past aside, he continued with a big grin. This time is different. I have the power to hold my ground. The one who humiliates me shall be crushed. But Origin, I also don't like being set up like last night. This should be the first and the last, understand? Yes, master, Origin replied solemnly. Meanwhile, the special elevator opened. As soon as the door opened, Zhang Mengyao saw her comrades were waiting for her right in front of the elevator. Captain! The 5 girls cried, and they immediately hugged Zhang Mengyao. After that, they began checking Zhang Mengyao's condition and asked, "Are you okay? That guy did not do anything to you, right? What happened to you last night?" The 5 girls let out a barrage of questions to their captain, the 5 girls' attention giving warmth to her heart. But soon her face blushed when the question entered her ears. Even though meeting again with her comrades gave her certain happiness, it could not overcome the sorrow of losing her country. With a grave look etched on her face, she spoke, "Girls, there's something I want to tell you guys. It's serious." The serious tone and the heavy look on Mengyao's face calmed down her comrades. After saying that, Mengyao talked into the empty space. "Origin, can you lend me a private room? You can talk with your comrade in the room I have prepared for them." Origin's robotic voice surprised the other 5 girls. "Who?" The 5 girls cried simultaneously as they scanned their surroundings, trying to find where the voice came from. "It's Origin, the smart AI that controls this building," Zhang Mengyao replied. On the way down, she had been asked many things from Origin. This time, she was truly convinced that the world changed and accepted the fact that her country had fallen. There was no smart AI like Origin before the game started. Origin was proof that the world had changed. The screen status and level were just another proof. There was no reason she did not believe Origin's words. They were back to the 3rd floor and entered a room that provided 6 beds, 3 bunk beds. The room was clean and each room had a bathroom. Zhang Mengyao chose a random bed to sit and faced her comrade. "Our country has fallen. We are no longer soldiers." This was her purpose in meeting his comrade, telling them this sorrowful news and about the game told to her by Origin. On the way to meet her comrades, she had asked everything she wanted to know about the game. She believed the information given to her was true. Origin's existence was proof of the world truly had changed. Added with the building that could be modified by using GC coin, it convinced her that what Origin told her was the truth. The country they loved had fallen, and she felt it was the time for her comrade to choose a new path for them. This was her purpose, and told them the offer she received from Tang Shaoyang. After half an hour, Zhang Mengyao came out of the room alone. Sobs could be heard as the door opened, and the sobs vanished as soon as she closed the door. After that, Zhang Mengyao went to the cafeteria. Her belly was empty and a little bit hungry. She ate despite having no appetite. Just like when she was in the army, she had to fill her bellies even when she was on a battlefield. The energy was essential to a soldier. As she ate slowly, she scanned the other survivors. Her beauty was certainly attracting the men, but thanks Origin's warning, none of them dared to get close to her. Zhang Mengyao observed the elderly and the children who helped but also played in the kitchen. She saw a group of 5 people talking about yesterday's hunt. They seemed happy despite the risk of losing their lives. There was not a little group like that in the cafeteria. "If I accept the offer, these guys might be my subordinate," thought Zhang Mengyao as she slowly devoured her food. "Ah!" She looked at the elderly and the children around the kitchen and scanned the large cafeteria. These people were her fellow countrymen. Does it mean protecting them is the same for protecting my country? Zhang Mengyao thought to herself. Here, Zhang Mengyao began taking Tang Shaoyang's offer positively. She finished the meal a few minutes later and delivered the dishes to the kitchen. "Beautiful sister, let me wash your dish. This is our job." Suddenly, a little boy tried to take the dishes from her hand. Zhang Mengyao smiled and gave the dishes to the boy as she rubbed the boy's short hair. After the meal, she strolled around the smart territory. She was still conflicted about whether accepting the offer or not. She did not meet Tang Shaoyang until late noon. Staying in the lobby, she saw group after group brought something back. Some groups brought supplies, such as a raw ingredient and water. Some groups brought back survivors. Zhang Mengyao noticed the groups were armed with a cold weapon and leather armor which could be bought in the general shop. She had visited the general shop earlier, so she was not surprised by the sight. Looking at these people, she realized it was just a matter of time before the shelter filled with survivors. She realized why Tang Shaoyang asked her to set up a military system in this shelter. Chaos was bound to happen without a proper system. At least this shelter needed a proper security system to organize the survivors. Looking at her fellow countrymen who were just brought back in a sorry state by a certain group, Zhang Mengyao realized her duty as a soldier was still not over yet. "Origin, tell your master. I accept his offer." Zhang Mengyao decided with a strong determination in her eyes. "I know you will say that. Master is waiting for you in his room." Standing before the familiar door, Zhang Mengyao's heart raced unknowingly as Tang Shaoyang's figure flashed in her mind. Just as she wanted to knock the door itself opened. Tang Shaoyang was waiting for her behind the door. He approached the beauty in front of him and hugged her. "I know you will make the right choice, my dear." Tang Shaoyang's nose sniffed around her ears, smelling the natural aroma from the beauty's body. "Beauty is truly different. You have a unique, pleasant smell." He whispered into her ears. "Don't do it here, we are still outside." Zhang Mengyao tried to struggle as she replied in a small voice. "So we can do anything inside?" Tang Shaoyang asked with a smirk as the beauty became more honest. Zhang Mengyao herself was stunned by her own reply. Her reply basically accepted Tang Shaoyang as her man. "Ha ha ha. Don't be shy. We can have our time later, my beautiful general wifey. Now, you need to be strong to be a general of my empire. Follow me. Let's see what talent you will get." Hugging the dazed Zhang Mengyao, Tang Shaoyang brought her to the elevator. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 37. Insight. Chapter 37 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. When Zhang Mengyao entered the elevator, she only noticed this elevator could access more floors in the smart territory. All 25 floors include 3 basements. But there was one thing that made her curious: talent. Tang Shaoyang was talking about talent earlier, so she asked. "Talent? What talent?" Zhang Mengyao asked curiously. Tang Shaoyang touched her nose and replied, "You will know soon." Ding! The elevator opened and the spacious basement greeted both of them. Zhang Mengyao broke free from Tang Shaoyang's embrace and stepped out of the elevator. She scanned the surroundings curiously but found nothing except 2 doors. A green door and a blue door. Accompanied by Tang Shaoyang, Zhang Mengyao approached the door. Soon, she saw the writing on the door. The green door had "talent" written on it, and the blue door had "advancement" written on it. Just looking at this, Zhang Mengyao realized her destination was the blue door. She scanned the door, but only to find that it was similar to an ordinary door made of wood. Tang Shaoyang opened the door and said, "Get in. Origin will assist you inside." He thought only the involved person could enter the room, but Origin said otherwise. "Master, you can enter too." "Can I?" Tang Shaoyang asked. His question was directed to Mengyao, not Origin. The talent was something personal. Without the involved person's consent, he wouldn't follow her inside. "Of course you can," Zhang Mengyao answered positively as she pulled Tang Shaoyang with her. Once they entered the room, Origin began with its explanation. It was telling the same thing as it explained to Luan, with a more polite tone, of course. "So even if you have bad luck and got E-tiered talent, you can gather 10 million GC coins to draw the second chance. But there are some talents that are upgradable. You can upgrade a talent with Tome of Talent. Of course, just like I said before, not all talents are upgradable. You will know if your talent is upgradable or not after you have Tome of Talent, so don't be discouraged even if you got E-tiered talent." Origin ended his explanation. This was the information it did not tell the others except for his master and lady. "You don't tell Luan about this," Tang Shaoyang said in a frown. Luan recounted everything to him in the Room of Talent. He was familiar with the process, but he himself did not know about this as Luan told him nothing about this. Sorry, Master. I purposely hid this from Luan. Even though he is your trusted subordinate, I can't trust him yet at that time. Origin explained its reason. Who's Luan? Meng Yao asked again. She had not met Luan yet. The current Luan was completely different from the beforehand Luan. He was so busy hunting the zombies outside, spending only his little time in the smart territory. Hehe, you will know him later. He will work with you to build the Tang Empire's military system. Go, get your talent now. Tang Shaoyang pushed the girl forward. For a general, she needed to draw good talent. At least B-tiered talent just like Luan. If the general was weak, those punks would not follow her order. Even though Zhang Mengyao still did not understand much about talent, but from Tang Shaoyang's words, she could discern this talent was very important for her future. Unknowingly, she started getting nervous as she got closer to the screen. Arriving before the screen, she did not immediately press the random talent. Zhang Mengyao was hesitating at first. Then she remembered she was here to continue her duty. Her duty to protect her fellow countrymen who still survived outside there. She took a deep breath, calming her nervous mind and heart, a strong determination back to her eyes. No matter what talent I will get, it won't change my duty. Regardless of the tier, I will complete my job as a soldier. Zhang Mengyao pressed the button, and the room instantly blackened. It was only for a moment before words appeared on the wall, illuminating the dark room. It lasted for 30 seconds before it stopped, and a word presented before her eyes. Insight, A-tier talent. Zhang Mengyao jumped out in excitement as soon as she got A-tier talent. Tang Shaoyang was surprised but also pleased as he saw the result. Even the smart AI was surprised to see the first A-tier talent from random talent. Lady is blessed with good luck. The result lasted for a minute before the room returned to its normal state. Tang Shaoyang dragged the excited girl out of the room. My beautiful general, you can't act like that before your subordinates later. You have to maintain your image as a general. Tang Shaoyang rebuked the girl who was still in her excitement. I know. I only act like this before you. The girl rolled her eyes and continued, so what's the use of this talent? You can open your screen status to check. A general talent will boost your attributes, while some rare and good talent will give you a skill, Tang Shaoyang explained. By the way, what's your level? He was curious to her level and asked L. He heard she had killed many Stage 1 zombies on the way, but did not know her level yet. Level 5, Zhang Mengyao answered straightforwardly as she opened her status screen. Name Zhang Mengyao. Age 25, affiliation none. Talent Insight .0. Strength 27. Agility 15, Vitality 17, Stamina 20, Magic Power 10. Skill Basic Detection. Wow. All my attributes except for Magic Power increased by 4, and I got a new skill too. Envisage. Zhang Mengyao told her growth after getting the talent. As soon as she said that, the curious Zhang Mengyao activated her new skill. Nothing happened at first, but then she heard Tang Shaoyang's voice. Are you okay to tell that to me? Just as she wanted to reply, Tang Shaoyang repeated what he said earlier. Are you okay to tell that to me? Tang Shaoyang asked. It was as if she experienced déjà vu, but she knew she was not experiencing déjà vu. She tried to usage once more, but she could not. You have to wait for 51 seconds before you can use Envisage again. She got a notification instead. However, the notification convinced her that what happened to her was true. She could see the future for a few seconds. Hello? What's wrong with you? Tang Shaoyang waved his hand at Zhang Mengyao's face as he found the girl was in a daze. I get a very powerful skill, and certainly it's okay to share my attribute to you, as you are the only person I can share with. As she said that, her eyes fell to the next blue door. What about this one? Should I enter this room too? No, you have to reach level 30 first. This is an advancement room. You will enter this room to get your class. Tang Shaoyang shook his head and pulled her hand. So for now, we have to increase your level before we officially set the military system. I know a good place to harvest, but before that, I will introduce Luan to you first. We will move tomorrow to level up. Tang Shaoyang pulled Zhang Mengyao to the elevator. Origin, inform me if Luan came back. That boy is hunting crazily lately. As the elevator closed, Tang Shaoyang's voice resounded from the elevator. Outside the territory, Luan swiftly slashed his sword horizontally, killing 3 Stage 1 zombies at once. The 3 zombies were the last zombie from this batch. If one saw, there were many dead bodies scattered around him. In the last week, he had been hunting crazily. He felt threatened with the presence of the other survivors. Luan did not want his boss to kick him out, so he had been leveling up crazily in the last week. He knew his boss, Tang Shaoyang, did not need a useless man. He needed to be strong to be part of his boss's plan. Screen status. Name, Luan. Age, 18, affiliation, Tang Empire level 27. Talent, agile attribute point. Strength, 21 agility, 126, vitality, 10. Stamina, magic power, 3 sense, 7 skill, basic detection. Level 27, all his effort he put into hunting was paid off. 3 more levels than I can get my class, but I lack coin to get a unique class. I have to ask boss's permission. I heard from Origin that minigame rewarded a lot of coins. Luan muttered and looked up. The bright moon was in his sight, and he let out a sigh. I did not find any survivors, but I managed to find the ingredients for the kitchen. Let's end today's hunting. Luan muttered as he walked back to the shelter with a bulging backpack. As he walked back, suddenly 9 people charged out from a building, and they surrounded Luan. Yo, look, who is this? Aren't you Luan, that bastard thug's trusted man? A voice resounded on a quiet night. Luan turned his head toward the voice and met with a familiar face. Shaich City Mayor's only son, Qi Zhengsheng. He was the guy who was used by Tang Shaoyang as an example to warn the other people. Disclaimer. All credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Chapter 38, Transformation. Chapter 38 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Luan frowned as he scanned the 9 people that surrounded him. He recognized all of them. They were the people Tang Shaoyang kicked out of the shelter. He remembered them because he was the one who was responsible for throwing them out. Boss never asked him to kill them, so he just threw them far away from the shelter. He even found 2 faces that were supposed to be not part of this group. These 2 faces were the people he saved on the other day. Ren, Zhuang, are you betraying the Tang Empire? Luan's cold voice reverberated through the quiet night. He was pretty much ignoring Qi Zhengsheng. The guy called Ren and Zhuang smirked. Haha, betraying the Tang Empire? Don't be ridiculous, boy. We are not and never will be part of that ridiculous empire. Zhuang added with a ridiculing tone. I never thought that there's a modern man dreaming to be an emperor. Along with Zhuang and Ren, the other guys were also laughing. Luan merely scanned the group coldly as his hand moved to the sword's handle. Qi Zhengsheng noticed Luan's movement and spoke. Calm down, boy. We are here to talk, not fight. We have a plan and offer for you, boy. Join us and help me capture the Changshu Hotel. I am not like your current boss who is daydreaming to be an emperor. As the mayor's son, I will rebuild the city and return the peace just like before. However, in order to execute my plan, I need Changshu Hotel. Qi Zhengsheng had heard the wonder of Changshu Hotel from Zhuang and Ren. It could provide you a talent, a shop that sold gears to defeat zombies. In fact, he had planned this long time ago, taking back the Changshu Hotel to him. He gathered the people that were kicked out and persuaded the survivors to join his side. He planned to take the Changshu Hotel with a number, but his plan failed as he only managed to persuade Zhuang and Ren. The other guys refused to join. Then he thought of another plan. It was his father. If he had his father with him, his father could take that Changshu Hotel from Tang Shaoyang as mayor. He believed many people would support his father, and so he left Zhuang and Ren to keep a watch on Tang Shaoyang's movement. Later, he found that the government office was packed with zombies. No, Qi Zhengsheng, in fact, had not reached the main office, but the way to the government office, he was blocked by incalculable zombies. Qi Zhengsheng immediately abandoned his plan to meet his father. No. In fact, he believed no one was alive beyond the sea of zombies, including his father. He tried to get back to his home, hoping his father would still be alive. But it was the same. The way to reach the official compound was blocked by another sea of zombies. Qi Zhengsheng gave up and revised his plan. It was to take Changsha establishment by force. In order to do so, he needed the key in his plan, Luan. Yes, as Tang Shaoyang's trusted man, he believed that he could make use of Luan to help them. So he came to Luan to invite this guy into his team. As you see, Tang Shaoyang will not let me lead the survivors. The current Tang Shaoyang is taking advantage of the chaos. He rebelled against our country for establishing an absurd empire. He is an outlaw, and when the military comes, he would be dead for sure. So, rather than following Tang Shaoyang, I invite you to join us. We take the shelter from the tyrant's hand and survive together until the aid from the military comes. Qi Zhengsheng took a few steps forward and offered his hand for a handshake. He thought the young Luan was easily swayed by his words. The threat under the military and a label of rebellion, Qi Zhengsheng thought Luan would follow him. Luan merely looked at Qi Zhengsheng emotionlessly. No words came out of his mouth. Qi Zhengsheng thought Luan was hesitating. He thought he only needed to give the last push to get Luan under his wings. I heard you are quite strong amongst the survivors. For your contributions to helping me, I will put good words into the military. It's not impossible for you to be recruited and given a high position later. Let me tell you a secret. My father is on the way to the military base to seek reinforcement. It will not be long before the military comes here. Make your choice, boy. Qi Zhengsheng smirked as he said the last push, the people who followed falling to his words because of this. The reason why Zhuang and Ren joined him was also the same. They were still afraid of the military's presence. Never crossed in their minds that the military had fallen. Even Qi Zhengsheng also thought so, as he believed his country's military power. Unfortunately, Luan muttered as he took a step forward. Qi Zhengsheng was the closest one to Luan, so he heard that. Unfortunately, Qi Zhengsheng muttered as he was puzzled by Luan's word, but then his eyes were wide open as harrowing pain transmitted from his chest. He looked down, a bright red sword pierced his chest, and Luan was the one who stabbed him. He looked up and pointed his finger to Luan. You, how dare? Kyo! Qi Zhengsheng vomited out mouthful blood as he staggered a few steps back before he collapsed, facing the sky. His eyes were still wide open as he was clearly shocked that he would die like this. Luan's action shocked the other 8 people. Zhuang and Ren rushed forward to check Qi Zhengsheng's condition, while the other 6 were distancing themselves from Luan. None of them expected the youth they surrounded would just kill one of them without talking. Luan, are you insane? He is the only mayor's son, and his family is from the military background. Zhuang yelled at Luan. Meanwhile, Ren was trying to 5 the first aid by stopping the blood. Yet his effort went naught as level 4 Qi Zhengsheng already died. His heart was pierced by a sword. KK. Luan cackled as he returned Zhuang's furious gaze with his cold gaze. When you are ready to kill someone, you have to get ready to be killed as well. After staying those words out, Luan rushed toward Zhuang and Ren. I saved you from zombies' pursuit. Boss sheltered in a safe place and gave you something to eat. And you dare to betray us. Whoosh! Luan's speed was just too fast for Zhuang and Ren. They could not react to his attack and the red sword sliced through their necks. Spurt! Just like a fountain, blood gushed out of Zhuang and Ren's bodies. Blood splashed around and rained down Luan, who was the closest to the bodies. The 6 people who watched this scene trembled in fear. None of them expected the young Luan would be this cruel, killing without batting eyes. Then Luan turned toward the other 6 people and spoke in a flat tone. I won't let any hidden danger threaten the Tang Empire, however small it is. Guys, don't be afraid. He is alone. We can kill him. One guy tried to encourage his friend. However, 2 of them did not listen to him as they immediately ran away. Luan did not let these people escape as he immediately chased after the 2 people. Under the quiet night, screams resounded. Less than 5 minutes, the screams stopped. Amongst the 9 people, Zhuang and Ren were the strongest in the group. They got talent, their levels were the highest, and they armed themselves well. As for Qi Zhengsheng, he was the one with the lowest level. It was an easy fight for level 27 Luan. You have leveled up. You gained 2 attribute points. You can allocate the attribute point by opening the status screen. Blarg! Luan vomited outright after he killed all 9 people. He vomited his dinner until he felt his stomach was empty. He never killed before. This was his first time. As soon as he looked at the grotesque scene, his belly churned up. His hand was trembling, and his grips on his sword weakened, causing the sword to fall on the ground. He fell with his 2 hands. Even after he vomited all his dinner, his stomach did not get any better. He killed humans who turned zombies, but a zombie and a living one were certainly different. He closed his eyes and thought to himself, I have prepared myself for this day. They deserve to be killed. You can't be this weak, Luan, or you will be boss's burden in the future. Luan took a deep breath with his eyes still closed. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. He repeated the same action for some time, which was calming his heart a little bit. He picked his sword and headed back to the shelter. Despite leveling up, he did not feel excited in the slightest. However, he knew had to overcome this if he wanted to be useful for his boss. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 39, Mini-Lord, Part 1. Chapter 39 of Armipotent, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Luan came back with a haggard look on his face. He went to Lina and handed over his loot in his bag to her. Lina was curious about what happened to Luan, but she did not dare to ask. He looked very weary and badly needed a rest, so she would not waste his time here. This is my today's loot. His voice was weak, as if all his energy drained from his body. Where's boss? Hearing the question, Lina turned toward the private elevator, where only Luan and Tang Shaoyang could use it. No, since the military girl appeared, it counted as 3. He's in his room. Her words trailed off as Luan immediately headed toward the elevator. As he entered the elevator, he immediately called out Origin. Origin, can I meet boss now? Nope, you can't. Master is currently busy with Lady Meng Yao. Origin's reply came fast. What's wrong with you? You don't look that good. Luan ignored Origin's question as he pressed 15 and asked back. Lady Meng Yao? Yes, she is your boss's woman, your lady boss. She will be the first general of the Tang Empire, and you will work with her to establish the Tang Empire's military. Luan had not met the military girls yet, so he did not know his boss had taken in soldiers. Ding. The elevator door opened and Luan immediately headed out toward his room. As he entered his room, he immediately headed to the bathroom to take a shower. What about Lina? I heard she is also boss's woman, Luan asked in a frown. He respected his boss, but he did not expect his boss to be a womanizer. Lina is not your boss's woman. What happened to them is an equal exchange. Origin did not explain further the detail and continued with what piqued its interest. Really? What happened to you? There's something wrong with you. Luan wanted to speak, but he was hesitating. In the end, he shook his head and let the cold water wash his body as he closed his eyes. You can tell your concern to me, and I will relay it to Master as soon as he finishes his activity later. Origin did not give as he continued to ask. After hesitating for a while, Luan told what happened on the way back. About Zhuang and Ren's betrayal, Qi Zhengsheng planned to take the shelter, and about him who killed these 9 people. As he told that, once again, his hand was trembling visibly. Ho ho ho. Finally, you have taken the first step. But now it seems you feel guilty for killing those guys, right? You want Master to comfort you right now. However, if you want to follow boss to the end, you have successfully taken the first step. In the future, you will have to kill more people because there will be another Qi Zhengsheng, Zhuang, and Ren. You can't be this weak, Luan. You have to get used to this. What you are doing is not wrong, so you don't have to feel guilty about it. If you didn't kill them, they would come to kill you and boss. There's a saying, giving mercy to your enemies means you are being cruel to yourself. Origin's words trailed off. Is that right, or a pity to your enemies? Origin seemed not confident with the words it quoted, causing Luan to chuckle. Huh, where did you hear this? Did you hear from boss? He shook his head at the smart AI's antics. I heard it from the other survivors. Ah, whatever. Hear me, boy, you are not in the same world as before. There's no longer law, and no one is going to judge you from killing those guys. The world has changed. The strong is the law. Origin's robotic voice echoed in the bathroom. Luan knew what the AI said was true, but he just could not shake the uncomfortable feeling away from his heart. He closed his eyes as the cold shower rained down his body. Worried not. You just need to get used to this feeling. Everything will be fine after that. Maybe you need 1 or 2 to get used to this kind of thing. If you feel the pressure too big, you can get a woman to relieve your stress. Luan's face reddened when he heard the last part and thought, the smart AI is starting to get corrupted. Ho ho ho, so you are still a virgin? Are you afraid of getting rejected? Don't worry. With your status, many women want to climb up onto your bed. Origin teased the young Luan. He turned off the shower and got out of the bathroom with a bathrobe. He did not bother to dry his hair as he immediately collapsed on the bed. I am going to sleep. Don't you bother me. Corrupted AI. Then I won't bother you, but empty your schedule for tomorrow. Master wants to bring you to somewhere. All right. Luan replied with a muffled voice, having his head buried onto the pillow. Tang Shaoyang was oblivious that his trusted man just experienced a turning point. Currently, he was busy moving his hips at the edge of his bed. Zhang Mengyao was lying down on the bed with an intoxicated expression. A light and a pleasing moan escaped from her mouth. She had lost track of the time, but it started when they took a bath together. Despite her refusal in her mind, her body could not refuse the man's advance. The battle continued until she felt a warm liquid enter her body. Only then Tang Shaoyang stopped. He picked the girl and put her in the middle of the bed. Despite her ragged bread and exhausted yet satisfied look, Mengyao refused to close her eyes. Her eyes glued to Tang Shaoyang's face. What did you do to me, really? Her voice was soft and pleasant to hear. Tang Shaoyang merely chuckled at the beauty's inquiry. Sleep. You are going to work hard to raise your level tomorrow. Get enough rest, my beautiful general. But you're not going to leave me, right? You will be staying with me, right? You are different from those jerks, right? Mengyao suddenly let out a barrage of questions. No, it was not a question. She was seeking confirmation, feeling insecure with their relationship. Tang Shaoyang smiled widely as he seemed successfully conquering the beauty. Silly girl! He planted a kiss on her forehead and continued with a gentle tone. There's no way I will throw away my beautiful general. I will not leave you, and even if you want to leave, I will force you to stay. You are mine forever. His tone was firm, despite his gentle tone. Maybe his words convinced her, or maybe Zhang Mengyao was too exhausted to keep her eyes open. She closed her eyes and her breathing was stabilized, a sign that she had fallen asleep. Tang Shaoyang pulled the blanket, covering both of their bodies before he also closed his eyes. Good job, master. He heard Origin's voice before he fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Tang Shaoyang opened his eyes as the sunlight entered his room. He noticed Mengyao was not on his side as he heard the sound of water from the shower. He woke up, stretching his body, and left his comfy bed. With his body naked, he walked toward the wardrobe. He took a casual black long-sleeve shirt and casual black pants. After that, Tang Shaoyang dropped his body on the sofa, waiting for the girl to come out. Origin, call Luan up. Yes, master. As usual, Origin's answer was punctual. Ah, tell him to bring a coffee with him. He rested his head on the sofa and closed his eyes. Not long after that, he heard soft steps from the bathroom's direction. I am here, Tang Shaoyang called. Mengyao wanted to head to the bedroom, but halted her steps when she heard the voice. She headed toward Tang Shaoyang, wearing a white bathrobe and using a towel to dry her hair. She sat next to her man. Tang Shaoyang frowned before a mischievous smile formed on his lips. Why don't you wear your clothes? Are you tempting me? Zhang Mengyao rolled her eyes. Tempting you, your foot. I don't have any clothes. You tore my military uniform as well as my clothes last night. It was not me who tore your military uniform, all right? It was a zombie. Wear my clothes first. I will buy your clothes later. Luan is coming up. You can't hear that before him. Tang Shaoyang pointed his finger toward the wardrobe direction. Meng Yao had heard about Luan, so she nodded and changed to Tang Shaoyang's clothes. His shirt was too big, but it only increased her appeal. She chose a red shirt and black pants as the wardrobe was filled with the same type of clothes. Meng Yao noticed Shaoyang's fervent gaze on her body. Surprisingly, she did not feel disgusted or detest him. Maybe because we have slept together, or because he is my man. She sat next to Shaoyang and said, "Not this morning. You promised me to bring me to a place to level up." "I know. I will save energy for tonight." Tang Shaoyang grinned. Not long after that, the door opened and Luan entered the room with a tray in his hand. Luan was a bit surprised to see Zhang Mengyao, despite receiving a head-up from Origin. Luan placed the coffee and sat on the opposite of his boss. "Good morning, boss." Tang Shaoyang nodded as he took a sip of the coffee. "I called you here to introduce her to you." He told Luan Zhang Mengyao's identity as someone from the military and a few details of his plan about establishing a military system with Luan and Mengyao as the center. "Also, he is my wife." Hearing the last sentence, Luan grinned and greeted Mengyao. "Hello, Lady Boss, I am—" "No, don't call me Lady Boss. Just call me sister-in-law will do." Mengyao refused to be called Lady Boss. They talked a bit of 15 minutes before leaving the shelter together. When they arrived at the destination, Luan was surprised. The destination was a familiar place to him, Fogged Park. "We will be hunting the beasts in this park," Tang Shaoyang declared and turned toward Mengyao. "Don't get too far from me and only kill the dying beast I toss you later, understand?" Mengyao nodded nervously. He only instructed Mengyao as he believed Luan could take care of himself. He led the party into the Fogged Park. The moment he stepped into the Fogged Park, a notification rang in his head. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 40, Mini Lord. Part 2. Chapter 40 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. "You have entered a hostile territory. Leave or you will be attacked by the inhabitants." "You have entered a hostile territory. Leave or you will be attacked by the inhabitants." "You have entered a hostile territory. Leave or you will be attacked by the inhabitants." Tang Shaoyang merely furrowed his brows at the warning. He intended to fight the habitant to harvest XP to level up. He came prepared and would not make the same mistake as before. However, the warning startled Zhang Mengyao. The warning that resounded in her head was speaking in a harsh tone. As someone who rarely heard the robotic voice, the warning startled her. She subconsciously took 2 steps back, but then Luan held her from behind. "Don't worry, with boss around, no one can touch you, but you have to stay near the boss," Luan said with great confidence. Zhang Mengyao's face flushed red as she was ashamed that even a teenager like Luan was concerned about her. She was after all a soldier. How could she lose to a teenager? Zhang Mengyao took a deep breath, trying to calm her nervousness. She scanned the surroundings, but her vision was blocked by the thick fog. The farthest she could see was 5 to 7 meters ahead. The terrain was the one making her nervous. Her vision was limited, and usually the creature who lived in such terrain was dangerous. She was sure that the creature that lived in this fog did not have a problem with their vision. Even if the creature also had a limited vision because of the fog, they must have a way to see through the fog. Zhang Mengyao's deduction was spot on. The fogged monkey who lived here did not have any problem with their vision. "They are coming. Stay near me, Mengyao." Tang Shaoyang's voice was small, but Zhang Mengyao still could hear it. She followed the instruction and came closer to Tang Shaoyang. Soon, she felt a vibration on the ground, an indication the enemy was getting closer. Zhang Mengyao tightened her grips on the shield and sword. She stayed behind Tang Shaoyang, but her eyes darted around, trying to find what creature lived behind the fog. "Get ready! They are here!" Bump, bump, bump. The sound of steps was getting louder and louder. Zhang Mengyao's eyes darted to and fro, trying to find where the enemies came from. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of giant white apes came out of the fog. Looking at the raging red eyes and a row of sharp teeth, Zhang Mengyao flinched. However, she remembered Tang Shaoyang's instructions clearly. "Don't move from your spot without my order. Only kill the dying beast I toss to you. Throw the carcass out after you kill the ape." She stayed on her spot, trusting her life to her man. Whoosh! At the same time, Tang Shaoyang made his move. He swung the battle axe horizontally, sweeping the apes that came out of the fog. Over 10 apes were sliced apart. Bug! Bug! Zhang Mengyao did not know when, but 2 dying apes landed in front of her. She snapped out from the shock and stabbed the ape's head with her swords. As the 2 apes died, she dropped the shield and moved forward swiftly. She grabbed the ape's ankle and threw the dead body outside of the fogged area. Actually, Zhang Mengyao did not understand why Tang Shaoyang ordered this, but she noticed that Luan also did the same. In his right hand was holding a sword, and his other hand was throwing the dead bodies outside. The thing surprised her was that Luan easily faced 5 to 7 apes at the same time. Luan was so strong, the teenager that much younger than her was stronger than she thought. Bug! Bug! Zhang Mengyao, focus! Tang Shaoyang called out as he tossed 2 dying apes. He was somewhat disappointed with Zhang Mengyao's performance. As she was a soldier, his expectation was high. However, as the battle started, the girl's performance was somewhat disappointing. Nah, I don't need her battle power, but her administration skill in the military, thought Tang Shaoyang. Being called out harshly, Zhang Mengyao turned around and stabbed her sword to the 2 apes in front of her. Again, she repeated the same action. She grabbed the ape corpse and threw it out. Then she picked her shield and put it on her back. As she was done with this, Zhang Mengyao noticed another 2 dying apes flew toward her. This time, her action was swift. She slashed her sword at 1 dying ape in the air and slashed another dying ape's neck. She had done it faster than before. The same action was repeated again and again. As time went by, the dying apes that came to her became quicker as well. 10 minutes later, she heard the toneless robotic voice on her head. You have leveled up. You gained 2 attribute points. You can allocate the attribute point by opening the status screen. Along with the robotic voice, her fatigue was washed away. She felt she was back in her prime condition. Zhang Mengyao immediately distributed her bonus attribute points to strength and agility. For the time being, she decided to focus on these 2 attributes. As the fatigue washed away, she continued killing the apes delivered by Tang Shaoyang. The battle continued for 3 hours, and Tang Shaoyang decided to take a rest. Let's stop now, shouted Tang Shaoyang as he swung the destroyer. As per his instruction, the group of 3 went out of the fog. As they came out of the fog, they met with a scattered apes' corpses piling up here and there. Zhang Mengyao estimated they had killed hundreds of apes. The number of apes was out of her expectation. She also had to count the names that still chased after them when they decided to retreat. It was as if the apes were countless. Tang Shaoyang walked to a corpse near him and commanded, "Let's tidy up the corpses first, and we will have our lunch afterward." Despite being clueless as to why Tang Shaoyang wanted to gather the corpse, she did what she was instructed for. It took half an hour to put the corpse into 3 piles on the side street. Yeah. Zhang Mengyao threw the last corpse in her hand and asked curiously, "What are you going to do with the carcasses? Don't tell me you are going to eat the ape's meat." She never ate the monkey's meat, let alone this gorilla. She was kind of repulsive to eat the meat. It's actually a good idea. We don't need to worry short of supply if we have this. Let's try whether the meat is edible or not. Tang Shaoyang walked to the nearest corpse and tore its left leg. After that, he headed toward the nearest mansion on the street. While walking, he thought of something and muttered, "The fur is quite smooth. It can be a great material to make a coat or clothes. The winter is near." On the way to the mansion, Tang Shaoyang decided to search for a tailor when he returned to the base. With this fur, they could save their GC to buy clothes or coats from the virtual shop, or even save their time looking for clothes outside there. "You 2 can wash up. I will prepare the food." "Let me." Zhang Mengyao and Luan spoke in unison and stopped halfway at the same time. They looked at each other as both were surprised. Tang Shaoyang waves his hand to the 2. "Just go wash up. You 2 reek of blood. It's unpleasant." Both looked at him and found out his body was only stained with a little blood. It was quite surprising as he was the one who killed most of the apes. Tang Shaoyang ignored the 2's curious gaze. He brought his backpack and the ape's leg to the kitchen. Then he remembered something and turned around. "Lend me your sword." It will be hard to skin the meat with my battle axe. Luan tossed his sword without hesitation before heading toward a room. He was familiar with the mansion and easily found a room to wash up. Zhang Mengyao took some time to find her room. Tang Shaoyang himself went to the kitchen. He too was familiar with the mansion's layout and easily found where the kitchen was. He put his backpack down and took out the spices. After that, he began to skin the ape leg. He took the thigh part only, where the meat concentrated. His action was smooth as if he had been doing this kind of work for a long time. After he cleaned the meat, he sprinkled the meat with salt and pepper. After everything was done, he put the meat on the tray and put it in the oven. How about 30 minutes? 150 degrees? Tang Shaoyang muttered in a low voice as he was unsure about the temperature and how long it took to bake the meat. 100 degrees and 30 minutes will do, I guessed. Tang Shaoyang set the oven and put the meat inside. The main dish is done. Let's cook the noodles. He then took out 3 packs of noodles from his backpack. The lunch was a weird combination between the ape meat and instant noodles. 30 minutes later, Tang Shaoyang served the noodles with 5 slices of ape meat as the topping. The ape meat was sizzling as grease came out of the meat. It looked very greasy, yet tantalizing. Is the meat safe to eat? Despite the tempting meat, Zhang Mengyao managed to resist it and asked dubiously. Who knows? We have to try to find out. Tang Shaoyang boldly tweaked the meat with his chopstick and delivered the meat into his mouth. He chewed the meat, tasting the meat carefully. After chewing the meat for a while, his expression brightened up. Without any words, Tang Shaoyang got another slice and put it to his mouth. He refused to say anything despite being gazed hotly by his woman. Luan was the next person to put the meat into his mouth. The same scene repeated. Luan got the second slice without commenting on the taste, looking at how the 2 men devoured the meat as if it was a heavenly delicacy. Zhang Mengyao could no longer resist the temptation. Just like that, the 3 were drunk by the ape meat. They ate the whole ape's thigh in a strangely silent atmosphere. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 41, Mini-Lord, Part 3. Chapter 41 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The next morning, Tang Shaoyang opened his heavy eyelid forcefully. It had been 3 days since they attacked the fogged park. Each day, the group of 3 continued the battle until late at night. As if the apes were endless, it kept coming despite being killed all the time. Tang Shaoyang was still exhausted from yesterday's battle. Just as he was about to wake up, he felt a little movement on his chest. He looked down. It was a smooth, white, delicate hand that moved on his chest. He picked the hand and put the hand away slowly, not willing the hand owner to wake up. After putting the hand away, he slipped out the bed. But of course, Tang Shaoyang's clothes were still intact. He and Zhang Mengyao merely slept together in the last 3 days. Even though he had an urge as a man, he still chose to hold it. Battling the apes and leveling up was more important than his internal desire. He had to set the order up soon in his base as more and more people gathered. He had to set the rules and the military before the situations were out of his hand. The key to this issue was the girl who slept soundly on the bed. Her innocent expression while sleeping was quite stunning. Tsk, I have gotten myself a goddess, it seems. He complimented his woman and planted a kiss on her cheek. He left the room and washed up. When he reached the kitchen, Luan was busy preparing breakfast. Huh, you woke up early today? Tang Shaoyang commented as he opened the fridge and took out a carton of orange juice. He got himself a glass of orange juice. Heh. Luan let out a small, silly laugh as he scratched his head in embarrassment. I am embarrassed for having you to prepare my breakfast every day. So here I am. After gulping down a glass of orange juice, he took out a carton of milk and headed toward the microwave. He put the milk into the microwave and spoke something. Luan could not understand. It's strange, isn't it? Luan put up a confused expression and looked toward his boss. I mean, the water and the electricity are working fine. Don't you feel strange about it? Tang Shaoyang pointed his finger toward the tap and the lamp. It's been around a month, or less. I have lost track of the time, but I am sure it's about a month since the world turned upside down. Zombies appeared, and the animals were mutated everywhere. But everything is fine. Don't you feel strange? Yes, the water was still clean and available to use despite the chaos occurring everywhere. The same for the electricity. It was still operating. Luan nodded his head with a thoughtful look on his face. He had something on his mind. Now you talk about it, boss. There's something weirder, actually. Ding! The microwave resounded. Tang Shaoyang took out the milk and poured it into a glass. The milk was for Zhang Mengyao. Apparently, the girl loved to drink warm milk in the morning. What is it? He asked as he poured the milk. It's about the phone. In the last 2 weeks, I have been looking for a phone, but weird enough, I could not find a single phone outside. I have asked the other survivors as well. They told me their phone also disappeared. Luan replied as his hands stirred the porridge in the pot. He put the ape's bone from last night left over to make porridge. Strange indeed. Tang Shaoyang nodded his head in agreement, but he did not take it seriously. There were many strange things that happened, but he did not have a leisurely time to think about it. For now, he only had one goal. It was to build his empire. With a clear goal on his mind, he would not waste his time on a small thing. He took this conversation as a small chit-chat with Luan. Luan also thought the same. What on his mind was to get stronger, strong enough to be worthy of standing next to the boss. The group of 3 finished a pot of porridge for breakfast. This morning, the 3 found out that each part of the fogged ape was a treasure. Even the bone could be made into yummy porridge. After they filled their belly with a tasty breakfast, the group headed toward the fogged park. On the way back to the fogged park, they passed a road full of apes' corpses. Zhang Mengyao had to pinch her nose as the corpse began to rot. Actually, what do you guys want to do with these dead bodies? It's a waste of heavenly delicacy. Zhang Mengyao asked, as she was still unaware of what her man wanted to do with the corpse. You will know soon. Luan smiled mysteriously in response, while Tang Shaoyang kept walking without answering. After continuously battling together for 3 days, Zhang Mengyao and Luan grew close. Both continued to have a chat until a call from Tang Shaoyang. We are here. Get ready. Tang Shaoyang stopped right in front of the fogged park. Zhang Mengyao pulled her sword and put the shield on her back. She stood there and looked toward the fog with a sober look. She could see red eyes stared at her, the eye-fogged ape's eyes. The apes seemed to be waiting for them, but Zhang Mengyao was calm and composed. Her harvest in the last 3 days was numerous. She had reached level 21 within 3 days, while Luan had gotten himself a class. Status screen, she called out in a low voice. Name, Zhang Mengyao, age 25, affiliation, none, level 21, talent, insight, attribute point, 0. Strength, 59, age 47, vitality, 33, stamina, 36. Magic power, 10. Sense, 21. Skill, basic detection, envisage. Her attributes were well-rounded. Each time she leveled up, each attribute except for magic power would increase. As for the bonus attribute points, she allocated it to strength and agility. Looking at her high attribute, it boosted her confidence in entering the fogged park. Moreover, Zhang Mengyao looked up at Tang Shaoyang's broad back. Her man was always there to protect her. As long as the man was near her, she always felt safe. I am ready, she declared with strong confidence, and followed by Luan as well. Anytime, boss. Let's go. Tang Shaoyang nodded and stepped into the fogged park. As soon as he stepped into the park, the fogged ape shrieked and attacked the intruder. The battle between the fogged apes and a group of 3 humans commenced. 3 hours since the group re-entered the fogged park. Zhang Mengyao scanned the surroundings warily. Since 2 hours ago, the group noticed the number of apes attacked them had decreased significantly. Since then, the apes would only attack them occasionally rather than blindly charge toward them. The enemy had changed their tactic, or there's no many apes left. Zhang Mengyao muttered in a low voice. Swoosh! A shadow flung toward her from behind. It was the fogged ape that tried to attack the girl from her blind spot. But Zhang Mengyao perceived the incoming attack. She spun her body and slashed her sword horizontally. Her sword sizzled through the air and sliced the ape's head. The ape's body fell before her feet. In a quick motion, she picked the ape's dead bodies and threw it outside the fogged park. At the same time, the robotic voice resounded on her mind. You have leveled up. You gained 2 attribute points. A smile blossomed on Zhang Mengyao's face. She gained 1 more level since the morning. Level 23, it was her current level, and slowly she was catching up. This kind of sneaky battle continued in the next hour. Until then, she noticed something and frowned. The fog is thinning out. She did not know whether this was a good omen or a bad one. Only then Tang Shaoyang also noticed that the fog was actually thinning out. Now his sight could reach 20 meters ahead, doubled than before. Ah, look there, the fog formed a path. Luan called out and pointed at the forward direction. Sure enough, just like Luan said, the fog was cleared and made 4 meters path. It was as if the fog guided them to a place. Follow me. Tang Shaoyang walked toward the path. There were no apes attacking them anyway, so he just went ahead following the path. Of course, he advanced in caution, just in case the path was a trap. Zhang Mengyao and Luan followed closely and slowly while keeping in a check to their surroundings. Nothing happened until they reached where the fog led them. It was an open space, about 50 meters grass field. No fog obstructed their view, and 4 figures were waiting for their arrival. 4 giant apes. The biggest apes was about 7 meters tall, while the rest were 4 to 5 meters tall. Tang Shaoyang immediately used basic detection on the biggest ape. Soon, the data of the opponent he had to face appeared in his eyes. Beast. Affiliation. Fogged Ape Tribe. Lord level. Mini-Lord. Evolution. Stage 5. Level 48. Skill? Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 42. Assassin Chapter 42 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. I will take the huge one and leave the rest to you. Tang Shaoyang dashed forward. Luan immediately followed. I will be taking the 2 apes on the right. What? Hey, wait! Zhang Mengyao called out in a panic as her 2 companions left her alone behind. She felt the 2 men were too careless, attacking the big one without looking at the big picture. What if there were smaller apes ambushing them from the fog? It would be fatal for them. Zhang Mengyao stayed behind while scanning the surroundings. It seemed the group of 4 apes perceived the human's intention. 2 smaller apes charged toward Luan, while the other one rushed toward Zhang Mengyao, leaving the mini-lord to face Tang Shaoyang. Zhang Mengyao advanced cautiously until she perceived something coming toward her. She looked up and found a big ape coming toward her. The distance between them was 2 meters. With the current ape's speed, the girl was aware she would not be able to dodge the ape's fist. Zhang Mengyao put her shield forward and received the big fist. Grah! She grunted heavily as her footing was slid back. She was being pushed back for 5 meters. In such a time, Zhang Mengyao activated base detection on the ape. Beast Fogged Ape Guardian. Fogged Ape Tribe. Evolution. Stage 3. Level 52 skill. Level 52! Stage 3! Zhang Mengyao muttered nervously as numb sensations started to spread around her hand. So far, she only had faced Stage 2 Fogged Ape with level 40 being the highest level. But her current opponent was on another level. Stage 3 and level 52, it was normal for her to be nervous. Then, what about the giant one? Just as she wanted to check the biggest ape, the ape in front of her leaped toward her, giving her no chance to cast another basic detection. This time, Zhang Mengyao reacted faster, and as she leaped, 1 step back. Its attribute is certainly higher than mine. Blocking its attack is unwise. Only block it when it's necessary and aim the vital spot. Boom! The 2 big arms smashed the spot where Zhang Mengyao stood just now. A vital spot? I don't know much about the ape, but the neck is the common vital spot, but I can't reach the neck. Ah, immobilize it by attacking its feet, then kill it afterward. With a plan formulated in her mind, Zhang Mengyao took a step forward and slashed his sword at the Fogged Ape Guardian's thigh. Slurg! The sword sliced through the thigh, leaving a shallow cut behind. The gray fur turned red, but it was not enough to immobilize the ape. Afterward, Zhang Mengyao leaped 2 steps back, making the Fogged Ape Guardian swung its thick arm against empty air. Zhang Mengyao reaction was much faster. In fact, she read her opponent's move and made her move. You chose the wrong opponent. Stupid monkey. The girl cheekily taunted the ape. Even though she said so, her thoughts were different. She was looking at the cut on the ape's thigh. The ape has a thicker skin, and my sword is just an ordinary sword. It only suffered a minor cut. Then I have to aim my sword at the exact same spot next. Goo-woo! It seemed the apes understood what the girl said. It furiously hit his broad chest and let out a furious growl. Bump! 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 Swoosh! The ape made another leap and smashed its two arms downwards. Boom! Once again, it only hit the empty spot, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Zhang Mengyao avoided the attack by taking a sidestep to the right and slashed her sword at the exact same thigh again. This time she was not as lucky as before, as the fogged ape guardian reacted fast. After its thigh was cut, it immediately swung its thick arm at Zhang Mengyao. In such a narrow time, Zhang Mengyao had no choice but put her shield forward to block the incoming attack. Bam! Ah! Zhang Mengyao grunted heavily as she held the huge force behind the ape's arm. She was almost getting thrown away from blocking the arm, proving the ape's attribute was much higher. It reacted faster than before. I have to be careful, as it might get faster again. She kept analyzing her opponent as the fight went on, and she gained an upper hand as the battle continued. Meanwhile, on the other side, the two fogged ape guardians were chasing after Luan. Luan did not confront his opponents. He kept running away from the two apes, not he was afraid or stalling time. He was probing the enemy's speed. Amongst the three, Luan was the only one who had an unbalanced attribute. He had an extremely high agility attribute. His speed was his advantage. Now, he was probing the ape's speed, and he found out the ape was much slower than him. With my speed, I can confront it and don't need to worry they will catch me. Status screen. Name Luan. Class Assassin. Age Filiation Tang Empire level 32. Talent Agile attribute point Strength 62. Agility 208, Vitality 20, Stamina 20, Magic Power 3, Sense 8, Skill, Basic Detection - Fatal Strike. Yes, Luan chose Unique Class Assassin. Actually, he wanted to choose a basic class as he did not have enough game coin. However, his boss helped him with the GC and forced him to choose a unique class. Of course, Assassin was his choice, not Tang Shaoyang. Tang Shaoyang did not meddle or told him anything about what class he must choose. He chose the Assassin class under Origin's recommendation, causing the unbalance attribute. He did not regret his choice. Instead, he was satisfied with the choice he made. Assassin class gave him additional attributes each time he leveled up. +2 agility and +1 strength, with 2 skills for Assassin, Dash, and Fatal Strike. He kept running around while maintaining 7 meters of distance between him and his pursuers. I can combine Dash and Fatal Strike. Luan stopped and turned around. He charged toward his pursuers, but his eyes fixated at Ape in the right. Dash suddenly, Luan's figure glowed red and his body's blurred. Whoosh! His red sword glowed in red, and Luan slashed the sword toward the ape's neck. Spurt! The boy was shocked by his skill as he decapitated the ape with one slash. The fogged ape guardian's head flew to the air, and blood fountain formed as blood spurted out from the decapitated neck. Such a scene lasted for 5 seconds before the fogged ape guardian's body collapsed. The ape head rolled on the ground, and one guardian was killed just like that. Luan grinned happily after experiencing how amazing his skill was. He turned around and faced the remaining fogged ape guardian. The ape also glared at him with the furious red eyes. He then noticed the ape glowed in red. Swoosh! The ape rushed toward him, faster than before. Luan, however, merely smirked and made his move. Boom! The ape slammed the ground with his 2 thick arms, creating a small crater. The ape, without a doubt, had overwhelming strength. Unfortunately, even having such overwhelming strength was useless if it could not hit its opponent. The fogged ape guardian hit an empty ground, and Luan appeared on its back. Slash! The remaining fogged ape guardian died in the same exact manner as its companion. The head was severed from its body, and its body fell powerlessly to the ground. On the other side, boom! Boom! She gained an upper hand after a while, but then suddenly the ape glowed in red. Not only did it get stronger, but it was also getting even faster. Zhang Mengyao had no choice but rolled around on the ground to avoid the thick arm. She even activated Envisage to dodge the ape's furious fist. It had been full 5 minutes since she rolled around on the ground. Just as she was about to push herself even more, the girl saw the ape fell with its knees. She did not know why it suddenly fell and grew weak, but she knew this was her chance. Zhang Mengyao without hesitation rushed toward the falling ape and shouted, "Die!" She thrust her sword at the ape's wounded neck. Slurge! The sword pierced through the neck. After that, she swung the sword to the right, tearing the neck apart. Spurt! Zhang Mengyao bathed in blood and the fogged ape guardian fell with no breath. She won the battle, but she was concerned more about her man. Right after she killed the ape, she searched for Tang Shaoyang's figure. Soon, she found a figure standing next to a giant corpse. The man she was looking for was bathing in blood. He had his battle axe laying on his shoulder, while his right hand was holding a big ape's head. At the same time, a robotic voice resounded in her head. "Congratulations, you have captured the fogged land. You gained +1 level and 5 skill points. Thanks for listening." Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 43. First Vassal, Chapter 43 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A few minutes ago, Tang Shaoyang charged toward the fogged Ape King with his battle axe, Destroyer. It seemed the Ape King perceived Tang Shaoyang's intention. It growled to the other 3 apes, and the 3 apes left immediately. It was 1 versus 1. The Ape King accepted the challenge. Tang Shaoyang grinned and raised his Destroyer. As soon as he arrived in front of the Ape King, he swung the battle axe horizontally. To his surprise, the Ape King was quite agile despite its size. It jumped into the air, dodging the deadly axe. At the same time, it clenched its hand into a fist and slammed it down toward Tang Shaoyang. Boom! The giant fist slammed to the empty ground as Tang Shaoyang successfully avoided the deadly strike by rolling his body the right. With his current attribute, the heavy battle axe was no longer a hindrance to have his body moved freely. Tang Shaoyang did not stop there. After rolling down on the ground, he immediately leaped back, creating a safe distance between him and the Ape King. Boom! Not only the Ape King was quite agile, but its reaction was also fast from an attack to another. Seeing its opponent running away from it, the fogged Ape King raised its chest up and slammed his big hand to his chest. It was furious as its opponent kept running away. As the ape slammed its chest, its lips formed a mocking smile at Tang Shaoyang. "What? A mere monkey dared to mock me." Tang Shaoyang was provoked and charged toward the Ape King. The Ape King smiled jubilantly and also charged toward Tang Shaoyang. When the distance between them shortened to 3 meters, Tang Shaoyang used his battle axe pointy tip to stab the fogged Ape King's belly. He used his long battle axe as his advantage, but the ape reacted faster. It slapped the battle axe with its left hand. Tang Shaoyang's body was dragged by the momentum and lost his balance. Just as he was about to fall, a huge fist hit his chest. "Urgh!" Tang Shaoyang grunted in pain as his body flew away from the hit. The Ape King's punch was no joke. His body flung for over 10 meters before crashing to a tree. "Quag!" Tang Shaoyang spat mouthful blood. He did not say anything and stood again. But then, a dangerous sensation tingled his sense. Without hesitation, he ducked his body down and rolled forward. Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoom! It was his battle axe thrown by the Ape King. The tree behind was crushed by the impact. However, Tang Shaoyang had no time to retrieve his battle axe as a shadow loomed over him. He threw his body to the left immediately. Boom! A booming noise resounded from his beforehand spot. The dust rose, shrouding the Ape King's lower body. Tang Shaoyang made a swift move, circling the Ape King to its back, and pounced toward it. He sent a punch to the Ape King's thick left foot with all his might. Bug! Growl! The Ape King let out a pained growl and fell on its knee. Right after that, the Ape King made a swift turn and swept his thick to the back. Swoosh! Unfortunately, the fogged Ape King hit empty space. Tang Shaoyang reacted faster by climbing up to the ape's back. He leaped up and doubled his hand before he slammed downward toward the ape's head. Bam! The ape's head shook and its body swayed from the impact. This was a golden chance for him. Tang Shaoyang landed with a roll. He planned to pounce toward the Ape King once again. However, just as he raised his head, he was greeted by the Ape King's foot. Despite the dizziness, it felt from the slam. The Ape King still managed to send a kick toward Tang Shaoyang. Tang Shaoyang himself was caught off guard. The thing he could in this situation was covered his chest with his hand. Bug. The kick landed and Tang Shaoyang's body flew from the impact. Bam! His body flew and crashed on the ground. It did not stop there as his body kept rolling on the ground. It stopped only after his body hit a boulder, leaving a long trail on the ground. Tang Shaoyang immediately stood up after all of that. He stood, but his body swayed here and there. Fortunately, the fogged aped king did not chase after him. In fact, the ape king was also in the same state as him. Ah, shit, that damn ape is damn strong. He cursed out despite his bloody state. Blood flowed out from the wound he suffered. Forehead, mouth, nose, and his body, his clothes turned red caused by the blood. I will collapse first if this continues. Tang Shaoyang muttered while breathing heavily. Spirit integration. A vigorous and excited voice rang at the same time. Finally you summoned me, my lord. Karen's projection appeared behind Tang Shaoyang. The over 2 meters Karen scanned the ape king and let out a disappointed sigh. The opponent is weak, though. After that, Karen's projection turned into green gas and seeped into Tang Shaoyang's body. Tang Shaoyang's slightly tanned skin turned green and his body grew taller. His tight muscles also bulged out as his hair grew longer. His glossy black eyes turned green and a savage smile formed on his lips. Ha ha! After a long time, finally, I can fight again. Karen's excited voice rang in Tang Shaoyang's head. Even though Karen did not have control over the body, he would still experience the fight as if it was his fight, but from Tang Shaoyang's perspective, hence, he was excited. Tang Shaoyang was not bothered by the excited Karen. His eyes were looking straight at his enemy who was puzzled by his change. Come, baby, I will crush every inch of your body. Haha, I like it. Let's crush every inch of this monkey. Swoosh! Tang Shaoyang took the initiative to charge at the Ape King. The Fogged Ape King was stimulated by Tang Shaoyang's bold charge. It also charged straight. Of course, Tang Shaoyang was not that stupid enough to have a frontal battle with the 7 meters tall ape. When the distance between the two shortened to 3 meters, he activated his skills. An exclusive skill from integration with Karen, the Great Warrior. Tang Shaoyang subconsciously opened his mouth wide and let out a deafening cry. Roar! The immediate effect was the Ape King came to an abrupt stop. Its head shook and his body swayed. It took 3 steps back to balance its body. Additionally to that, he heard a robotic voice in his head. Warcry activated, boosting your attribute by 20% for 5 minutes. With the collapsing ape and bonus attribute from the skill, the grin on his face became wider. There was no way Tang Shaoyang would miss such a golden chance. However, instead of rushing to the Ape King, he remained on his spot. He executed another skill. Again, it was as if his hand moved on its own. He raised both hands, then a translucent green gas formed an axe shape in both hands. The axe was half-meter long. Just like before, Tang Shaoyang moved on its own. Swoosh! His hand made a throwing motion, targeting the swaying big ape. The 2 translucent axes made of the green gas were thrown toward the Ape King. The axes were spinning in the air. It shot toward the Fogged Ape King in frightening velocity. Splat! The 2 axes nailed right at the Ape King's shoulder, pushing the swaying ape down. Groar! A pained growl escaped the ape's mouth. Tang Shaoyang, however, showed no mercy. He charged toward the collapsing ape and leaped to its chest. He grinned ear to ear at the pained ape. Then, bam, bam, bam! Tang Shaoyang sent a series of punches at the ape's face. The ape growled even louder as the pain on its face grew more intense. Moreover, with the 20% bonus attributes from the skill, each of his hands brought a crushing force to the ape's face. Let's end this with the 3rd skill. Just like before, a part of his body moved on its own. This time, it was his right foot. He raised his right foot and stomped right at the Fogged Ape King's chest. Splash! The moment his right foot landed on the chest, the Ape King sprayed a bucket of blood at him. It spasmed for a little longer before it sprawled with all 4 weakly. Its red eyes dimmed, the fierce-looking ape now weakened and about to reach its end. Tang Shaoyang did not immediately end the Fogged Ape King's life. He retrieved his battle axe and went back to the ape's chest. He looked down at the ape and spoke, "Any last word?" To his surprise, the ape opened its mouth and growled weakly. The thing that shocked him, even more, was the fact he understood what it talked about. Growl! Growl! Human, you are a great warrior, stronger than this king. I have one last request. Great warrior. It was the translation that was transmitted to his head. Speak. I will grant it as long as it's within my scope. Growl! Growl! Great warrior, are you willing to bring in my Fogged Ape tribe with you? No, please, bring my Fogged Ape tribe to the Flourishing Arrow with you. At the same time, the robotic voice resounded in his head. Are you willing to accept the Fogged Ape tribe as your vassal? Yes, no. Tang Shaoyang's eyes shone in brilliance, and without any second thought, he chose yes. Congratulations! The Fogged Ape tribe is now the Tang Empire's assail. You gained a reward, +1 level, and 5 skill points. Swoosh! After that, Tang Shaoyang beheaded his enemy and raised its head as if it was a trophy. You have leveled up. You gained 2 attribute points. Congratulations, you have captured the Fogged Land. You gained +1 level and +5 skill points. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 44. Pride, Chapter 44 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. With his body covered in blood and the Fogged Ape King's head in his head, Tang Shaoyang grinned ear to ear for his victory. If some passerby saw the scene, they might run away in fear. Covering in blood from head to toe, he grinned, appeared like a crazed mass murderer. Zhang Mengyao and Luan rushed over. Both were worried about Tang Shaoyang's condition. Are you okay? Do you hurt anywhere? Zhang Mengyao asked worriedly as she checked the body. I? Tang Shaoyang paused midway and continued, am not okay. He wanted to say, I am okay. But then the spirit integration was over. He was hit by sudden fatigue, as if the energy in his body slowly seeped out of his body. Tang Shaoyang fell with one knee, but Zhang Mengyao caught him before he fell. What's wrong? It's okay. I am just exhausted. Tang Shaoyang released the head and leaned closer to Zhang Mengyao. Girl's sweat smells nice, he commented after sniffing around her neck, causing Zhang Mengyao's cheek flushed red. What are you talking about? Luan is here. The girls replied with a voice as small as mosquito sound. Just as he wanted to tease the girl further, he noticed a change in his surroundings. The fog cleared in and showed what hid inside the fog. A massive horde of fogged ape showed themselves after the fog cleared. Tang Shaoyang broke free from Zhang Mengyao's hand. Get ready, we have guests. Zhang Mengyao pulled her sword out of her waist while Luan came closer to Tang Shaoyang. From his boss's condition, he needed to protect him if the battle broke. The apes surrounded the three in the ring, but they stayed still. Amongst the apes, there was one ape that was quite eye-catching. The ape was about 5 meters tall, but there was an orange strip crossed downward to its eyes, and 2 horns curved upward on the head. While silver fur covered its back and arms, its lower body was covered by brownish-red fur. The ape looked weird, the weirdest one amongst many. Tang Shaoyang never left his eyes from this particular ape. He was preparing for another battle. Affiliation, Fogged Ape Tribe. Lord level Mini-Lord. Evolution, Stage 4, level 65. Skill? There was something bugging Tang Shaoyang when the information appeared in his eyes. Next to the tribe name, it told him they had become his empire's vassal. Then, the weird ape walked forward. Each of his steps caused quite a loud sound. The 5 meters tall ape walked slowly. In response, Luan and Zhang Mengyao raised their weapon. However, Tang Shaoyang waved his hand, signaling them to lower their weapon. It's okay, it's one of us now. At first, Zhang Mengyao and Luan did not understand the meaning behind Tang Shaoyang's words. Only after, bug! The 5 meters tall ape fell with his knee. It prostrated itself on the ground, facing toward Tang Shaoyang. At the same time, hundreds of the fogged apes also did the same. They prostrated themselves on the rough ground toward Tang Shaoyang. Bump! The ground shook slightly because of the ape's sudden movement. Tang Shaoyang expected this, but not the duo. They were startled, but then they understood the meaning behind Tang Shaoyang's words. The ape raised its head and lowered to the ground once again. They repeated the same action 3 times while growling. Luan and Zhang Mengyao were disturbed by the growls, but Tang Shaoyang enjoyed it. He enjoyed it because he understood what they were growling about. Growl! Long live the majesty! Growl! Growl! Even though these were apes, He had officially taken the first step to his dream, to be an emperor, becoming someone who dictated his fate and controlled others' fate as well. He who always lived at the lowest bottom rungs of society now would raise to the top. This is the first step, Tang Shaoyang muttered dramatically, but then he stopped midway. No, this is actually the second step. The first step is taking the base. Ah, whatever. What is he mumbling about? Zhang Mengyao asked Luan. Though she was his woman, she actually did not know much about her man. Luan had been following Tang Shaoyang for the longest time, hence she asked. Luan merely shook his head with a happy smile plastered on his face, which confused the girl even more. Rise! The smile disappeared and changed into a solemn look. He deepened his voice that echoed through the open field. At his words, the apes raised their head, but they did not stand up. They only raised half knee. With a half knee down, the peculiar ape growled, attempting to communicate with Tang Shaoyang. Growl! Growl! Under the previous king's order, we the Fogged Ape tribe shall follow your lead from here on. I wish you to accept our loyalty. I promise you with my honor, I will lead you, the Fogged Ape tribe, to a flourishing era just like what I promised to the previous king. Get up! At Tang Shaoyang's words, the ape stood in an orderly manner. It was surprising for a pack of beasts having such high discipline. The peculiar ape stood before it lowered its stance with its knee down on the ground. Growl! Growl! As your vassal lord, please bestow me a name, your majesty. Right, a name. I will grant you a name. What about Weird? You look the weirdest amongst the other apes, hence I will name you Weird. Tang Shaoyang agreed in an instant, and in that right moment he bestowed a name without a second thought. That was Tang Shaoyang, who did not like complexity but simplicity. The reason why he named the ape Weird, it was the words that crossed in his mind the moment he saw the ape. Though it was weird to name someone with Weird, yet Tang Shaoyang still went for it. He did not like thinking and decided to go with it. But of course, with such a messed naming sense, he was bound to get protested by the peculiar ape. Growl, growl. Why? Why Weird? I am the pride of the Fogged Ape tribe. How could you give me a lousy name? Tang Shaoyang frowned when the ape protested. But then, even Karan was laughing hard in his head. But you look weird, though. Tang Shaoyang still insisted with his view, but then he relented with the name. He got a new idea for the name. You said you are the pride of the Fogged Ape tribe. Then, from today onwards, you shall be Tang Empire's pride. I bestow you a name, Pride. Growl. Growl. This subject will accept your majesty's grace. From today onwards, this subject will take Pride as his name, become the Tang Empire's pride. At the same time, a screen appeared in front of Tang Shaoyang, a status screen. After that, Pride stood and walked next to Tang Shaoyang. What about the other apes? Do they have a name? Should I bestow them my grace? In that instant, all the apes shook their heads synchronously, rejecting the grace that was about to be given by their lord. Tsk! What such a discipline! Tang Shaoyang displeased when his subjects rejected his grace. Meanwhile, the duo Zhang Mengyao and Lu An were whispering to each other. Now he's talking to the ape. Is he okay? Zhang Mengyao asked worriedly. I don't know. This never happened before. Lu An also began to worry about his boss's abnormality. Maybe the big ape hit his head hard. His head might suffer from minor injuries. Oh, Mengyao speculated. Oh, I can hear your voice. Tang Shaoyang turned to the duo. Zhang Mengyao and Lu An. After that, he looked forward, looking at a new status screen that popped out in front of him. Name Pride Beast. Demonic King. Affiliation, Fogged Ape Tribe. Lord level, Mini-Lord. Evolution Stage 4, Evolution. Level 65, Loyalty 90. Skill, Fury Smite, Wild Stomp, Demonic Rage. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 45, Summoning Spirit. Chapter 45 of Armipotent, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tang Shaoyang furrowed his brows. The status screen certainly belonged to his new subordinate, Pride. He did not know why, but it certainly changed. It was supposed to be Fogged Ape King, not Demonic Ape King. In the column Evolution, it stated the ape had a mutation evolution. Is it because of me? Or because the name I bestowed it? Or maybe because it's now my subordinate? Before the Fogged Ape tribe was his enemy, so basic detection only gave him a general status screen of the ape. Now it had become his subordinate, hence it showed a detailed status screen. Of course, it was just his random guess. It could be anything else. Who knew? Tang Shaoyang threw away the complicated thoughts and looked at the 5 meters tall weird ape. Good. I will now grant you the first task. It's an honor to receive your order, Your Majesty. Pride knelt with his knee down. Tang Shaoyang bewilderedly looked at Pride. The same for the other two, Zhang Mengyao and Luan. Zhang Mengyao and Luan's reaction was a bit exaggerated. They jumped a few steps and looked at Pride with their eyes wide open. Tang Shaoyang remained composed and looked at Pride with a new light. You can speak now? Yes, Your Majesty. The moment you bestowed me a name, I also learned your language. Pride answered in a stiff and rough voice. It's good, very good. Tang Shaoyang nodded happily and blurted out afterward. So now I don't need to listen at your unpleasant growl anymore. Pride's eyes twitched a little, but it did not say anything. Please give me your order, Your Majesty. Ah, right. I almost forgot about that. Your first job is to carry your previous king outside. I need the body for my skill. Tang Shaoyang pointed toward the beheaded body. The order left Pride speechless. Such an order, his lord ordered it as if it was an important matter. Nevertheless, Pride still carried the order. He ordered his subordinates to do the job, of course. Oh, bring the other 3 bodies as well. I'm going to show you my power. After that, he walked back to the main street. After harvesting the body, it was time to summon a new spirit. Yes, the reason why Tang Shaoyang gathered the fogged ape's dead bodies was to use his skill, spirit summoning. He wanted to try to summon the spirit using different offerings. When he summoned Karen, he used a lot of zombies. No, he had a great amount of fogged ape. He thought the different offerings would summon a different spirit, or maybe a stronger spirit. He wanted to test this out with the fogged ape as the offerings. On the way, he remembered that he leveled by 3 levels. He had extra attribute points. Ah, there's also skill points. I wonder what's the use of the skill points? Tang Shaoyang opened his status screen. Name Tang Shaoyang. Class Spirit Contractor. Age 26. Affiliation Tang Empire Level 48. Talent Divine Body. Attribute point 6. Strength 175. Agility 57. Vitality 108. Stamina 53. Magic Power 49 cents. 8 Skill Point 10. Skill Basic Detection Spirit Summoning Level 1. Spirit Contract Level 1. Spirit Integration Level 1. Contracted Spirit 1/3 Karen, the Great Warrior. Spirit Skill Warcry, Wild Axes, Earth Split. Tang Shaoyang allocated 3 points into Strength and the remaining 3 points into Vitality. After that, he pressed the skill point. Skill point can be used to raise your skill level. Please use wisely and carefully. Your skill determines your survivability. How kind of you to remind me of that. That's pretty unusual of you, Tang Shaoyang commented at the reminder. It was rare for this robotic voice to remind him of something. But of course, as usual, there was no answer from the robotic voice. Ho-ho. Let's see. Tang Shaoyang pressed one of his skills, Spirit Summoning, Level 1. So 10 skill points to raise my skill to Level 2. Then he looked at the other 2 skills. He checked the skill whether it was the same. Spirit Contract. Spirit Integration, Level 1. All skills needed the same amount of skill points to reach Level 2. I am going to use Spirit Summoning, so I'm going to level up this one. He used all skill points he had to Spirit Summoning. There was no particular phenomenon from raising a skill level. Afterward, he pressed the skill he just leveled up. He was curious about how many skill points needed to raise his skill to Level 3. Spirit Summoning, Level 2, 40. The skill points needed were quadrupled. It was quite a big leap, but not impossible. 4 lands, I need to capture 4 occupied lands. A few minutes of walking, Tang Shaoyang and the group reached the main street. While the trio came out of the fogged park easily, the group of apes stopped at the borderline. What are you doing? Come here. I need the bodies. Tang Shaoyang urged his subordinates. However, Pride and the other apes' response was quite unexpected. They were hesitating to come out of the fogged land. Our previous told us not to come out of the fogged land. After a moment of hesitation, Pride spoke up. And that order is the one that caused your previous king's demise. Do you want to follow your previous king's steps or follow my steps? Tang Shaoyang's words were right at the point. If for that rule, he might not win the battle. He somehow felt grateful to the Fogged Ape tribe's previous king. "We will follow your step, your majesty." The apes knelt down and proclaimed in unison. Without a doubt, these apes had great discipline. "All right, I don't need your words, but your action. Come here and gather the bodies in one place." He commanded the ape to gather their companion bodies, which began to rot. No longer hesitating, the Fogged Ape tribe walked out of their territory. Pride led its people out. Standing a step behind Tang Shaoyang, Pride commented in a pity, "What a pity! The meat already went bad." Tang Shaoyang was surprised to hear this. From the Pride's words, it seemed the Fogged Ape was cannibalism. Your tribe lacks food? It was his duty to fill his people's belly. If he let his people starve, then he was failed as their lord. "Thanks to your majesty, we are no longer short of food. The supply is supposed to last only for 2 weeks, but you came and killed many of my kinds. We have plenty of food now," Pride replied truthfully. "But again, more food brings no harm." Is it supposed to be sarcasm, or you truly feel grateful to me? That was what Tang Shaoyang wanted to ask, but he shook his head. The Fogged Ape tribe had moved all bodies into a place, forming a high mountain made of the Fogged Ape's corpses. "Stay here, I will go alone. No matter what happened, just stay there and watch." Tang Shaoyang commanded Pride. "Yes, your majesty." Pride bowed its head, though it was still taller than his lord. Tang Shaoyang walked to the front of Fogged Ape and directed his open palm to the mountain of corpses. Swoosh! A black tornado rose from below. The black tornado instantly engulfed the mountain corpses. Rumble! Rumble! Blue thunders were rumbling inside the black tornado as the sky around them darkened. It was completely different compared to when he summoned Karen. The phenomenon lasted for 10 minutes before the dark tornado died down and showed a figure beyond the black tornado. "Thanks for the meal." A hoarse voice escaped from the figure inside the dark tornado. At the same time, the robotic voice resounded in Tang Shaoyang's head. "You have summoned a high-level spirit, Xenios the Demon Swordsman." Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 46, Teacher. Chapter 46 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. 2 meters in height, wearing a tattered dark gray robe, 2 meters long sword in his hand, and a straw hat that covered his face. Demon Swordsman stood at the center of the dark tornado until the tornado went away. He moved his head, scanning the surroundings. The head stopped when he spotted Tang Shaoyang. Foosh! Right after that, thick killing intent shrouded the area. "Protect His Majesty!" Pride yelled as it pounced forward. Luan and Zhang Mengyao were suffocated by the killing intent. They subconsciously took 2 steps back. Tang Shaoyang raised his hand. "It's okay." Yeah. He's right. You guys don't need to worry. I will not harm someone who fed me. I am not that ungrateful." Xenios the Demon Swordsman advanced as he spoke. Through the straw hat, red pupils gleamed, scanning Tang Shaoyang from top to the bottom. "You are not that bad for someone at your level, but..." The gleaming red eyes looked at Tang Shaoyang's eyes. "You are not enough to be my master." Xenios' words were he did not agree to establish a contract with Tang Shaoyang. "How do you know I am not enough to be your master? You don't know me yet." Tang Shaoyang grinned at Xenios. The Demon Swordsman shook his head and pointed at his own eyes. "These eyes have seen countless people and creatures. You are someone who would be ignored, not worthy even to get a glance." Then Xenios raised his sword. "This sword has killed countless people and creatures, but you are not worthy for me to draw my sword. This swordsman can kill you with his fist." A swordsman did not use his sword to fight. If meant the swordsman did not put his opponent into his eyes. Each of the Demon Swordsman's words was sharp. He was practically telling Tang Shaoyang that he did not put Tang Shaoyang as a worthy opponent. Tang Shaoyang's grip on the destroyer tightened. He wanted to swing his battle axe at Xenios, but he loosened the grip and let out a sigh. "Ho-ho, smart choice. Know when to advance and know when to retreat. I like you, boy." But then Xenios made an unexpected statement. With all his offensive words, he suddenly praised Tang Shaoyang. I said all of those were telling you that the current you are not worthy to be my master. But it does not mean I don't want to establish a contract with you. Xenios the demon swordsman stood in front of Tang Shaoyang. You have passed my first test by enduring my killing intent. Now the second test, I will give you time for you to grow. Grow strong enough and challenge me. I am not asking the impossible to defeat me. Land a hit on me and you win. 3 chances. You only have 3 chances. After that, an eerie silence followed. Zhang Mengyao, Luan, and the apes looked at Tang Shaoyang, waiting for his response. To their surprise, Tang Shaoyang grinned. I accept the challenge. No, I love the challenge. But with one condition, teach me to fight properly. Train me to defeat you, and I like the impossibility. We shall raise the standard. Bwahaha. Xenios laughed hard at the unexpected response. He felt very absurd. Never crossed his mind that one day there was someone coming to him and asked him to train this someone to defeat himself. Even Zhang Mengyao, Luan, and Pride looked at Tang Shaoyang. They were surprised by his positive reaction. Luan was the most surprised one. Based on his boss's temper, he would feel natural if the boss suddenly hacked the summoned being with the battle axe. He was not expecting such a response from his boss. Based on the words, Tang Shaoyang was admitting the summoned spirit's prowess. Are you insane? Do you think I will teach you how to defeat? I am. Before Xenios could finish his words, Tang Shaoyang cut him off. You will. Tang Shaoyang grinned confidently. Sure enough, the demon swordsman fell silent. After a momentary silence, Xenios opened his mouth. Why are you so sure that I will accept this insane proposal? Hahu, it's because you are a warrior, a swordsman. You are willing to be a spirit like this even after you died. There must be a reason behind it. Tang Shaoyang maintained his grin as he spoke, while Xenios did not refute him. That very reason is the battlefield. You want to feel the battlefield once again. You are missing the battlefield's ambience. Me, I am your long-awaiting chance. A chance for you to descend to the battlefield once again. Teach me, and I will present you with a grand battlefield. I am someone who will conquer the world. Follow me. I will grant you countless battlefields for you to enjoy. Teach me to fight and defeat you. In return, I will grant your wish. Tang Shaoyang presented his hand to Xenios the demon swordsman. Xenios fell silent. He looked at the human's palm blankly. Tang Shaoyang's guess was right on the spot. The demon swordsman missed the battlefield. He was born to battle, not staying in the empty space, just like what he did all this time. He longed for a battlefield, the very reason he was willing to be a spirit like this. Subconsciously, Xenios reached the palm, meaning he agreed with the proposal. He did not know whether it was Tang Shaoyang's words or what, but there was something inside him that was telling him to reach the hand. He reached the hand, agreeing to teach the human how to fight. But why me? Why do you want to learn from me? Xenios asked. No specific reason, but I know you are strong, you have rich experiences on the battlefield, so why not? Tang Shaoyang grinned widely. As long as someone possesses something I don't have, I am willing to learn. Despite my crude look, I have a motto for myself, you know? Never stop learning. The day you stop learning, it's the day you stop growing. Xenios looked at Tang Shaoyang in the eyes. The firm eyes the human showed him, making him shook. He did not why, but his inner self was telling him that he would not regret his choice. Good. There's no need for us to wait. Let's establish the contract now. I will give you unlimited chances to challenge me, and I will train you as well. In return, you present me with the countless battlefields and the grand battlefield you promised. That was the contract between us. Tang Shaoyang grinned and activated his skill. After the contract was established, Xenios the swordsman's figure turned into dust and entered Tang Shaoyang's body. Today, not only he gained a new battle spirit, but also a teacher. Name, Tang Shaoyang. Class, Spirit Contractor. Age 26, affiliation, Tang Empire level 48, talent, divine attribute point 6, strength 175, agility 57, vitality 108, stamina 53, magic power 49, sense 9 skill point, 10 skill, basic detection, level 2, spirit contract level 1, spirit integration level 1. Contracted spirit 2/3, Karen, the great warrior, Xenios, the demon swordsman. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 47. A Challenge from the Strongest Party. Chapter 47 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tang Shaoyang looked at his status screen in delight. He got yet another spirit, a strong one at that. He actually wanted to try spirit integration with Xenios the Demon Swordsman, but the latter prevented him from doing so. His body was not strong to get through twice in a day. Tang Shaoyang then turned around, facing the tall pride. He had to take the aftermath before going back to his base. I don't have a particular task for Fogged Ape Tribe yet. He paused briefly and continued. For now, get stronger for me. That is your job. Yes, Your Majesty. Pride put his hand on the chest and bowed. Min. About the food. You stay in your fogged territory in the day and go out to search for the food at night. I don't want more people to know your tribe's existence yet. Now you can go back and get strong for me. Tang Shaoyang dismissed the Fogged Ape Tribe. Once again, all the apes knelt toward their king and went back to their territory afterward. Zhang Mengyao looked at the ape in regret. Luan noticed that and walked closer. Don't worry, I hid the fresh meat worth of 3 apes. We can still enjoy the meat for at least a week and a month if we eat the meat sparingly. He made sure he said that in a low voice, so the Fogged Ape would not hear him. The Fogged Ape Tribe, now the Tang Empire's ally, eating their own ally was inappropriate, and Luan wanted to keep this as his secret. Unfortunately, Tang Shaoyang heard him. Don't forget my share. All right, our matter here is done. Let's go back to the base. He had achieved his goal during this trip. It was to prepare Zhang Mengyao to hold her ground, getting stronger. Now she was ready, and he gained more than he expected. A vassal, a territory, and a new spirit. It was time to get back. It had been 3 days since Tang Shaoyang left the base unattended. Of course, he had no worry something might happen to his base. Origin was there to take care of the base if he was away. Moreover, he also had his people to keep the base in order. It's time to set the military power of our base. Are you ready? Tang Shaoyang asked the girl. But are you sure about this? If the country has not fallen yet, just as you said, it will be treason. Zhang Mengyao did not finish her words as Tang Shaoyang raised his hand. Are you ready or not? He repeated the same question in a firm tone. Inhaling a deep breath, Zhang Mengyao nodded. I am ready. You will hear my plan as soon as we go back. She had her head closer to Tang Shaoyang and continued in a low voice. In your room. Good. Tang Shaoyang let out a broad grin and turned toward Luan. How about you? I am ready to assist the lady boss. Luan gave his reply fast and positively. Call me General Zhang. All right, General Zhang. They joked around while carrying a huge backpack on their back. Luan carried 2 backpacks in his hand and 1 on the back. The same for the others. Each of them had 3 fully loaded backpacks. Of course, the backpack was filled with meat. It was their bonus harvest after 3 days continuously battling against the apes. Tang Shaoyang was surprised when he arrived at his base. In just 3 days, the base was crowded with more people. He was happy to see the crowd, meaning he had more people. Of course, his group also attracted attention as they approached the base. Many eyes fell on them, Zhang Mengyao especially. Zhang Mengyao was a bit uncomfortable, but she was used to receiving such attention. She was a beauty, after all. So many unfamiliar faces, Luan muttered. But some of them were attracted by Tang Shaoyang's battle axe. It was big, certainly would attract the surrounding people. They could tell in a glance the battle as was not just a normal battle axe. Just as he was about to reach the entrance, a group of 4 blocked the path. The 4 people were equipped well. Their gears were of higher quality than the others had. Are you Tang Shaoyang? A man that looked in his 30s with no hair stepped forward and asked with a grin. That's my name. Now you can fuck off. With just one look, Tang Shaoyang already knew these people were up to no good. There was no need to treat someone like this nicely. Hoo-hoo. You really have guts, just like the other people say. A man in his mid-20s walked next to the baldy. The man had a typically lewd smile plastered on his face. Even though he spoke to Tang Shaoyang, his eyes darted around Zhang Mengyao's body. Luan's hand was ready on his sword, and the same for Zhang Mengyao. Facing such kind of people, a battle was inevitable. Tang Shaoyang yawned. Get it done. What do you want? I am sleepy. I like straightforward people like you, Tang. A man with a bulky build and an average face came forward. He was holding a silver spear in his hand and looked at the battle axe admiringly. Do you know who we are? The man asked with a big smile, just like a friendly big brother from the neighborhood. Tang Shaoyang looked toward Luan and asked, Do you know him? Luan frowned. He knew this man, but then he saw his boss winked his eyes at him. He understood what his boss wanted and played along. I don't know. What about you? I don't have memories of them. Zhang Mengyao answered in a flat tone. It seems you are not famous enough, Tang Shaoyang said with a smile. Then he spotted a familiar face and waved his hand. Hey, you! He pointed his finger at a man and asked, Do you know who I am? The man was Wei Shi, the guy he saved from Lu Wen's clutch. Next to him was his wife, Cao Jingyi. They joined the crowd to watch for fun, not expecting the big boss of the base would point his finger toward them. Me, Wei Shi pointed at himself. Yes, you. Answer me. Do you know who I am? Tang Shaoyang nodded. Don't answer him. Let him solve the problem by himself. Don't get involved with him in any way. Cao Jingyi firmly warned her husband. She had seen Tang Shaoyang killing people without batting an eye, so she didn't want her family to get involved with such a man. However, Wei Shi thought differently than his wife. He did ignore his wife's words and replied in a flattering smile, Yes, you are Tang Shaoyang, this base's big boss. What about the woman next to you? Do you know who I am? Tang Shaoyang did not stop there. Please, just this once, please believe me and follow my answer. Cao Jingyi did not want to give her an answer at first, but under her husband's persuasion, she answered, You are the boss of this place. Ho ho, it seems I am the boss of this place and certainly more renowned than you. Do you need something with me? The man with the average look, Gao Chonglin's lips twitched a little. What Tang Shaoyang was trying to prove with everything just now, that he was nothing compared to Tang Shaoyang. Let me introduce myself then. My name is Gao Chonglin, and I am the leader of the strongest party in this base, the Conqueror Party. I heard you set a rule in this base that the strongest will be the boss. And here, as the leader of the stronger party in this base, I am challenging you, fair and square, to a battle. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 48. Killing the Chickens to Warn the Monkey. Chapter 48 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Ha ha ha! Tang Shaoyang laughed hard as he heard that. He laughed uncontrollably that even tears came out his eyes. Gap Chonglin's face turned ugly when he saw the man laughed hard. Clearly, without a doubt, the man was looking down on him. It took Tang Shaoyang some time before he stopped laughing. He looked at the man in front of him in great interest. Are you sure? You are still sane. Gap Chonglin's face turned uglier the moment those words came out of Tang Shaoyang's mouth. Do you dare to accept my challenge or not? Tang Shaoyang shook his head and said, I am not that stupid enough to accept your challenge. I mean, I got nothing even I win the challenge. Heh, you are afraid of me. Gao Chonglin snickered in contempt. Again shaking his head. Why would I? Because you are the leader of the strongest party. Also, how do you know you are the strongest party in this base? When Tang Shaoyang mentioned the strongest party, a proud look etched on Gao Chonglin's face. You can look from our gear. We are the best. Moreover, Gao Chonglin grinned proudly, I am someone with the highest level here. Level 25. Wow. The people around exclaimed admiringly as they looked at Gao Chonglin. It was certainly the newbies who were impressed. The guy smirked and enjoyed the praises. There's one more, my talent. My talent is C-tier talent. Then he faced Tang Shaoyang with a broad grin. So, what do you think? Does that make me the strongest? Clap, clap, clap. Out of the blue, Tang Shaoyang started to clap his hand. Not only you are insane, but you are extremely stupid. Even if I am weaker than you, I will not let you be my boss. Huh. Gao Chonglin was trying to comprehend Tang Shaoyang's words. He was expecting to be praised or got an admiring look from Tang Shaoyang. But then, insult was what he got. Stupid is not enough to describe you. You are hopeless. You just disclosed your information that is supposed to be your secret. Level 25 and C-tier talent. What a pity. Tang Shaoyang shook his head regretfully. Such a guy would be a useful subordinate. What a pity he challenged him. He could not spare his life. He had to use this guy as an example of what would happen to them if they challenged him. So, the moment Gao Chonglin challenged him, his fate was sealed. Death was his penalty. Good, I am willing to accept your challenge. You alone or your strongest party will also join? I am fine whether you are alone or joining hands with your party. Tang Shaoyang accepted the challenge with a grin on his face. I am alone is enough. Gao Chonglin stepped forward with his silver spear. Wait a minute. Just when the two were ready, a man stepped out of the crowd. The man looked in his early 30s, and he had a dual sword. There was a particular cut scar next to his right eyes, having a messy short hair and medium build. Tang Shaoyang turned toward the voice and frowned. What's wrong? Do you want to challenge me as well? No, the man repeated, no, 3 times and shook his head vigorously. Don't joke around, boss. I still want to live longer. Then what do you want? Let me fight him, boss. He's not worthy to be your opponent. The man tapped his chest reassuringly. Huh? Tang Shaoyang did not expect this. He thought the man wanted to take him down as well, but he did not expect the man came for him. Who's your name? The man piqued Tang Shaoyang's interest, hence he asked his name. Zhao Zhong. You can leave him to me, boss. Zhao Zhong rudely pointed his finger tight to Gao Chonglin's face. You can't. He's mine. Tang Shaoyang shook his head. Zhao Zhong was disappointed with the rejection. He wanted to use this chance to prove his worth to Tang Shaoyang, but things did not go as he expected. He's mine, but you can choose one of his party members. Zhao Zhong's face immediately brightened up. His goal was to gain his boss recognition, and he had successfully taken the first step. Do you mind, the leader of the strongest party? Tang Shaoyang asked with sarcasm. Gao Chonglin was confident in winning, and he agreed readily. In fact, he could not wait to fight. He wanted to take this base for him. He wanted to be the boss. I will choose the lewd one. He has been staring at Lady Boss for quite a while. I will dig his eyes out for you, boss. Zhao Zhong chose his opponent with a crazed smile plastered on his face. Then I will take care of the badly. Luan, who always silent, stepped forward. Even a stranger came up for his boss, so he did not want to lose. Moreover, this is not the first time. Good. 3 on 3, we will do it as you say. The lewd guy exclaimed and turned toward Gao Chonglin. You must kill him, and I will take the woman. Okay, leader? The badly stretched his neck and swung his broadsword a few times for a warm-up. Guys, please give them space. Give them space if you don't want to get dragged into the right or get hurt. Wei Shi took the initiative to mail the biggest space for the 6 to battle. Under his urging, the people make a space, leaving only 6 people in the center of the crowd. At this point, almost all people in the base gathered at the entrance. They came to watch the fight. Let's start. The lewd guy took the initiative to strike first. A longsword, it was his weapon. He slashed downward to Zhao Zhong's head. Such a straightforward attack was easily blocked by Zhao Zhong's dual swords. He was not a zombie, after all. Clang! The 2 weapons collided, causing a clanking sound. Zhao Zhong pushed away from the longsword and did a spin kick. Bug! His kick landed right at the lewd guy's belly. Zhao Zhong frowned as he felt something fishy. This guy is too weak for someone above level 20. Yes, he was just doing a counterattack to probe his opponent, but the lewd guy could not even avoid such a simple kick. Is this a trap? Zhao Zhong hesitated for a moment. From the gear these people got, they were truly not a newbie. Let's wait longer. The lewd guy staggered a few steps back as pain transmitted from his belly. He clutched his belly in pain as his face turned ugly from embarrassment. You can't! The lewd guy charged forward angrily. He swung his sword again. Ah, I see. He's definitely not a newbie, but a noob. Looking at the lewd guy charged him blindly, Zhao Zhong came into a realization. This guy was a noob, thinking of killing the zombies and human were the same. He raised his left hand and blocked the incoming sword. Clang! Right after that, Zhao Zhong made a slash motion to the lewd guy's thigh. Slurred. The fancy armor the lewd guy had did not cover his thigh. Ah! Just as Zhao Zhong guessed, the lewd guy was a noob despite his high level. The guy dropped his sword and clutched on his wound as he shrieked on the floor. I won. With that, Zhao Zhong kicked the lewd guy on the forehead. Bug! The shriek stopped instantly as the lewd guy passed out. Just as he wanted to show off in front of Tang Shaoyang, the other side had just started the battle. Gao Chonglin rushed toward Tang Shaoyang and thrust his spear toward the chest. Clang! Tang Shaoyang easily deflected the incoming spear with an upward swing of his battle axe. Even Gao Chonglin staggered a few steps back from the impact. He immediately raised his head, intending to launch another attack. However, what greeted him was the pointy tip of the flying battle axe. Yes, the battle axe shot toward him. Bam! The battle axe pierced Gao Chonglin's head and pinned the body down. Instant death was guaranteed. The guy had his eyes opened wide in his death. From his expression, he could not believe he would be dead. As for Luan and the Baldy, the fight also ended in a flash. The young Luan did not underestimate his enemy as he combined dash and fatal strike. It was an overkill. The Baldy's head severed and rolled on the ground. It generated a pool of blood. Zhao Zhang was stupefied with the sight. Even Luan, who was a few years younger, was even more ruthless than him. The battle was over as soon as it started. An eerie silence followed afterward, as the people who watched the fight paled at the gruesome scene. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 49, Terrier, Part 1. Chapter 49 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hee! Few people were shrieking in fear at the sight of the gruesome scene. The shriek livens up the atmosphere. Tao Ming, the fourth member of the strongest party, was frightened as he witnessed all his friends killed. His body shook and his hand trembled fiercely. Sweat soaked his back and his face. He felt his energy drained from his body. I have to leave now. I have to leave now. Tao Ming thought about leaving. He did not want to get killed. As for why he was afraid, it was because challenging Tang Shaoyang was his idea. After gaining levels smoothly, he thought they could take the base forcefully from the current boss. It took him a week to persuade Gao Chonglin. The guy was afraid at first, but under his persuasion and the lewd guy's encouragement, Gao Chonglin took the bait and agreed to challenge Tang Shaoyang. Tao Ming thought they would be the boss, and they could do anything they wanted to. Women, food and drinks, everything. But he overlooked something. Tang Shaoyang's insane strength. He thought the difference would not be that big, and they could win if it was 4 against 1. Everything failed, and he had to leave the base now. If Tang Shaoyang found out it was his idea to take the base, he would be dead for sure. Just as he wanted to leave the crowd, Tang Shaoyang's voice rang. Hey you! Stop there! Tang Shaoyang pointed to Tao Ming. The latter had his eyes widened in fear. Without a second thought, he turned around. He wanted to escape, but the place was crowded, making Tao Ming harder to escape. I will bring him to you, boss. Zhao Zhang said while hitting his chest. Just as he wanted to chase the guy, Luan made his move. The young Luan was much faster than Zhao Zhang. In no time, Luan caught the guy and dragged him to Tang Shaoyang. Tao Ming did not resist. As soon as he was thrown in front of Hero, he kowtowed. I am sorry, boss. Please don't kill me. I promise this is the last time. Please don't. Tao Ming's voice stopped abruptly as Tang Shaoyang swung his battle axe at the guy's neck. The guy had admitted his deeds, so he delivered the punishment. Even Zhao Zhang flinched and took a few steps back. Zhang Mengyao was paled at Tang Shaoyang's ruthless action. This was her first time to see Tang Shaoyang's ruthless side. Meanwhile, Tang Shaoyang turned around to the people who surrounded him. Even after killing 2 people, he was still grinning. I am accepting your challenge anytime. I am giving you all a chance to replace me to be the boss. The strong rules the land, and the weak follow the strong. But you have to pay an equal price in order to challenge me. Tang Shaoyang then showed the 4 cold bodies to the people and continued. This is the price you have to pay when you fail in the challenge. If you killed me, you will get the reward, the advanced base. I doubt that any of you can win me, though. He grinned ear to ear and turned around. He circled his hand on Zhang Mengyao's waist and pulled her into the base. The girl was still shocked, but it was just a matter of time for her to witness such a scene. After all, the main obstacle to establishing his dreamed empire was still the people, not the beast or the zombies. Getting used to killing each other sooner might be bringing an advantage to her. Luan and Zhao Zhang followed closely behind. Do you have to kill him? Zhang Mengyao asked in a low voice. Yes, I have to. This is how chaotic the base is. If I spare his life, later more people will be coming to me and challenge me. After all, they have nothing to lose, and will get something big if they win. I can't let such a thing happen in my base. Moreover, you have to get used to such a thing, as more people would come toward us to prevent our empire from growing big. Tang Shaoyang got closer to her ear and whispered, Our main obstacle is human, not the beast or the zombie. After all, not only Tang Shaoyang who had an idea to be an emperor or a leader of a big faction. More people will establish their faction, and war between people was inevitable. So dear, please set the military system before more people join our empire. With proper rules and systems, I don't need to kill everyone who does a foolish thing. We can punish them based on the systems instead. I will come up with the basics of the military system by tonight, but I need more people to set the rules for the base. Zhang Mengyao nodded her head. Even though the way he did it was hard to accept, or more likely she was slow in adapting to the current world. What Tang Shaoyang did was understandable in a way. There was no law protecting the people. There was no police who would protect the people or even catch the murderer. In such a fallen world, only the strong dictate the people. So setting the order was a must to set a proper empire. Tang Shaoyang also did not want to mindlessly kill the people. His aim was an empire with him as the emperor. You can talk about that to Lina. She has all the data, and maybe you can find a few useful ones to help you. Tang Shaoyang nodded and directed her to Lina. She worked as the clerk, making all the records for the newcomer, such as name and occupation before the world turned upside down. When they reached the counter in the lobby, Tang Shaoyang introduced Zhang Mengyao to Lina, who was currently talking with the other two cute girls. The two girls were helping Lina with her works under his consent. She's Lina. You can ask anything you need to her. Zhang Mengyao nodded and introduced herself. Hello, I am Zhang Mengyao. Hello, I am Lina. Lina's eyes darted around Zhang Mengyao and Tang Shaoyang. Both looked intimate, and it was no longer a secret that Zhang Mengyao was the third person after Luan who had access to the boss's floor. She was Tang Shaoyang's woman. Lina looked at the face down to Zhang Mengyao's voluptuous body. She was superior in any way. Her charm also had matured. The thing she had was the fact she was younger. With a complex look plastered on her face, Lina spoke. If you need anything, you can come to me. I will. Zhang Mengyao nodded. Tang Shaoyang tossed his backpack to Zhao Zhang. Get this thing to the kitchen and wait for my call tomorrow. Zhao Zhang stood up for him before, so the guy would be rewarded. Carrot and stick principle. It was the way he worked. Zhao Zhang also grinned after hearing that. I am going up. Tang Shaoyang whispered to Zhang Mengyao. I can't hold it any longer. After that, he headed toward the elevator, leaving the blushing Zhang Mengyao. She was still shy as he talked about it before many people. Inside the elevator, anything special during my absence? Tang Shaoyang asked Origin. Nothing special, but I have a few candidates with potential. Give the list to Mengyao later, she will decide everything. He appointed the girl as his empire commander, hence he gave her his trust. Fully. As soon as he entered his room, Tang Shaoyang headed to the bathroom. He was missing a hot bath. He washed his body with a shower and entered the small pool filled with hot water. After 10 minutes of relaxing, he heard the door was opened. Only Zhang Mengyao had access to his room. He stood up and rushed to the door. The moment Mengyao was about to pass the door, he pulled her in. The girls could not even scream as her mouth was blocked by Tang Shaoyang's. Noticing it was her man, Zhang Mengyao closed her eyes and returned the kiss. In no time, all the clothes were gone, and after 5 minutes of foreplay, the bathroom was filled by Zhang Mengyao's blissful moan. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 50, Terrier, Part 2. Chapter 50 of Armipotent. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Terrier? What's that? Zhang Mengyao blinked her eyes at Tang Shaoyang. Yeah, you say we should start with the basics, which is the ranks and name. The Tang Empire army will be named Terrier, Tang Shaoyang answered truthfully. I mean, why Terrier? Tang warrior in short, Terrier. It sounds awkward for the first time, but when my empire grows, people would only look in awe each time Terrier is mentioned. He preferred simplicity rather than complexity, hence he named his army Terrier. Starting with the new recruit, for now, let's go with this. Origin. Show her. Tang Empire, military rank. Enlisted, recruit, Grand Terrier, Master Terrier, Grandmaster Terrier. Officer, Squad Captain, Captain, Legion Commander, Marshal, Supreme General. Zhang Mengyao read the list and then glanced at her man. It seemed he had prepared everything, the name of course. The ranks sounded like a military rank in a fantasy world to her. But the world has turned into a fantasy world, I guess, but still. Just like Tang Shaoyang said, it was so awkward to mention it. But are you sure about this? Zhang Mengyao wanted to confirm it with Tang Shaoyang. I actually want to add 2 more ranks. It's too little if I have to compare with the military rank in the past. No, it's not that. I mean the name, are you sure about it? Yes, of course. What's wrong? Something wrong with the name. Tang Shaoyang straightened up his back and looked at the naked Zhang Mengyao who sat cross-legged on the opposite. No, the name's good. The girl nodded her head and stretched her hands out. She immediately agreed because of Origin. Yes, Origin spoke directly into her head. Just accept the name. He has thought hard about the name. 3 days. He came up with those names in 3 days. Just accept it. It's just a name anyway. What the matter is the system. Zhang Mengyao could not help but agree with Origin. It was just a name, and he had thought it hard to come up with such a name. Good. We will start to enlist the warrior tomorrow. You will be the Supreme General, while Luan will be the Ice Supreme General. So, what's your plan after we get the people? He wanted to hear the concrete plan. Wait, how are you going to recruit people? You need to put the condition. We will not recruit just anybody. The requirement, like the level, talent, age, etc. Because this is an early establishment, we can do a quick interview as well to know more about our new recruit. Zhang Mengyao immediately voiced her concerns. Moreover, we have to give them the benefit of joining the army or even a special privilege. What about the officer? What's the requirement to be an officer? We have prepared all of that before we start recruiting. Oh, I have a name for our first officer. No, 2. In fact, I have 2 candidates to fill the captain position. Give Zhao Zhong a spot for squad captain and let Wei Shi have a spot for captain. Tang Shaoyang gave 2 names for the candidates of 2 different positions. I can take care of that. First, let's set the wage, other benefits, and the promotion for the warrior. Zhang Mengyao continued the discussion. Tang Shaoyang thought it would not be complicated when Zhang Mengyao joined. It was not as simple as it seemed. It took them a whole night to set the things they needed for enlisting. The next morning, the lobby was crowded. Many people gathered in one spot, the counter. 2 announcements posted there by Origin. 2 announcements were about recruitment. Tang Empire's enlisting requirement, level 10. Below 40 years old. Combat-related talent, male-female. Pass the interview. Benefit, free lodging and food. A fixed wage in game coin 20% off purchase at shop. Note, only accept 200 people. Tang Empire's recruiting. Looking for management work. Requirement, management-related experience. Male-female. At least 25 years old. Pass the interview. Benefit, free lodging and food. A fixed wage in game coin. Note, only accept 20 people. The enlisting and the recruitment notice surely surprised the people. Lena and her 2 clerk helpers were overwhelmed by the question. Bang! Something like hard steel was slammed to the floor. The sudden noise startled the crowd and everyone looked at the noise direction. Wei Shi stood there with a solemn look on his face. The people attracted to the noise, and Wei Shi walked toward the crowd. He walked around and stood behind the counter. All of your questions will be answered during the interview. If you are interested in enlisting or recruiting, you can register at the counter. If you later find the contract or pay does not suit you, you have a choice not to take the job. That is it for now. Register if you are interested and leave if you are not. After his words were out, the crowd fell silent for a moment before it burst out with noise again. Many people were speaking at the same time. It caused a chaotic situation on the counter. Bang! Wei Shi slammed his spear down once again and shouted, "Silence! Make a line and register properly. Zhao Zhang, watch them. Boss has given us permission to hit them if they don't listen to us. Yes, Zhao Zhang came forward. His dual swords hung on his waist. Wei Shi thought there would be resistance, but the people immediately made a proper line as soon as his order was out. It seems last night's incident left a deep impression on them. Indeed, if he was not saved by Tang Shaoyang from his beforehand boss, he would be terrified as well. Meanwhile, as the enlisting and the recruitment were progressing, Tang Shaoyang brought Zhang Mengyao to a place, the place where they first met. Of course, he was not bringing her there to reminisce about the past. It was for grinding the level. He, Luan, Zhang Mengyao, Cao Jingyi, and Zhang Mengyao's 5 subordinates were heading to this place for cleaning, the Stage 2 zombie. At that time, Zhang Mengyao and her subordinates were chased by a group of Stage 2 zombies. The fact the place had a group of Stage 2 zombies was unusual. They came to investigate and clean the place. This is the place, right? Tang Shaoyang slowed down the car as he looked at the surroundings. The car behind them also slowed down. Luan was clueless about the place, so he let the couple do the talking. This should be the right— Ah, there! Those were our military jeeps. Zhang Mengyao pointed at 2 wrecked jeeps ahead of them. Tang Shaoyang stepped on the gas and stopped the car next to the wrecked jeep. The military jeep was destroyed beyond recognition. They came out of the car and stood in front of the wrecked jeep. Tang Shaoyang closed his eyes as his mind pictured out Stage 3 zombie. Crusher smashed the jeep. Out of sudden, hands shot out from the wrecked jeep. 2 long and bloody hands were trying to grasp Tang Shaoyang's neck. Watch out! Zhang Mengyao alarmed at the sight. She drew her sword out, but Luan was much faster than her. Slash! Luan slashed down his sword and cut the 2 hands. Tang Shaoyang acted out as his hand caught the hand and pulled the creature out of the wrecked jeep. Bam! Bam! Tang Shaoyang swung his battle axe and cut the creature's leg. Afterward, he tossed the limbless creature back. It was Stage 2 zombie crawler. Kill it! Cao Jingyi and Zhang Mengyao's 5 subordinates were surprised by how easy Tang Shaoyang and Luan handled the Stage 2 zombie. A normal zombie could not be found around, but Stage 2 zombie popped out. This place is unusual, Tang Shaoyang muttered. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description.